Senate will come to order. Mr. Schaffler, please call the roll.
Senators Amabile, Baisley, Ball, Bridges, Bright, Carson, Catlin, Cutter, Danielson,
Excused.
Doherty, Exum,
Excused.
Frizzell, Gonzalez, Henriksen, Judah, Kipp, Kirkmeyer, Kolker,
Excused.
Liston, Lundin, Marchman, Michelson-Genet, Mullica, Pelton B, Pelton R, Rich, Roberts,
Excused.
Rodriguez, Simpson, Snyder, Sullivan, Wallace, Weissman, Winter, Danielson, Mr. President.
Let's do this. The morning roll call is 32 present, 0 absent, 3 excused. We have a quorum. Senator Ball, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator Frizzell.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning.
Members, I move that the Senate Journal of March 21st, 2025 be approved and corrected by the Secretary.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, please add Senator Kolker to the roll. Senate Services.
Correctly printed, Senate Bill 202, 203, and 204. Senate Joint Resolution 15. Correctly engrossed, Senate Bill 9 and 125. Senate Joint Resolution 14. Correctly re-engrossed, Senate Bill 61, 145, and 185. Correctly revised, House Bill 1018, 1024, and 1201. Correctly re-revised, House Bill 1173.
What are we doing? Proceeding out of order? For Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we proceed out of order for consideration of governor appointments.
The motion is to proceed out of order for consideration of governor's appointments. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we proceed out of order for consideration of governor appointments. Consideration of governor's appointments. Mr. Schaffler, please read the appointment to the Colorado Aeronautical Board.
Member of the Colorado Aeronautical Board for a term expiring December 19, 2025. Brianna Lehman of Lafayette, Colorado, to serve as a resident of a community affected by general aviation airport traffic or traffic at a commercial airport at which there is significant general aviation activity appointed.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the appointment of Brianna Lehman to the Colorado Aeronautical Board.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the confirmation of the governor's appointment to the Colorado Aeronautical Board. Are there any no votes? Senator Catlin, Pelton R., Baisley, Rich, Frizzell, Liston, Carson, Pelton B., Kirkmeyer, Mr. Minority Leader. With a vote of 23 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, the appointment is confirmed. Third reading of bills. Consent calendar. Mr. Schaffler, please read the titles of all the bills on the consent calendar.
House Bill 1201 by Representative Marshall and Senators Hendrickson and Liston concerning implementing a model to modernize money transmission. Senate Bill 125 by Senators Weissman and Frizzell and Representatives Soper and Mabry concerning implementation of the Committee on Legal Services recommendations in connection with legislative review of state agencies' rules.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the bills on third reading of bills, final passage consent calendar, which is House Bill 1201 and Senate Bill 125.
Any discussion on any of the bills? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of all the bills on the third reading of the bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes? Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be considered a no vote on Senate Bill 125, please.
Senator Baisley will be recorded as a no vote on SB 125. Seeing no further no votes, with a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, House Bill 1201 is passed. Co-sponsors. With a vote of 32 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, Senate Bill 125 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Michelson, Janae, third reading of bills, final passage. Mr. Schaffler, Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Senator, thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over Senate Bill 9 until tomorrow, March 25th.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 9 until tomorrow, March 25th. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 9 will lay over until tomorrow, March 25th. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1018.
House Bill 1018 by Representative Gilchrist and Senator Danielson concerning access to the Department of Labor and Employment's vocational rehabilitation services.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1018 on third reading and final passage.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1018. Are there any no votes? Senators Simpson, Frizzell, Catlin, Baisley, Rich, Liston, Pelton R., Carson, Bright, Kirkmeyer, Pelton B., Mr. Minority Leader. With a vote of 21 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1018 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Sullivan, Weissman, Michelson, Janae, Winter, Kipp, Judah, Wallace, Snyder, Colker, Majority Leader Rodriguez. Please add the President. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over House Bill 1024 until Tuesday, March 25th.
The motion is lay over House Bill 1024 to tomorrow, March 25th. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1024 will lay over until tomorrow, March 25th. General orders. Second reading of the bill's consent calendar. Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted anyway, and the Senate will resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders. Second reading of bills, consent calendar. Senator Ball will take the chair.
The committee will come to order, and the court rule is relaxed. No, won't yet. All right, here we go.
It's Monday.
The committee will come to order, and the court rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title of all the bills on the general orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar?
House Bill 1007 by Representatives Froelich and Valdez and Senator Winter and Simpson concerning emergency preparedness for paratransit services. House Bill 1110 by Representatives Winter and Duran and Senators Pelton B. and Rodriguez concerning the allocation of costs to maintain railroad crossings in the state. House Bill 1205 by Representatives McCluskey and Brown and Senators Amabile and Roberts concerning measures to facilitate the implementation of fair access to insurance requirements plans.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for passage of all the bills on general orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar, and the associated committee reports, which are House Bill 1007, House Bill 1110, House Bill 1205, and the Business, Labor, and Technology report.
Is there any discussion on the committee report? The motion before the body is the adoption of the committee report on the general orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Is there any discussion on any of the bills on the consent calendar? The motion before the body is the adoption of all the bills on the general orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bills are adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come back to order. Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
March 24, 2025. Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1007, House Bill 1110, House Bill 1205 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, Committee of the Whole report is adopted. House Bill 1007, 1110, and 1205 is amended, passed on second reading, order revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Mr. Schaffler, please add Senator Exum to the roll. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Senate Rule 21C, I move the Senate grant leave to the Joint Budget Committee to meet while Senate is in session.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Wow, the ayes still have it, and that motion is adopted. Y'all are excused, but not excused. Just to be clear. General orders, second reading of the bills. Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself in Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of the bills, and Senator Ball will take the chair.
No, second time. Second time. You good? I'm good. I'm good. Do I?
13
Sorry.
amendments, and then I'm going to be talking about the reloading part of it, that you guys eliminated the shotguns, but you didn't eliminate the stuff that I did.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 25-1133?
House Bill 1133 by Representatives Duran and Gilchrist and Senators Amabile and Kipp concerning requirements for the retail sale of ammunition for firearms and in connection therewith, establishing requirements for the delivery of ammunition sold at retail.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you, colleagues. We don't have a committee report, right? Okay. I move the bill and the committee report.
To the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report.
Thank
Senator
you.
Kipp. Senator Kipp.
Thank you. We did pass an amendment, I think a couple of amendments in committee. We wanted to clarify that nothing in the bill was intended to conflict with federal shipping requirements for ammunition. The amendment that we brought was requested by the Colorado Motor Carriers Association and the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. We also brought an amendment that, I'm sorry, should be more prepared here, fixes a drafting error on an amendment that was run in the House and restores the intent of that intent on rimfire ammunition. There was accidentally a double negative added, so we are taking it back to the original intent. And we also passed an amendment to clarify the exceptions apply only in the in-person transactions. So those were the amendments that we run, and I asked for an aye on the committee report.
Is there any discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Kipp.
Thank you. Esteemed colleagues, it is my pleasure to present House Bill 1133 to you today regarding the regulation of sale of ammunition in Colorado. The conversation around gun violence in this country often centers around firearms and preventing them from falling into the wrong hands. But we rarely discuss the other element of every tragic shooting, the ammunition that was used. It is the ammunition that causes grievous injuries to shooting survivors and is equally responsible for so many deaths as the firearms used to propel them. While Colorado has enacted numerous strong laws to help prevent gun violence focused on access to firearms, serious gaps in our laws remain regarding ammunition. The bill before you today will help close these gaps. First, House Bill 1133 will keep ammunition out of the hands of people too young to legally purchase firearms, which is critical to public safety. Specifically, the bill raises the age requirement to purchase ammunition to 21, the same age requirement in Colorado for the purchase of firearms. This is a modest but important step that is well in line with previous actions this legislature has taken to protect our communities from gun violence. There are a few exceptions I would like to point out. The bill permits ammunition sales to members of the U.S. military and Colorado National Guard who are aged 18 through 20. The bill also permits ammunition sales to persons aged 18 to 20 who have certain hunter qualifications. This was a request made by Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Another request made by Colorado Parks and Wildlife was to permit ammunition sales at shooting ranges to persons aged 18 to 20 for use on the range only. We also grandfathered those 18 to 20-year-olds who could purchase a firearm before the minimum purchase age requirement under SB 23-169 went into effect. In addition to ensuring that a purchaser's age is verified prior to completing the sale of ammunition, age verification is also required upon delivery of any ammunition purchased online. Obtaining written acknowledgement of receipt from the individual accepting the ammunition is also required. This will help ensure ammunition stays out of the hands of people who should not have access. I ask for your support today and would now like it over to pass this over to my co-prime, who will share more about the policy before you today.
Senator Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, all of you, for being here, and thank you to Senator Kipp for really carrying the ball on this bill and for doing so much work on this important legislation. It's a pleasure to present the bill. It is really about doing everything we can to make sure that we have responsible firearm use. And we have a huge amount of data that says a young brain is not fully developed, and young people tend to act more irrationally. And they do things that they then spend the rest of their life paying for. And that's wrong for them, and it's also wrong for our society. So the bill is a pretty modest proposal that says, hey, you have to be 21 to buy a gun. You should also have to be 21 to buy the bullets that, that take people's lives. In the United States, youth, the leading cause of death for our youth is gun violence. More than 1.1 million firearms-related deaths occurred between 1990 and 2021. 18 to 20-year-olds commit gun homicides at over triple the rate of adults who are 21 and over. I mean, triple the rate. And that's a tragedy for the person that they killed, and it's a tragedy for them, and it's an incredibly costly thing for our society. The bill also takes additional steps to make sure that these bullets are stored behind a counter, so it's harder to access them. And one of the things is we have a lot of data that says a lot of these bullets are stolen. And there's been cases where at Cabela's, people are just stuffing their pockets and walking out the door. And that's a problem. And we also have in Colorado a new thing, unattended vending machines, where you can just go up and, I think with a credit card, buy ammunition. And I think anybody who's thinking right could see that's actually problematic. So the bill will prohibit unattended vending machines. There have been a lot of questions about how small armed gun dealers will handle the bill, and will it be costly for them to implement? Ammunition, yeah. And we think they can put the ammo behind the counter, they can put it in a storeroom, they can put it in a drawer. There's not a lot of restrictions about how they do that, they just have to do that. And we don't think that that will be an undue burden on these smaller stores. So, you know, right now you can't walk into a drugstore and buy cold medicine. You have to get somebody to help you with that, because we know that there are some uses of that cold medicine that we don't like. And so this seems like a modest proposal, and I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I heard this in committee. One of the things that I am grateful to the sponsors is that they made sure that they took shotgun reloading out of the bill. But they didn't take the other reloading, which was what I do, which is what I teach my kids to do. My kids are 15 and 17. So I'm going to go through the bill summary here a little bit. The bill requires that ammunition sold at retail must be accessible to purchasers or transfer only with the assistance of a vendor. So basically what that means is, like, if you have a bunch of ammo behind a counter, that would be legal on this bill. I don't like this bill. I want to start off by saying I don't like this bill. I voted no, but I do appreciate the sponsors coming up with some amendments. And the bill prohibits the retail sale of ammunition to a person who is younger than 21 years of age. Now, that right there is a little concerning, especially in Colorado. Especially in parts where I live in rural Colorado, where I can just drive 45 minutes north. And if a 15-year-old wants to buy ammunition in Nebraska, there is no age limit on rifle ammunition. There is on handgun, but there isn't on rifle. So if my daughters with their 243s that they use for hunting, although we, again, build our own ammunition, we don't usually buy it. We buy it in different stages. But that's what that is. That's going to hurt our small businesses here in Colorado. Unlawful sale of ammunition by violating either requirement is a civil infraction, except that the second or subsequent violation is a Class 1 misdemeanor. The bill requires a person shipping ammunition to give written notice to the ammunition deliverer that the package contains ammunition and prohibits labeling the outside of the package in a manner that indicates that the package contains ammunition. Violation either provision is unlawful notification involving an ammunition package, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor. When delivering a package containing ammunition sold at retail, a retail ammunition deliverer is required to verify that the person receiving the delivery is at least 21 years of age or older and obtain written acknowledgement of receipt from the recipient. Violation either of these requirements is unlawful delivery of ammunition by a retail ammunition deliverer, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor. So here's the part that I want to talk about when we talk about ammunition. So in section 1, A2, ammunition means ammunition or cartridge, case, primer, bullet, or propellant powder designed for use in a firearm. The term ammunition, that's what it is. And it says does not include a shotgun shell or propellant not designed for use as the single complete projectile load for one shotgun hull or casing. So here's the part that I was talking about. So this is the Hornady reloading ammunition book that you must have when you buy the equipment to reload cartridges and bullets. So there are several different parts to ammunition. You have the cartridge. You have the case, you have the primer, and you have the bullet. And then what propels the bullet out after the primer is hit is the propellant powder. And it's a smokeless powder usually. And so in this book that I have, because my kids and I've talked about it several times when we were up here, when we've been up here before, is that we reload our own ammunition. The reason why this is done is because you want to, when you go hunting, there's always, I tell my kids, aim small, miss small, and you also want to have one shot, one kill when it comes to big animal hunting, big game hunting. So when we hunt elk, antelope, deer, any of that stuff, that's how I teach them. And when you reload your own ammunition, it is makes it very accurate, because you don't know how that's going to happen when you buy ammunition that's manufactured. And don't get me wrong, the manufacturers are very good at manufacturing their own ammo, but I'm just saying that you get to make the choices on how many grains of propellant powder you get to put in that cartridge or that case, and you get to do that. So you get to figure out how accurate your ammunition is. It takes a lot of time. It costs about $2,500 to buy the entire set of equipment. You go out and you build these ammunition, or you build these bullets and build the ammunition. You go out and shoot them at a target, figure out how your grouping is and that sort of thing, and see how accurate it is. Write that down. It takes time, it takes effort. It takes a lot. I mean, I do it to just get away, to kind of have some of my own time. It is very, very, very important when you talk about this stuff with ammunition that this should be the same as the shotgun rule, because you are reloading. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to reload your own ammunition. My 15-year-old daughter has been asking me, and I've been showing her how to do it. I don't want to take that away from her, because she now cannot buy propellant powder. She cannot buy the cartridge. She cannot buy the case. She cannot buy the powder or the bullet. A great example of what I'm talking about is one of my favorite ammunition that I reload is the 204 Ruger. And I have that for predator control, coyotes, foxes, any of that stuff around our house and around the cattle. And when you end up with a really bad predator problem around your cattle, you have to take care of that issue. And you have a small games license and that sort of thing, so you can do that. And as long as you have your own livestock and how you manage it, that's how that works. So I'll just give a great example of what this is that this goes through on your rifle and how it's barreled, on your cases, on your primers, everything. It tells you how to reload the ammunition. And I'm still on 18-12-101 when we're talking about A parentheses A.2 parentheses when we're talking about ammunition means ammunition or cartridge, case, primer, bullet, or propellant. How easy it would be to change this in this bill would just say, and propellant, so then that way, everything I'm talking about right now, when we're talking about reloading ammunition, would be exempt from the bill. So kids could still learn how to do this. I know that there's been talk about some places, some gunsmithing classes and that sort of thing, where they talked about teaching on how to reload ammunition. This is a great pastime of mine. I learned it from a radio DJ there at home, who actually invited me into his house and showed me how to do it. And he showed me that there's a lot of attention to detail that we have to do to make sure that everything is safe. Now let's get back to the 204 Ruger ammunition when we're talking about ammunition on, again, line 6, page 2. And so this goes through the entire section of this book here, and it talks about 24 grain bullets, 32 grain bullets, 40 grain bullets, 45 grain bullets. I mean, you get to choose which grain that you want and how accurate it is. The other thing we get to do is we get to choose what powder that we want. The smokeless powder, that's the propellant or powder designed for use in a firearm. So that's exactly what this is talking about. And then it also tells you on the first page of the 204 Ruger is what primer that we get to use. So the primer is a Remington 7.5. That's the primer. And that's the part that the firing pin hits and then starts the propellant, igniting the propellant, and then that's what sends the bullet on its way. So that's what it's talking about when we're talking about on page 2, line 6. And it talks about right here, like gives you perfect examples of what a 204 Ruger has when you're talking about a 32 grain VMAX bullet. And I have to tell you, is like I have 4 different books of these because every bullet manufacturer makes their own. This is just Hornady. It's out of Grand Island, Nebraska. And so you have to have the right book for the right bullet. So, and it talks about, on the propellant powder, it talks about how a 204 does very well with the medium burn rate propellants, such as RL15 benchmark, H4895, IMR 4064, and it goes through more and more and more, which you have a graph over here when you're talking about what kind of propellant to use. Again, this part, reloading ammunition, is a pastime that we use in my household, that we're just teaching my kids on how to be self-efficient. You know, with the supply chains and everything else that we've talked about in the past in this room, you know, if that supply chain ever get interrupted, then you can have your own way to protect your livestock. You have your own way to feed your family if you need to, if you have a hunting license. These are all ways that I'm trying to teach them on how to be self-efficient when it comes to reloading ammunition. That's why I think it's so important when we're talking about shotguns, because shotguns in this bill the reloading process has been removed, but it has not been removed for cartridge ammunition. So we can go through, this book has several different examples of 221 Remington Fireball ammunition, 222 Remington. I mean, we can keep going through and most of them have the same primer when we're talking about 7.5-inch primer and that sort of thing. Again, we're still on page 2, line 6 when we're talking about ammunition. So one of the things that we can talk about, like another great ammunition or another great bullet that I have is a round or caliber, if you want to go so far, is a 22 Hornet. Now, a 22 Hornet is a smaller, it's a little bit bigger than a 204 Ruger, but not much. But I got to tell you, the faster the bullet is, the better off you are when you're talking about with coyotes and predators, because that's an issue that we have where I live, is we have a lot of predators that want to get around your cattle when you're calving. So a 22 Hornet is kind of like a regular 22, only it's longer. The cartridge is much longer on that one, the case is. And then it's harder to find those primers because they're a much smaller primer. The primer is Winchester WSR, and we're still talking on page 2, line 6, parentheses A.2, when we're talking ammunition and all the definitions in here. So it's really much harder to find, and it also goes through where the powder or the propellant powder, as it's defined in the bill, is difficult to find as well. It's called little gun. And that is kind of the better one to use in this one. And that powder has different ways that it affects when you're talking like a 35 grain bullet with the 22 Hornet or a 40 grain bullet. The heavier the bullet, the powder, the more drop you're going to get when you're trying to sight in your rifle, or if you're trying to shoot a coyote that's attacking your animals and that sort of thing. So a lot of these things that we're talking about today with ammunition is really kind of, it's not really that complicated. It just takes time and effort to be able to reload this ammunition. And you want to make sure that you have plenty of time and effort and attention to detail when you're doing this. There's also another one called the 22K Hornet, and that primer is the same primer on that one. And again, you have several different parts of your ammunition. You have the case length, the case trim. Sometimes when you are reloading and that sort of thing on your cases, you have to trim them down a little bit because they expand. So every time you use these ammunition, so you pick up it's called picking up your brass. And when you go around and pick up your brass after a day of shooting, you make sure that you have to go through and you have to clean them all of your cases. Then you have to measure them to make sure they're the right length. And it gives you the case lengths right in here in your books and that sort of thing. So you know how long it is and how much it takes. And then you can take it and you have a little thing that shaves it down so you can keep that same length. Sometimes your brass gets too used up, and they do sell brass. That's something here that you cannot buy if you're 21 or younger. You can't buy that brass. You can if you're 18 and you have your hunting license. But if you don't have your hunting license and you just like to reload ammunition, you can't go down and buy brass, because this, again, says ammunition means an ammunition or cartridge, case, primer, bullet, or propellant powder. So that's kind of an issue with this bill when we're talking reloading. So you also have a little bit smaller ammunition with the 218B. You also have some other ones when you're talking about 221 Fireball, Remington ammunition. I mean, there is lots and lots of ammunition that you can go through. My other one that I have that I am very proud of is my 270. I use that primarily for big game hunting when we're talking about ammunition. And they also, Hornady makes a really good bullet when it comes to reloading, to make sure that it can take down an animal like an elk. I think the last time I went hunting, the last time I went hunting and was successful, because that's why it's called hunting and not shooting, is that you're actually hunting for the animal, and there's sometimes you come back with nothing. But when you're up there and you're hunting with a 270 or that sort of thing, I'm able to hit something about 400 yards away with my 270. And that's because I have practiced and reloaded the ammunition perfectly with the right propellant powder. And like where it says propellant powder designed for the use in the firearm, I've been able to do that several times and make sure that I was very accurate when it comes down to hunting and that sort of thing. Again, what we do at my house with my kids and that sort of thing, my 15-year-old daughters, we sit in the shop where I have, it's a heated shop, and we use, like I said, the $2,500 worth of equipment that we have in there to be able to reload ammunition. Reloading is a time offered hobby. You know, it's been happening for as long as we've been a country. I mean, before we had this reloading ammunition, we had muskets and that sort of thing, and muzzle loaders, which we don't have anymore. We have cartridges. And the biggest thing about these cartridges is to be able to take your time to be able to go in there and make sure that everything is perfectly accurate. So I usually use about a 130 grain bullet, and they're called interbond bullets when on my 270. And again, I'm on page 2, line 6, parentheses, A.2, parentheses, when it talks about ammunition. And it's called an interbond bullet, and what it does is it's able to go into the animal and spread in the animal where the animal will have a less chance of surviving when you hit it. So, and we're talking about lots and lots of grains, different grains of powder. And in my book here, which I would show you, but I don't think I'm allowed to show you, in my book here, where it shows the graphs, it has little red blocks in it that shows you that is as high as you can go in there, because when you're starting to fill up the powder in those cartridges, when you sit there and you have this little funnel and you have this little measurement thing, and you pour your powder in until the measurement reaches a certain amount, and then the powder will go down. Once it hits that amount, the powder opens and then goes down into the cartridge. And you want to make sure that it's perfectly in there and it seats right and everything else, so when you put the bullet in there, that the bullet is able to seat correctly into the cartridge. Like I said, it takes a lot of attention to detail when you're doing this. And It just takes a lot of time, a lot of attention to detail, and it's really cool because when you have children that like to be pretty active and you get them focused on something and they're really looking at the attention to detail. I grew up driving a tractor, so I understand that attention to detail. So that's why this was that part of it is like you got to really make sure, because here's the problem: if you have a mistake when you're reloading, and you go out and you take your hunting rifle and you fire at a target and you didn't put enough powder in there, there's a chance that that bullet could get stuck in your rifle, could get stuck in your barrel. So that's why it's so important that when you're reloading that you are very, very meticulous on how you do this, especially with the powder and that sort of thing. When we're talking about ammunition, which means the ammunition or cartridge, case, primer, or bullet, when we go back to on the 270, and we can go back to the primer, which is a Winchester WLR. And so the thing about it is when you're talking about the primers, the reason why it says Winchester, and then this is a 270, but the Winchester was actually the manufacturer that came up with that round, with that caliber. So that is so important to what we're talking about here. So, and it says that this popular neck down 30-06, because that's actually what this comes from, is a 30-06 cartridge. 30-06 is what they use. That is like the most normal hunting rifle there is, or the most popular hunting rifle. And then the 270 is just neck down, but it's just a little smaller bullet, so it can go a little bit further. So it doesn't go further by much. So the 270 has a long-held position as one of the most popular big game cartridges in North America. That's why I have it, is because it's very popular. The cartridges are very, very popular. You can find them just about anywhere. The bullets are, again, you can kind of pick your own on where you want them. Like I said, I like the Interbond bullet. I also like the Nosler bullets that they come out with. The Nosler ones, the partition bullets, are ones that work really, really well on big game animals. But when we're talking about ammunition and reloading and that sort of thing, it is really, really important that if you are a kid and you want to get into this hobby, because it is going to be a hobby, that you're able to really focus in on what you're doing. So I'm going to go ahead and let my good colleague from Greeley speak a little bit, but I have this book with me today, so I will be coming back down here to speak about it a little bit more. So I ask for a no vote on House Bill 1133.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here to encourage a no vote on House Bill 251133. We ask 18-year-olds to stand on a wall to protect us with firearms so we can sleep in peace. And we won't give those same 18-year-olds ammunition. What differentiates one from the other? This section prohibits the sale of ammunition to anyone under 21, with limited exceptions. Federal law permits 18-year-olds to purchase rifles and shotguns, firearms they may legally own and use. We have a gap between possession and utility that could leave vulnerable individuals defenseless. Safety is the goal, yes, but we must ask, does this restriction inadvertently undermine the security of those who need it most? I fear it does. The exceptions to this age limit are a labyrinth of requirements. Military members, veterans, hunters with certifications, individuals under protection orders can buy ammunition at 18, but only if they present specific documents like a military ID, a hunter education certificate, or a court-issued protection order with attestation of its status. These carve-outs sound reasonable in theory, but in practice, they invite inconsistency. A young person in a rural county with limited access to these documents, or a victim of violence who hasn't yet secured a protection order, may find themselves excluded. Enforcement could vary widely, store to store, county to county, creating a system where compliance depends on resources and knowledge that not everyone has. We should strive for laws that are clear and equitable, not ones that risk uneven application. Colleagues, I don't stand here to dismiss the problem of gun violence. It's real, it's urgent, demands our attention, but this bill is not the answer. It's a bill that burdens rural retailers without proving it protects rural kids. It restricts young adults without ensuring their safety. It complicates enforcement without guaranteeing consistency. It criminalizes errors without addressing root causes. It strains workers and businesses without clear justification. And it risks alienating Coloradoans without delivering results. Often, we make light of our friends to the north, occasionally, in Canada. They outlaw firearms to be transported across their border, but they don't outlaw ammunition to be carried across their border. Ask me how I know. What should we do instead? Let's invest in what works. Fund mental health services, support small businesses, strengthen domestic violence protections, and demand data, real research before we regulate, so we know our laws hit the mark. That's a path forward grounded in reason, not reaction. We can do better. We must do better. I ask you to join me in voting no on House Bill 25-1133, not because we reject safety, but because we demand solutions that serve all of Colorado, not just some. Thank you.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So let's go back to the bill, page 2, line 6, when we're talking about ammunition. I've got an amendment.
There is an amendment on the desk.
Just exempts those 3 that I talked about from the bill.
59. Okay. Will the clerk please read Amendment L059?
Amendment L59, amend re-engrossed bill, page 5, after
Senator
line
Pelton.
24.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L059.
Is there any discussion? Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, L059, what it does is that this amendment excludes 300 Win Mag ammunition, 270 Winchester ammunition, and 243 ammunition, Winchester ammunition, from the purchasing age requirement. The reason why that's important is, let's go back to when we were talking about ammunitions and page 2, line 6, when we were talking about 243. 243 is what my daughters use. That's what my daughters use, and it is legal to use on, that is the smallest rifle that you can use on any big game, is a 243. So you have to make sure that you are within the rules and that sort of thing of sizes of your caliber and that sort of thing. So also has to have so much power that comes out of the end of the muzzle. So again, 243, there's several different 243s as I go through the book. It's like 243 Winchester Super Short Mag, that sort of thing. But that's what this amendment does, is that it gets rid of the rules when it comes to 243. So this would make the bill completely exempt for anybody who wants to buy 243, 270, or 300 Win Mag. All of these are hunting rifles, bolt action hunting rifles. That's what these are for. These are not used in any other kind of weapon that I know of right now. All I know is that it's just used for hunting rifles. Again, the .243 Winchester ammunition, when I got my daughters into hunting, and I have to tell you, they're two different people. My oldest one enjoys it. My youngest one has fun with it, but she just, after you load up the animal in the back of the pickup, then she's sad for the rest of the day. So, but my older one loves it. She thinks it's really cool. So both my daughters enjoy this hobby that I call hunting. And I've got lots of pictures of them out with their binoculars. They have better eyesight than their dad. They can see further. And they actually spot them before I do. So again, what this amendment does, it just takes away the age requirement when it comes to 300 Winchester Magnum ammunition, 270 Winchester ammunition, and 243 Winchester ammunition. I ask for an aye vote on L59.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of L59. The premise of the conversation about 18-year-olds, not their capacity and ability to process not being fully developed at that young age is a little problematic, and thinking about how my grandson can have access to these three specific ammunition varieties for predation control on my property. Seems a relatively simple yet thoughtful amendment that recognizes there's huge differences in this space. And if the majority of young people are dying by gun violence, I would suggest we dig a little deeper in how much of that is occurring with these hunting rifles and this ammunition, and that the need and the necessity and what it means to live in rural Colorado and have access to protective devices and the ammunition that goes with those rifles. And again, the ability to take out coyotes and wolves that are, you know, I've seen what they've done to my newborn calves before. Having that ability seems pretty important, and this seems like a reasonable amendment to offer, and I stand in support of L059.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 59. So much of this conversation wraps around the bigger issue of gun violence, and that's something that we all have strong feelings about. We are approaching the solution, or I don't know that we ever get it solved, but a diminution, a shrinking, a reduction of the problem. We're all approaching it different ways. But this amendment gets at an element of this bill that doesn't really get at the issue of gun violence we're talking about. This particular amendment says these well-known hunting calibers, just go ahead and exempt them. They don't really belong in this particular conversation. I myself, for years and years and years, certainly prior to the age of 21, have been shooting a Husqvarna 270 rifle as my primary hunting rifle, and it's a rifle that I trained my children how to shoot when they were young and approaching or at legal age to do big game hunting. I shoot specifically a Nosler partition bullet. That it's a very interesting bullet. It's got the cap, there's the bullet piece, the piece that is projected from the firearm, and then behind that bullet there's a kind of a secondary piece that acts as an anvil, and it causes the bullet to mushroom out, and it's more effective. And as a hunter, I you know, being a little bit candid, a little bit, you get my potentially sensitive side. As a hunter, when I take a shot, I want to make sure it's a clean, good shot to do provide as little or to cause as little pain and suffering to the animal as possible. And this particular bullet that I use is designed to do specifically that. And it is, don't want to brag, but I know because we measured it off, paced it off later, made a 275-yard shot to an elk that was a one-shot kill. And that's the way when you're hunting, you actually want to make sure that that's the way you deliver or take the game, as it is said in the parlance. And this particular Nosler partition bullet was the way that I was able to do that, 270 caliber. And I could talk more about the details of how this Nosler partition bullet works. It provides, as I said, a mushrooming effect at velocity. It's a fully tapered copper alloy bullet. The integration, it's all one piece, but it acts as two when it's fired. And it has this effect that I've described as being beneficial for the hunter in the sense that they do their job hopefully well with as little suffering to the animal as possible. But to the core and to the reason for this amendment is these particular calibers are essentially bolt action sorts of calibers that really are not part of the broader question that we're trying to get at with regard to the prevention of gun violence as a matter. So I urge support of amendment, I believe it was 58. I want to make sure I'm 59, speaking to amendment 59. Notwithstanding the prohibition on selling ammunition to a person who's under 21 years of age, described in subsection 1B of this section, a retail ammunition vendor may sell the following types of ammunition to a person who's 18 years of age or older, but under 21 years of age: 300 caliber Winchester Magnum ammunition, 270 Winchester ammunition, and 243 Winchester ammunition. So I urge the support of this. It's, and I'll speak about this a little bit later. I've got a couple of amendments that I get at, I think, crimes of violence and how we can maybe do a better job of preventing crimes of violence. So the bill started out as drafted, as presented, picked up a lot of amendments in the House. A lot of exceptions got made. There were a significant number of carve-out. Let's carve this out. Let's carve this out. Let's carve this out. There's 6 or 7 carve-outs that have happened. This, to me, seems to be a logical continuation of the policy conversation that is being held, and Amendment 59 would, in fact, carve out 3 sizes of ammunition that are the type that are used specifically for, almost exclusively for, sometimes shooting sports also, but generally hunting calibers, and therefore it would be logical to carve these calibers out with Amendment 59. I urge your support of Amendment 059.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of L59. This amendment excludes the 300 Winchester mag, the 270 Winchester, and the 243 Winchester. And I think we need to talk about, like, why are those listed in this amendment? You should know exactly what it is before you vote on it. The 300 Winchester Magnum, also known as the 300 Win Mag or the 300 WM, is a belted, bottlenecked Magnum rifle cartridge that was introduced by the Winchester Repeating Arms Company in 1963. The 300 Winchester Magnum is a Magnum cartridge designed to fit in a standard rifle action. It's based on the 375 H&H Magnum, which has been blown out, shortened, and necked down to accept a 30 caliber or 7.62 millimeter bullet. The 300 Winchester Mag is extremely versatile and has been adopted by a wide range of users, including big game hunters, target shooters, military units, and law enforcement departments. Many hunters have found the cartridge to be an effective all-around choice, with bullet options ranging from the flatter shooting 150 grain to the harder hitting 200 grain selections available in factory ammunition. The 300 Win Mag remains the most popular 30 caliber Magnum with American hunters, despite not being as fast or as more powerful 300 Magnums, which as the 300 Weatherby Magnum, or the 30-378 Weatherby Magnum, as well as the newer 300 Remington Ultra Magnum, the 300 Norma Magnum, the 30 Nosler, or the 300 PRC, though all of these must be chambered in the long magnum action, while the 300 Win Mag uses a standard length action, resulting in a lighter rifle. It was designed as a hunting cartridge and is widely used all over the world for hunting a wide range of mid to large size big game, such as the North American moose, elk, bighorn sheep, mule deer, and the white-tailed deer, making it one of the most versatile big game hunting cartridges. The 300 Win Mag is capable of delivering better long-range performance with heavier large ballistic coefficient projectiles than any other standard and short-length 30 caliber cartridge. Military and law enforcement departments have also adopted the cartridge as a long-range sniper round intended to be used for shots at longer ranges than the .308 Winchester. As a testament to its accuracy, following its introduction, it went on to win several 1,000-yard competitions. And what's the history of the 300 Winchester Magnum? Well, prior to the advent of that 300 Winchester Magnum, there were already a number of 30 caliber cartridges billed as offering a Magnum level of performance. Such rounds include the 30 Newton of 1913, the 300 H&H Magnum of 1925. The 30 Newton saw limited commercial success, however, and the 300 H&H was too long for a standard length Mauser or Springfield rifle, barring substantial modifications. Beginning with the 270 Weatherby Magnum in 1943, Ron Weatherby introduced a popular line of rifle cartridges based on the H&H case, shortened to fit a standard length, 2.5-inch action. The Weatherby cartridges of any given caliber followed a formula of improved design, which entailed blowing out the H&H Magnum parent case, thereby reducing case taper and increasing usable powder capacity. The 300 Weatherby Magnum, an improved full-length cartridge derived from the 300 H&H, was introduced in 1944. The larger manufacturers soon noticed Weatherby's standard length Magnum case and in due time followed suit. From 1956 to 1959, Winchester introduced 3 such cartridges: the 264 Winchester Magnum, the 338 Winchester Magnum, which I have several of those at home, and the 458 Winchester Magnum, all based on shortened and blown out 375 H&H Magnum case. The popular 30 calibers omission from that lineup prompted a response by the shooting company and Winchester's competition. Wildcatters soon produced the 30-338 Winchester Magnum, and Norma Projectile Fabric, who were by now manufacturing ammunition for Weatherby, took the standard length basic Weatherby brass and necked it down to a 30 caliber to form the .308 Norma Magnum. The 300 Winchester Magnum was introduced in 1963 by Winchester for use in the Model 70 rifle. Winchester developed the 300 Win Mag by taking the 338 Winchester Magnum, which was introduced in 1958, moving the shoulder forward by 4 millimeters and lengthening it by 3 millimeters. This resulted in a cartridge with a neck somewhat shorter than the diameter of the bullet. Some gun writers have speculated that had the cartridge been released earlier, its dimensions would have been more closely matched to the 30-338 Winchester Magnum Wildcat cartridge. The 300 Winchester Magnum was not an instant success, mainly due to the competition from the comparable 7mm Remington Magnum cartridge introduced in 1962. However, interest among hunters and shooters grew with time, and it gradually became the most popular of the Magnum cartridges. The 300 Winchester Magnum's broad availability in popular rifles such as the Winchester Model 70, the Ruger M77, the Remington Model 700, and the Weatherby Mark V, together with the wide availability of ammunition from a number of manufacturers, made the cartridge a popular choice among hunters and competitive shooters the world over. Although the 300 H&H Magnum, 300 Weatherby Magnum, and the 30-338 Winchester Magnum and the 308 Norma Magnum had a head start on the 300 Win Mag, most of these cartridges eventually faded into obscurity, and only the 300 Win Mag and the 300 Weatherby Mag survived into the 21st century as readily available cartridges, with the Winchester round by far the more popular of the two. New 30 caliber Magnums have since been introduced, including the 300 Winchester Short Magnum, 300 Remington Ultra Magnum, the 30 Nosler, and the 300 PRC. However, none of those have achieved the popularity that the 300 Win Mag retains. Let's talk about the design and specifications of the 300 Winchester Mag. The 300 Winchester Mag uses the same case head design of the 375 H&H Magnum, its parent cartridge, through the taper of the round, and has been significantly reduced to ensure greater case volume. The larger dimensions of the 300 Win Mag compared to the 308 Norma Magnum and the 30-338 Winchester Magnum cartridges ensures that rifles chambered in such rounds can readily be rechambered to the 300 Win Mag. Though the shorter neck of the longer round necessitates comparable bullets and must be seated more deeply in the case. Let's talk about the dimensions of a 300 mag that makes it appropriate for this amendment. The Ammunition Standards Organization's SAAMI, the Sporting Arms and Ammunition Manufacturers Institute, and the CIP, the Commission Internationale Permanente pour some other French words, have provided specifications for the 300 Winchester Magnum cartridge. Almost no divergence between the CIP and the SAAMI dimensional values exist for this cartridge. However, case volume varies from manufacturer to manufacturer to such an extent that reloading software suite Quick Load provides 5 different cartridge case capacities for the cartridge. The SAAMI specification 300 Winchester Magnum case capacity is 91.5 grains of H2O. According to Quick Load, the case capacities of 300 Win Mag brass produced by 4 ammunition manufacturers measure as follows. The Remington has 88 grains. The Federal has 92 grains. Winchester, 93.8 grains, and the Norma, 95.5 grains. The dimension of the 300 Winchester Mag, as noted in the amendment, the projectile diameter should be 0.309 inches or 7.85 millimeters. SAAMI recommends a bore diameter of 7.6 millimeters and a groove diameter of 7.8 millimeters. SAAMI recommended a 6-groove barrel with a groove being 2.8 millimeters wide. Recommended twist ratio is 1 to 10. CIP defines the common rifling twist rate for this cartridge as 254 millimeters, and the primer type is large rifle magnum. The SAAMI maximum average pressure, or MAP, for this cartridge is 441.3 MPa, or 64,000 PSI. According to the official CIP rulings, the 300 Winchester Magnum can handle up to 430 or 62,366 PSI. In CIP-regulated countries, every rifle cartridge combo has to be proofed at 125% of this maximum CIP pressure to certify for sale to consumers. This means that the 300 Winchester Mag chambered arms in CIP-regulated countries are currently proof tested at 537.5 MPa. Let's talk about the performance of this round. Capable of stabilizing bullet weights ranging from 110 to 220 grains, the 300 Winchester Magnum happens to be a very versatile cartridge for different purposes and conditions, including big game hunting, bench rest shooting, and military applications. The most useful bullet weights for the 300 Winchester Magnum are those weighing between 150 to 200 grams. However, bullets weighing between 7 to 16 grams are available to the reloader for the 300 Winchester Mag. So, talking about the different grains of bullets, currently compared with the .30-06 Springfield to the 300 Winchester Magnum, provides roughly 400 feet per second increase in velocity. That translates to about 20% greater energy advantage over the .30-06 Springfield cartridge. Due to the short neck, heavier bullets, particularly those weighing greater than 13 grams, and monometal bullets such as the Barnes X will need to be seated more deeply into the cartridge, as the bullet will take up volume which could have been taken by the propellant velocity, and the advantages diminish as the weight of the bullet increases. The 300 Winchester Magnum is known for its accuracy. It's been used in 1,000-yard and 1,100-yard competitions. While in hunting situations, such accuracy is unnecessary, such accuracy does aid in extending the range of the cartridge. Taken together with its performance, it remains one of the most useful and popular cartridges today. Although cartridges such as the 30-378 Weatherby Magnum, the 300 Remington Ultra Magnum, and the 300 Weatherby Magnum all exceed performance of the 300 Winchester Magnum, none of these cartridges can be chambered in a standard length action. Few 30 caliber standard length cartridges can match the performance and versatility of the 300 Winchester Magnum. The downside to this performance is recoil. The amount of recoil the cartridge generates is a step up from the non-Magnum 30 caliber cartridge. Its recoil is about 30% greater than that of a .30-06 Springfield, which is known as a stout cartridge. With the average load for a 300 Winchester Magnum, the recoil energy is roughly 30 foot-pounds. This would put the 300 Winchester Magnum at the upper limit of what most shooters can shoot comfortably for extended shooting sessions. As a rough comparison, the recoil of the 300 Winchester Magnum is roughly comparable to a 12-gauge shotgun shooting 1-ounce slugs. This greater recoil can make the 300 Winchester Magnum, despite its inherent accuracy advantages, a harder cartridge to shoot accurately when compared to a non-Magnum 30 caliber cartridge such as the .30-06 Springfield or the .308 Winchester. On the other hand, recoil is subjective, and one can get used to it with practice. Also, many rifles available today now have effective recoil attenuating features built into them, such as muzzle compensators and energy-absorbing stocks and butt pads that can significantly lessen recoil as it is felt by the shooter. Recoil from the 300 Win Mag is noticeably higher than the well-known popular .30-06 Springfield. Subsequently, the Remington has made low-coil rounds called managed recoil available for the 300 Win Mag, which recoil less while providing a similar performance to the .30-06 Springfield. And because we're looking at this amendment to exclude the 300 Win Mag, and we anticipate it being used for hunting applications as well as others, we should say that the 300 Winchester Magnum is well suited for a wide range of game. Due to its flat trajectory, high kinetic energy, the cartridge is favored round for big game worldwide, for ranged shots and mountain hunting. The cartridge is commercially loaded with bullets ranging from 150 to 220 grains. It is often used when hunting the members of the ungulate family, such as the Dall sheep, the mule deer, the elk, and moose, being a popular cartridge among hunters for these big game species. Elk can weigh as much as 1,000 pounds, moose as much as 1,400 pounds. Bullet weights of 10 to 13 grams are the preferred choices for these game species. Controlled expansion bullets are more effective than lighter bullets for these larger species of ungulate. Bullets weighing 9 to 11 grams are adequate for smaller deer and mule deer or white-tailed deer. 150 grain bullets are generally used for hunting medium-sized game species. Factory loads are usually loaded to leave the muzzle at 3,200 feet per second, offering the hunter a flat trajectory for long-range shots. Nevertheless, hand loaders may increase muzzle velocities. 165 and 168 grain bullets also offer a flat trajectory with higher ballistic coefficients, which retain accuracy and kinetic energy over distance. The most popular bullet weight is 180 grain, which is commercially loaded to a muzzle velocity of 300 feet per second. This load offers a balance between flat trajectory, ballistic coefficient, and energy, allowing large-sized big game animals such as elk and moose to be killed at considerable distances. Loaded with heavier 200 grain bullets, the 300 Win Mag is effective in hunting thick-boned, heavier game. With its high velocity, low bullet drop, and high energy retention, the 300 Winchester Magnum is used for hunting sheep and other mountain game species, even at extended range. This may be considered unethical for many sport hunters. The 300 Winchester Magnum cartridge is effective on dangerous game such as bear. Both black bears and grizzly bears are hunted using this cartridge. The 300 Winchester Magnum is a lighter cartridge than typically necessary for the largest bears, loaded with heavier bullets. Hunters have had success with the cartridge against those bears. And I think it's important to note with this amendment, L59, that we know how this applies in military and law enforcement. The 300 Win Mag sees use in long-range bench rest shooting competitions and has been adopted by law enforcement, marksmen, and by a few specific branches of the U.S. military for use by snipers. Maximum effective range is generally accepted at 1,200 yards with ammunition incorporating low drag projectiles. Sub 1 minute of angle or MOA accuracy out to 1,000 yards is not unusual in precise built rifles firing match grade ammunition. The U.S. government purchased MK248 Mod 1 300 Winchester Magnum match grade ammunition in 2009 for its use in adapted M24 sniper weapon systems and other 300 Winchester Magnum sniper rifles such as the U.S. Navy MK13s. This ammunition was developed as a 300 Winchester Magnum match product improvement and uses the 220 grain Sierra Match King hollow point boat tail, a very low drag bullet fired at nominal muzzle velocity of 2,800 feet per second. According to the U.S. Navy, this ammunition should increase the maximum effective range of the 300 Winchester Magnum sniper rifle systems to 1,500 yards. Decrease wind deflection on bullets in flight and use Hodgdon H1000, a reduced muzzle flash propellant that remains temperature stable across an operational temperature of negative 25 degrees Fahrenheit to 165 degrees Fahrenheit. The 3.55-inch long MK248 Mod 1 or a like ammunition is not offered commercially since it exceeds SAMI standards for overall length and maximum chamber pressure. However, the hand loader can take advantage of modern advances in powder technology and actually exceed the velocity of the MK248 Mod 1 cartridge while still loading to maximum SAMI cartridge overall length and maintaining safe pressure. According to JBM Ballistics, using the 310 G7 ballistic coefficient provided by Brian Litz and the weapon employment zone analysis of the XM 2010 rifle, sources noted, with various 300 Winchester Magnum ammunition types, when it's fired at its nominal muzzle velocity of 869 meters per second, should have 1,286 to 1,289 meters of supersonic range under the international standard atmosphere conditions at sea level. In January of 2014, the U.S. Department of Defense annual testing report found that the older A191 or MK248 300 Winchester Magnum service round loaded with aerodynamically less efficient 190 grain Sierra Match King hollow point boat tail bullets fired from the XM 2010 demonstrated adequate performance and lethality. Live fire tests were conducted in March 2013 against ballistics gelatin, light material barriers, and other targets to determine the projectile's ability to perforate targets. This was the first time the Pentagon's Director Operational Test and Evaluation tested the round, which can hit targets out to 1,200 meters. Several companies, among them HS Precision, Kimber, and Remington, manufactured rifles chambered for the 300 Winchester Magnum, specifically targeted at law enforcement agencies. The Chattanooga Police Department and the Minot Police Department, SWAT units, and the LA County Sheriff's Department Special Enforcement Bureau notes, which have adopted the 300 Winchester Magnum in some capacity. Due to the power and performance of the 300 Winchester Magnum cartridge, the cartridge is more likely to be employed by special units within the police department. And that is the 300 Winchester Magnum details, so that you know. Next up, I've got the 270 Winchester details and the 243 Winchester details. But before I go into that, I'd love to see, so
the millions can hear you.
right, I can hear myself. And so before I jump into the details of the 270 and the 243, I'd just like to say that these are typically very much hunting rounds and target rounds. They're things that I have in my home. There's things that I share with my kids. And we all have a great time building family experiences together at the range using these rounds. I rise in support of L59, and I'll be back to talk about the 270 and the 243 rounds.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we're still on L59, which is notwithstanding the prohibition on selling ammunition to a person who is under 21 years of age, described in subsection 1B of this section, a retail ammunition vendor may sell the following types of ammunition to a person who is 18 years of age or older and but under 21 years of age. One of the things I'd like to point out is one of these calibers that we're talking about is a 243. 243 is a really good caliber to get your kids started in when you want to teach them how to hunt. Especially my two daughters, they both have a 243 rifle. And I wanted to make sure that, because if they shot my rifles, I mean, that's going to give them a pretty big kickback with my 7mm and my 270 and I have a lot of big ones that would bother them. So the 243 is very important that my kids started on. So in the 243 Winchester, it actually started off as a 6mm cartridge neck down from a 308 case, and it was introduced in 1955. And I really want to point out that the 243 is really, really important because that's what most kids will start with, because it not only it has the knockdown power of a 24 caliber bullet, because that's what, if you really look, that's what you're looking at, is the 24 at the beginning of the 243 is the diameter or the caliber, and then the Winchester or the 270 Winchester 270 is 27 caliber. That's really what you're looking at. But what you're talking about here is like the 243 is so important to kids. Like, it is a good thing to get started off. Is my first rifle was a 30-30. So that's that. A 30-30 has a pretty good punch, but it doesn't go that far. And I remember hunting in a lot of dark timber, so that's why we had a 30-30. But a 243 is a pretty good rifle to be able to reach out, you know, a good 200, 300 yards to be able to hit something. Shoots pretty flat. It's not a bad rifle, not a bad caliber. So that's why it's so important that we allow people younger to be able to buy this ammunition, because it's good rifle ammunition for hunting. Bolt action rifles that we use with scopes on them to be able to hunt big game. That's what we're asking for. These exemptions aren't much to ask for on these rifles or this ammunition, because this is all hunting ammunition. They don't go, I mean, I will say that my bolt action rifle has a magazine, but it's a bolt action, and that magazine is very small. It only holds 3 or 4 rounds. And when you're sitting there and you're reloading these ammunitions and you're reloading that, one of the things that you have to do is you have to sit there, especially with the 243, and you have to get it right. You have to make sure it fits in that magazine or it fits in that rifle. I usually have the rifle right there so I can make sure that it fits perfectly without any flaws. And then again, attention to detail, where you start reloading them all exactly the same. But making the 243 Winchester ammunition for younger people to buy is just really, really important. Much of the original claim about all-around the capabilities of the 243 can be credited to the late Warren Page in the shooting edition of the Field and Stream. He was the one that made it, that really made it popular, the 243 ammunition. So the caliber. Again, 243s, the reason why I made sure when we did this amendment that the 243 was on here was to make sure that kids could really get into where they could handle this kind of ammunition, this kind of round, this kind of caliber when they go out and go hunting. Because when you want to make sure that you're going hunting with these calibers, you're going to go out there and make sure you practice a lot. So you make sure that you are accurate and you have small groupings. So that way you don't miss that far off. So we want to make sure that these calibers that we're talking about, the 300 Winchester Magnum ammunition, the 270 Winchester ammunition, 243 is really important to get kids involved, to make sure that when they're out there hunting and they want to go hunting, that this is a caliber that they're allowed to use in a single shot rifle that'll work. So anyway, I rise in support of L59 and ask for an aye vote, and I'm also going to ask for a division.
Is there any further discussion?
Division.
Senator Kipp.
Oh.
Thank you for sharing all of that information with us. Really appreciate it. So I just wanted to point out that in the bill, we already have exemptions for hunting, right? So we have people who have certain hunters' qualifications, and let me just make sure I use the correct language here. Persons aged 18 to 20 who have certain hunter qualifications, including a hunter education certification or an expired or unexpired hunting license with a verified hunter education certification, are exempted from the bill already. The bill is actually a whole lot of exemptions, so just want to make that very clear. The ammunition that we're talking about here are very specific hunting calibers that are coincidentally much more powerful than the most common AR-15 caliber or .223 Remington. And people produce AR-10s in those calibers, so someone under 21 could simply carry out an even deadlier mass shooting with a somewhat heavier firearm. Again, hunting, those certain hunters are already excluded, exempted from the bill, and we ask for a no vote.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to point out that hunters with a hunter education card are excluded. If my 18-year-old grandson hasn't purchased a hunting license or been through a hunter education course but wants to take predators off of my farm, under the bill, without this amendment, he's not able to purchase ammunition to do that. So it does cover people between 18 and 21 who have been through a hunter education course, but there are instances, I argue, where there are instances and occurrences where I don't need that to do what I need to accomplish on my farm. I ask for support.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? The motion is the adoption of Amendment L09. A division has been requested.
Senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5. A division has been requested.
A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. Can y'all hear me? Oh, there. The motion is the adoption of L059. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. That motion fails. To the bill. Senator Pelton B.
Okay, so we weren't able to get those calibers. We weren't able to get those calibers exempted, so I have another one to try. It's more hunting, right? It's more hunting calibers.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 58?
Amendment L58, amending ring gross bill,
Senator
page
Pelton.
5.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I move L058.
Is there any discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Pelton.
To the amendment, right?
To the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this one does is that this one says that we're going to make 6.5 millimeter Creedmoor ammunition, 7 millimeter PRC ammunition, and the 450 Bushmaster ammunition exempt from the bill, where people can still buy it if they're younger than what the bill says. So the 7 millimeter hunting rifle now we were talking about the 300 mag, we're talking about the 270 mag and the 243 in the last amendment. This one, we're talking about some bigger ammunition. And what we're talking about with this ammunition is we're talking about it will reach out there really far away, flat shooting, that sort of thing, for hunting ammunition. The 7 millimeter Remington Magnum, which is what we're asking for, the 7 millimeter PRC, is in 1962, Remington introduced the new 7 millimeter mag cartridge in their, and what they were talking about with their new model 700 bolt action rifle. So again, this goes further than the 270. And it has the stopping power, definitely the stopping power of better than a 270 when you're talking about for hunting large game. This cartridge has become extremely popular, rivaling the 270 and possessing enough power to account for anything from varmints to moose. So I will tell you, I've actually used a 7 millimeter before to go out and shoot prairie dogs because it was the only thing I had ammunition for at the time. So it definitely will do that job very well. You just have to be careful because whenever you're shooting your rifle, you got to make sure you see what's beyond you so you're not hitting any houses or sprinklers or that sort of thing. So the 7 millimeter will definitely go quite a ways away when you're talking about big time ammunition. I will tell you that the next one too that we're talking about is the 6.5 Creedmoor. There's several of them. There's 6.5 Krindle, 6.5 Swedish Mauser. There's all kinds of them, but the 6.5 Creedmoor is kind of a new one too. It is, I mean, it's considered to be the most popular well-balanced cartridge. And the reloading part of it is a little bit more difficult because the cartridge is so much smaller and that sort of thing. And it was developed by Hornady's senior ballistic scientist when you're talking about the 6.5 Creedmoor. Basically, what they did was they designed it. It was an ultimate across the course cartridge. And initial factory offerings was about 120 to 140 grains when we're talking about this ammo with the AMAX bullet. And the factory loaded data printed on the label as the ammunition could be matched by any hand loader. So again, when we go back to the bill, when we talk about the bill, we talk about page 2, line 6. When we're talking about hand loaders, that would not be legal in the bill for anybody underage to buy it. So what I'm asking for is that when we're talking about the 7mm PRC language or the PRC ammunition, we're asking for it to be exempt from the age limit as well. So we're working diligently to try to find a what do you want to call happy medium where if somebody doesn't take their hunter's safety and that sort of thing, but they still want to take care of varmints, as it says in the book here, taking care of varmints, would be able to have that happen. And so what we're asking for is that these particular ammunitions or calibers be exempt from the bill. And I ask for an aye vote on L058.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L58, providing a exclusion for the 6.5 millimeter Creedmoor round, the 7mm PRC round, and the 450 Bushmaster round. And you should know about this, why this ammunition should be exempted from this. So I'm going to talk about the 450 Bushmaster for a minute. The 450 Bushmaster is a rifle cartridge developed by Tim Legendre of Lamag Firearms and is licensed to Bushmaster Firearms International. The 450 Bushmaster is designed to be used in a standard M16 or an AR-15 using a modified magazine and upper receiver assembly. The history behind the 450 Bushmaster is descended from the thumper concept popularized by gunwriter Jeff Cooper. Cooper was dissatisfied with the smaller diameter 5.56 round, or the 223, of the AR-15 and envisioned a need for a larger bore, at least 44 in caliber size, a cartridge in a semi-automatic rifle to provide one shot on big game animals at 250 yards. Inspired by this, Legendre developed his .45 Professional and later built and delivered the .45 Professional to Cooper. Bushmaster requested the ammunition manufacturer Hornady to produce the .45 Professional cartridge for this project, but Hornady wanted to shorten the cartridge case and overall length to accommodate their 4.52-inch 250 grain pointed SST flex tip. Bushmaster and Legendre approved the change from a 1.772-inch case to a 2.362-inch overall length to the now standard 1.700-inch case and 2.260-inch OAL. And that stands for overall length. This permitted operation in the more abundant and more popular AR-15 platform versus the AR-10 platform. Also, a name change to the 450 Bushmaster was approved. And I own both of those AR-15s as well as the AR-10. I can speak to the performance differences between the two. The 450 Bushmaster makes use of the 4.52-inch bullet because the lower impact velocities and energies would not adequately expand to the heavier jacketed 4.58-inch bullet. The cartridge is chambered in a bolt-action rifle by Ruger, Savage, Mossberg, and Remington. Ruger's #1 shot rifle, the AR-15, as well as the AR-15 pistol by Franklin Armory. Ballistically, the 450 Bushmaster has a rather flat trajectory out to 200 yards if the firearm is zeroed at 150 yards. The user can expect to see a rise of 1.8 inches at 100 yards, 0 at 150 yards, and a drop of 4.9 inches at 200 yards. The cartridge fits single stacked in a standard AR-15 magazine with a single stack follower. A 10-round AR-15 mag body yields a 4-round magazine, and a 20-round AR-15 mag yields a 5 to 7 round magazine. The 20-round AR-15 magazine yields a 5 to 7 round. The 30-round body yields a 9-round magazine. Hornady, Remington, and Federal now manufacture ammunition for the rifle, and Starline manufactures empty brass for the hand loading. That's the 450 Bushmaster, and according to Amendment L58, we're also considering the 6.5 millimeter Creedmoor as an exemption. The 6.5 millimeter Creedmoor, you would want to know about that if you were voting yes or no, and I feel like it's important to know the data behind this. 6.5 millimeter Creedmoor is a centerfire rifle cartridge introduced by Hornady in 2007. It was developed by Hornady senior ballistic scientist Dave Emery in partnership with Dennis DeMille, the vice president of the product development at Creedmoor Sports, hence the name. The cartridge is necked down modification of the .30 Thompson Center. The 6.5 millimeter Creedmoor was designed specifically for long-range target shooting, although it has been successfully used in medium game hunting. Bullet for bullet, the 6.5 millimeter Creedmoor achieves a slower muzzle velocity than other longer cartridges such as the 6.5 284 Norma or Magnum cartridges such as the 6.5 millimeter Remington Magnum. However, with an overall length of 2.825 inches, it can be chambered in short action rifles such as the 6.5 by 47 Lupua. The way that the 6.5 millimeter Creedmoor round is designed in general, 6.5 millimeter bullets are known for their high sectional density and their ballistic coefficients, and often have been used in successful rifle competitions. The 6.5 millimeter Creedmoor was designed for target shooting at longer ranges, and as such, couples a sensible ratio of case volume to bore area with ample space for loading longer, slender projectiles, providing good aerodynamic efficiency and external ballistic performance for the projectile diameter. For some loads, the 6.5 millimeter Creedmoor is capable of duplicating the muzzle velocity or trajectory of the .300 Winchester Magnum, which we talked about in Amendment L059, while generating significantly lower recoil based on lighter projectile weight. The dimensions, you'd probably want to know if you're voting on this. The 6.5 millimeter Creedmoor has a 3.4 ml cartridge case capacity. The 6.5 Creedmoor maximum CIP cartridge dimensions, all of these following sizes are in millimeters. Americans define the shoulder angle at alpha divided by 2 or 30 degrees. The common rifling twist rate for the cartridge is 203 millimeters, 6 grooves, which equals 6.5 millimeters. According to official CIP rulings, the 6.5 millimeter Creedmoor can handle up to 435 MPA or 63,000 PSI. In CIP-regulated countries, every rifle cartridge combo has been proofed at 125% of this maximum CIP pressure to certify for sale to its consumers. In CIP-regulated areas, the 6.5 millimeter Creedmoor chambered arms are proof tested at 543 MPA or over 78,000 PSI. The performance. We should talk about the performance of the 6.5 millimeter Creedmoor. if you're going to vote yes or no on it on Amendment L58. And the performance of it is as follows. The 6.5 millimeter Creedmoor is known for its exceptional accuracy, long-range performance. According to Gunner's Review, this ammunition is often regarded as a secret weapon for precision shooters due to its impressive ballistic properties. The 6.5 millimeter Creedmoor is a medium power cartridge comparable to the 2.60 Remington and the 6.5 by 47 millimeter Lapua. Its energy at 300 yards using 129 grain Hornady SST bullets is listed by an independent reviewer as 1,641 foot-pounds force. For the 140 grain bullet at 2,700 feet per second, another reviewer reports for a 6-inch high target of 265 yards and reports a manufacturer claim of almost 1,600 feet of retained energy at 300 yards using 24-inch barrel. The SAMI test data confirms the 6.5 millimeter Creedmoor, 15 feet from muzzle, velocity of 2,940 feet per second for the 129 grain bullets, and 2,690 feet per second for the 140 grain bullet, which compares to the 300 Winchester Magnum we talked about in Amendment L59. The 6.5 millimeter Creedmoor caliber with 140 grain ammunition from both Hornady and Desert Tech and shot with a Desert Tech MDRX rifle achieved groups averaging half to sub MOA. The cartridge stays supersonic and maintains its accuracy past 1,200 yards, while the 308 Winchester with 168 grain matched bullets has a supersonic range of about 975 yards. So obviously better range. A semi-automatic sniper rifle with 20-inch barrel chambered 6.5 millimeter Creedmoor is capable of engaging military targets point blank range to 1,200 meters. And we should probably know what the hand loading criteria is if we're going to consider a vote on Amendment L58. The hand loading costs for the 6.5 millimeter Creedmoor are roughly equivalent to other 6.5 millimeter cartridges, such as the 6.5 by 47 Lapua, due to the availability of a Lapua small primer brass for both cartridges. As of January 2020, Lapua is also manufacturing the 6.5 Creedmoor brass with large rifle primers. Norma makes brass for the cartridge, and Norma brass is available through several major retailers at approximately the same cost as the Lapua brass. Lapua brass for the 6.5 by 47 lasts about 12 to 20 reloads. Starline sells brass cases with either large or small primer pockets, with small pocket brass costing slightly more. After the 6.5 millimeter Creedmoor was introduced, it was advertised as a 60,000 PSI capable case. However, after it was placed into production, Hornady listed it as 62,000 PSI, then registered it with SAMI as such. For this reason, many hand loaders have poor experiences reloading for it. Blown primers after the first shot at 62,000 PSI are not uncommon. Early shooting articles listed the ammo as loaded at 58,000 PSI, but later sightings list it as 57,000 PSI. Hornady reduced the loads in its factory ammo because of complaints it was often blowing primers. The 6 millimeter Creedmoor is a neck-down version of the 6.5, lighter than the 6.5. Let's talk a little bit about I'm going to save that for my voice for later. So with this, I rise in support of Amendment L58, which would exclude the 6.5 millimeter Creedmoor ammunition, the 7 millimeter PRC ammunition, and the 450 Bushmaster ammunition from the purchasing age requirements of this bill.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we're on L58. I rise in support of L58. This one, the one that intrigues me, I mean, because I mean, I have used a 6.5 cream board before and a 7mm before, but the one that intrigues me the most is the 450 Bushmaster. 450 Bushmaster is capable of taking any North American game at short and moderate ranges. The 450 Bushmaster delivers performance at the similar to the 444 Marlin. Which is exceptional performance for a lightweight, quick handling platform, and is quite possibly one of the best brush guns. So when I talk about brush guns, when I was talking about earlier about my 30-30 I had, it's a short range rifle. And that rifle, when I used it, it was in really dark timber. So that's what we're talking about with the 450 Bushmaster. It's the same way. It's a very, Jeff Cooper conceptualized the thumper in his writing with the 44 caliber, and it's capable of taking large game up to 250 yards. The 450 Bushmaster is the same way with that one. When we talk about the 450 Bushmaster, it has a lot of capable power when we talk about the 240 grain bullet, the 250 grain bullet, and the 300 grain bullet. That's a pretty good size bullet to take down a moose or an elk or even a bear, if that's what you're using it for. And that is just a really, and it's becoming more and more popular amongst those folks that are hunting in some dark timber. When I talk about dark timber, I'm talking about it's a bunch of the pine trees that grow very close together. That the reason why it's called dark timber is it could be a big sunny day, and you're not gonna, when you walk around in there, it's gonna be very, very dark when you're walking around in there. So the visibility is gonna be short. It's a good gun to be able to take, a hunting rifle to be able to take in there in order to really be successful in those short ranges and that sort of thing. So again, when we're talking about making these exempt from the bill, we're talking about 6.5 millimeter Creedmoor ammunition, 7 millimeter PRC ammunition, and we're talking about 450 Bushmaster ammunition. And I ask for an aye vote on L58.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I too would like to support this amendment, L58. Like the prior amendment, I think it makes a distinction here that's important in our state, particularly for hunting and for rural areas. Currently federal law basically says that you have to be 21 years of age to purchase ammunition for a handgun, and 18 years for rifles, shotguns. And I think that's a recognition, certainly at the federal level, that we need to make this distinction. Many folks in this country, and particularly in our state, grow up with their parents teaching them to go hunting, using rifles, using shotguns. This particular amendment just makes it clear that we want to exclude certain ammunition, 6.5 millimeter Creedmoor, 7 millimeter PRC ammunition, and the 450 Bushmaster ammunition. I think it's important to spell these out specifically in a bill like this, so we make it clear to folks that we recognize the tradition of hunting in our state, the tradition of particularly people in that age range over 18 years of age who have grown up hunting, particularly in the rural areas. I would say, just as a general rule, it's important in this bill, since we're putting these kind of restrictions in here, and I noticed they're already, they've had to put quite a number of exceptions in here, because it's occurred to people that a lot of the activities that people engage in perfectly legally We need to clarify in the bill that those are not covered by the bill. And to me, there's always a question about this type of legislation. I mean, these are folks going to buy ammunition at legal establishments, licensed establishments, firearm dealers. These are not the type of folks who are committing the illegal criminal activity that we're trying to get at in these type of laws. Quite frankly, I don't think they pay much attention to laws like this. These laws end up, restricting the rights of folks who want to live within the law, act within the law. So I think this is another good amendment. I supported the prior amendment as well, L59. I think we need to make a clear delineation of the different types of ammunition that are used for hunting and recreation in our state. If we're going to go beyond federal law and have our own rules, we want to make sure this law makes sense. I also want to just make a comment about, younger folks who learn a lot about firearms. I know my son and I, we participated in scouting. I know there is a amendment that was added in here on rifle ranges and those type of things. But I also want to make sure that we're not, putting limits on, things like scout camps and other camps where young people really learn responsible use of firearms, and they're using ammunition. They're shooting rifles at 14 years, 15 years, and they're learning responsible gun ownership. And I think this bill restricting a lot of these things sends the wrong message. Now, I don't know if we've clearly carved out those type of activities, but if we haven't, and if the sponsors of these bills have any comments on that, I'd appreciate it, but I want to make sure we're carving out, young people learning firearm safety at a scout camp or that type of thing. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 59? Senator Liston. I apologize, 58, Amendment 58. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I rise in support of Amendment 58. The good senator from Highlands Ranch, brought something to my attention. I was in scouting for several years. In fact, I'm an Eagle Scout. Yeah. And I remember distinctly going to scout camp on several occasions where it was inculcated in all of us about the safety of firearms. And before we could even touch the huge 22 single-shot bolt-action rifle, it was a single-shot bolt-action 22, that's what we shot with, is that it was constantly drilled in us, how to be safe and the respect for firearms, whether it was a 22 or whatever it might have been. That, to this very day, has stayed with me, which I've passed along to my daughter, as well as others that I've been around with. So, firearm safety, here I know that this amendment deals with higher caliber ammunition, but it's very important that before you start shooting ammunition, whether it's the 7mm or the 450 Bushmaster, whatever it may be, is that most people, before they've ever started with any type of this ammunition, have probably started with 22 ammunition. And so, it's very apparent to me that before you run, you got to learn how to walk. And by learning that safety, whether you learn it in scouting or you learn it through the Eddie Eagle program, through the NRA, or you learn it from your parents or your uncle or whatever, is that it's very important that you learn it even before you're 18 years old, no matter what age. You can never be too young to learn about the safety and the responsibility of being a responsible firearms owner, as well as treating the ammunition with the utmost respect. So it's for that reason and many others that I also rise in support of Amendment L058. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L058? Senator Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For all the same reasons on the last amendment, we would urge a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 58? The motion is the adoption of Amendment 58. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of Amendment 59. All those in favor, please stand. Correction. The motion is the adoption of Amendment 58. All those in favor, please stand.
You have a very nice voice, just saying.
Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand.
You were a singer? No, you're good.
The chair is not in doubt. The motion for the adoption of Amendment 58 is lost. To the bill. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I reflected for a few minutes on the bill sponsor's opening remarks. one of the bill sponsors' opening remarks. And it struck me that this was a really important point, because one of the statements that was made was that we have, and one of the reasons for this bill is that we have retail theft going on of ammunition, which should absolutely never, ever, ever be condoned. That I think the statement was made, we have people walking into sporting goods stores and filling their pockets with ammunition, boxes of ammunition, and walking out the door. And I had to ask myself, why is that? Why is that happening? And I would argue, and I submit to you today, that one of the reasons that is happening is that we have created a permissive atmosphere here in Colorado around retail theft that is candidly extraordinarily disheartening. It's not only disheartening to me, but it's a really, really big problem for our retailers in the state of Colorado. There was legislation proposed, I believe, in the House earlier this year around retail theft, and that legislation was killed in committee very quickly. So I think it's really good that we're having this conversation. I think it's really important that we're having this conversation, because in Colorado, retail theft is approaching $1 billion, with a B, dollars per year. And that's according to the Colorado Retail Association. That's not a number that I just made up out of the air. $1 billion a year. And if you look at, so $1 billion a year, who cares, right? You know, those retailers are insured. Okay, I care. The retailers care. The insurance companies sure as heck care. But we here in this legislature should also care, because at 2.9% sales tax, that equates to $29 million a year in lost sales taxes. Again, a year, $29 million in loss. I would submit to you that $29 million would buy a heck of a lot of furniture for this legislature. Maybe some other nice things. So I'd just like to talk a little bit about the penalties currently on book for retail theft or shoplifting. So right now, the penalties are essentially based on the value of the goods. And those penalties range from petty offenses for things under $300 to felonies if whatever you steal exceeds $2,000. So say you steal something that's valued under $300, that's a class 1 petty offense, and you get a kind of a slap on the wrist for that. And if it's between $300 and $2,000, it's a misdemeanor. The value of the stolen goods determines the class of that. So a class 3 misdemeanor is $300 to $750. A class 2 misdemeanor is $300 to $1,000. And class 1 misdemeanor is $750 to $2,000. Now, if you're really going for broke and you're stealing goods from a retail establishment, it can be a lot more. It could be a class 4 felony. It could be a class 3 felony. But my point to this is, we might be talking about T-shirts from the Gap, or we might be talking about power tools from Home Depot, or we could be talking about ammunition from Cabela's. And I would submit to you that the power tools that are stolen from Home Depot have a consequence much less than ammunition that is stolen from Cabela's. We play very hard and fast with our businesses here in Colorado when it comes to regulation. And this is just yet one more example of how we're planning to regulate the gun dealers in the state of Colorado. This legislation has created all these carve-outs for various groups that make the bill really confusing for businesses and individuals trying to buy ammunition. How do you know if you fall into this range? How do you know if you actually qualify to buy ammunition if you're between 18 and 21? So to reiterate these carve-outs, if you're an operator of a shooting range that provides opportunities for the public to engage in shooting sports or education for use at the shooting range, that's one exclusion. If you're a member of the U.S. military or National Guard, Colorado National Guard, another exclusion. Someone with a valid hunter education certificate recognized by the Department of Parks and Wildlife. Boy, they've got a lot on their plate now, don't they? In addition, one thing that was amended into the bill, which I'm very happy about, and I'll be talking about quite a bit more here in a little bit, but another exclusion is someone who provides documentation. Keep in mind, they have to provide documentation that they are a protected person in a protection order that is in effect. That's awesome. All of these things are in this bill, these exclusions, and these are all items that if you are a retail establishment that sells ammunition, you have to go through this checklist if somebody comes to you and presumably you ask for their ID to ascertain their age. And if they're not 21, do they fall into any of these categories? And do they have appropriate documentation that they fall into those categories? This is, I think, a burden, because if you are a firearms seller, you won't be able to sell or display this ammunition in a way that allows the ammunition to be accessed by a buyer unless they have help. So that means that if you are one of these businesses, you're probably going to have to hire somebody. Now you're going to have to hire another employee so you can comply with yet another onerous state law handed down. Yet another. This bill means that each business is going to have to make sure that they have enough employees who are available at all times to retrieve ammunition. And if you're a small store, which is candidly the vast majority, these are mom and pop stores that are being quashed under the heavy hand of Colorado state government, these smaller stores are really going to struggle to keep up. Are they going to lose sales? Yeah, maybe. I mean, if you're a small gun store, adding even one full-time employee is going to be a huge hit to your bottom line. And some of you may not care about that. Maybe you're like, yeah, fine, who cares? I think we should all care about Colorado businesses. That's my particular opinion. But the reality is it's going to be far easier for people to order ammunition online than to wait for somebody to come assist you. And that's going to continue to drive business online rather than to our brick and mortar stores. And once again, another hit to Colorado state sales tax. And let's not forget that brand new, sparkly, shiny excise tax that we have now placed on firearms and ammunition. So with that, members who are listening in rapt attention, thank you. I would like to offer an amendment.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 71?
Amendment 71, amend re-engross bill, page 8, after
Senator
line 5,
Frizzell.
insert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a very simple amendment, but it speaks to what I've been talking to. Mr. Chair, I would like to move Amendment L071 to House Bill 1133.
Is there any discussion?
And I don't ask for it to be properly displayed.
Senator Frizzell.
Yes, so I would like to talk a little bit about this amendment. I have outlined in my comments leading up to this the issues that our retail industry is already subject to. They are under huge burden because of retail theft. The retail theft that was described in the bill sponsor's opening comments, the retail theft that we continually and unfortunately don't really deal with effectively in this building. And so this amendment's very simple. It really just makes the theft of ammunition a Class 6 felony, regardless of the value of the ammunition. So going back, remember I talked about all the different penalties that we have for theft, and it's based on the value. And I submit to you today that the consequence of ammunition theft is much greater, it can be much greater, than the theft of a t-shirt from the Gap or a power tool from Lowe's. And I think that the consequence of that theft should also be greater. And so that's why I bring to you, heart in hand, this amendment making the theft of ammunition a Class 6 felony, and if there is a second or subsequent offense for theft of ammunition, so this person is a repeat offender, as they say, that would be a Class 5 felony for charge. Thank you very much, and I would love to open this up for discussion.
Is there any discussion on Amendment 71? Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, members, I rise in support of Amendment 71, to no one's great surprise. I thank the good senator from Castle Rock for bringing this amendment. You know, theft is bad, and we want to cut down on retail theft. And it's really bad if you're stealing ammunition, though, you know, I don't know if there's any real statistics about the theft of stealing ammunition, because most of the time the stores that I go into, they have security cameras all around, as I think about it, and they have metal detectors at the doors so that, and they have people watching, but I know even with those protections that there still could potentially be some theft of ammunition. And if there should be, then as the sponsors of the bill, they're concerned about having the ammunition locked up, but if they're concerned about that, which, you know, I share, you know, you don't want to have ammunition stolen, then, you know, let's put some teeth in it. It shouldn't just be a slap on the hand. You know, ammunition's pretty expensive. It's only gotten more expensive over the last few sessions, and probably under this bill, it'll even get more and more expensive. So if someone goes in and steals, they're probably not going to steal .22 ammunition, because that is so plentiful that, you know, why steal something that so many thousands, tens of thousands of people have .22 ammunition? They're going to go out and they're going to steal big boxes. If you've seen ammunition of like 12 rounds to a box, you know, it's pretty good size, and plus it weighs quite a bit. So, you know, and that can be for 12 rounds of some of this ammunition, that can be upwards of, help me out, $25, $30 or more per box. And so somebody that goes and they try and hide the ammunition in their pockets or wherever, you know, you're going to hear the clink clink of the ammunition sometimes, though it's generally in individual cartridges. But if you're stealing from a retail store, or you're stealing, period, that's bad. And if you're stealing lots of ammunition, that's really bad. So we need to make it so that if indeed, I don't know what it is exactly for a Class 5 felony. I'm sure the good senator has figured out what the difference is between a Class 6 or Class 5 and so forth. But people should get more than just their hands wrapped for stealing ammunition. And the harm that it does to retail stores, though, you know, this is just my opinion. I think ultimately, if this bill should pass, Colorado is going to probably be known as one of the worst states in the nation to buy any type of firearms or ammunition or anything. It's just going to drive away people. It's going to ultimately hurt the sale of ammunition and so forth. So anyways, if people are stealing boxes of high-powered ammunition, whether it's 7mm or 8mm or Magnum ammunition, whatever it may be, there should be a little more severe repercussion than just shoplifting. This is not shoplifting, this is theft. And so I commend the good senator for bringing this, and I urge an aye vote on Amendment L071. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 71? Senator Wiseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I want to lay out 2 lines of discussion about this particular amendment. First, I think the prior comments illustrate that, you know, ammunition, if it is done wrong with, can do ill, you know. We're not talking about just anything. I think that's the point of the bill. I think maybe there's an argument in some of what the senator from El Paso County just said to support the bill, but we're not on the bill. So to the amendment. I think for members who haven't been around here as long or haven't followed all the things that go through the judiciary committees in as much detail, we need to start by understanding how it is that we have agreed in a bipartisan way in this chamber in years past to penalize simple theft. You know, we're not talking about necessarily use of force, robbery, breaking and entry, burglary. Those are already felonies, and that's fine. Those offenses have other elements. Before 2013, theft of $500 was per se a Class 4 felony in the state of Colorado. Again, you shouldn't steal things. There have to be consequences. The judgment at that point is we are now sending people to Colorado DOC at a cost of $50,000 a year or more for 2 to 6 years on a value point that frankly didn't sync up. So there was an agreement starting in 2013 to move to what's called a value-based approach in the theft statute, where you take a little bit, you suffer a lower penalty, you steal more, you start to suffer a higher and higher penalty. That makes sense. The wrong done should be in proportion to the sentence that you pay. I want members to understand that there are already provisions in the theft statute, I believe they've been there for a long time, that allow for aggregation of the value that is the predicate of the charge level in a couple of different ways. One is over time, and the other is over sort of a course of conduct against the same store. Statute talks in terms of person, but we can construe that broadly as well. So if somebody steals from a store this week, and then they steal from a different store next week, and then they steal from a different store, you know, later that same week, there's actually a provision in the statute that allows aggregation over a period of 6 months. And very readily there, you could be from a misdemeanor into a felony, because as we've talked about, particularly the higher caliber modern types of ammunition aren't cheap. You know, you can get into misdemeanor territory very easily and felony territory in a concerted way, not without much more difficulty after that. And the point is, the theft statute already delineates between one act and a course of conduct that might be verging on organized. The theft statute also provides that theft from a person, I think we're mostly talking about in a retail context, but if theft is from a person, that's already a felony 5 if no force is used, because if I steal from a person with any force or threat of force, now that's robbery, and that's a felony. And of course, if I break and enter into a place to take ammunition, that's burglary. That's also a felony, and then you're going to have the underlying offense that's committed downstream of the burglary. So we have felony level consequences there, as we should. We most recently revisited the value-based cut points in the theft statute in SB 21-271 that was bipartisan legislation in the Senate. Again, it makes sense to differentiate between types of simple theft. Again, we're not taking from a person or using force or breaking and entering in the context of simple theft, where we are going to commit tens of thousands of dollars of taxpayer resources and underfund our schools to lock people up in DOC. There's reasons to do that. There's reasons to do that. But let's reserve some of those punishments for the higher value-based thefts, is what the statute says, and I do agree with that. So I just want folks to know how we already handle consequences for theft based on the value of what's taken. I think in the near term, the greater challenge with this amendment is, frankly, I don't know that it fits under the title of the legislation. We all know, pursuant to the Colorado Constitution, that legislation has to embrace a single subject and cannot, by amendment, vary too far from its original purpose. We did hear this bill in committee concerning requirements for the retail sale of ammunition for firearms. We did strike some penalty provisions by amendment in committee, but those were directly connected to the process of selling, and they weren't these free-ranging penalties that are proposed. So, Mr. Chair, I don't want to curtail any further debate or commentary that members might want to make, but at the appropriate time before the vote, I think it's appropriate to consider whether this amendment fits under the title.
Senatorial 5. Is there any further discussion on Amendment 71? Senator Carson. To the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back to the amendment. I want to thank my colleague, the senator from Castle Rock, for bringing Amendment L71. I would differ with, I appreciate the explanations that the senator from Aurora gave about the different penalties for theft, and he makes some very good points, but I would actually argue that this amendment is exactly right on point with this bill. In fact, this amendment gets to the heart of the people that we should be concerned about, the people who are breaking the law, who are stealing ammunition, stealing firearms. Instead, so often these bills just focus on the law-abiding people, making it inconvenient, punishing them essentially for the criminal activities of people who would steal ammunition, who would steal anything, quite frankly. Recently, I co-sponsored a bill with Representative Bradley from Douglas County, where I'm from, and it was to raise the penalty for retail theft. I was disappointed to learn that that bill was not successful in moving forward, but I think we need to take retail theft a lot more seriously in this state. In fact, you know, I'm a big proponent of what they call the broken windows theory of punishment. If you don't punish the lesser crimes, you're going to keep getting more progressive crimes. I think we need to take these very seriously. When we say, well, someone steals, or a group of people, quite frankly, these aren't individuals. These are theft rings of people stealing ammunition, stealing merchandise. If we don't take that seriously, we're going to end up with a lot more of that and of more serious crimes. Now, I want to mention that this amendment actually makes a lot of sense right now because it goes very well with a bill that is advancing through the House, HB 25-1062, which deals with the theft of firearms. It's passed the Judiciary Committee over there on a 6-5 vote. Now it's gone to the Appropriations Committee. So 25-1062 is the bill there. Theft of firearms, I think it makes a lot of sense for us to have a similar notion for the theft of ammunition. So with that, I'm going to just once again reiterate my support for the amendment from the senator from Castle Rock. I think we need to take these offenses much more seriously, and quite frankly, as I've said, this gets right to the heart of the type of people we're trying to deter and punish, the type of people who would create the criminal activity of harming completely innocent people with firearms and illegally purchased firearms or stolen ammunition or anything of that nature. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Senatorial 5. Senator Wiseman to the amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, members. In case I was not clear before, I have questioned whether this amendment fits under the title. I am hereby asking the chair that we take a 5 and that we consider the question whether this is even properly before us because possibly not under the title.
We will now enter Senatorial 5. The chair rules that the amendment fits under the title for House Bill 1133. Is there any further discussion? Senator Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say about this amendment, the intention of this bill has nothing to do with the criminal code around shoplifting. And in fact, what we are trying to do is prevent that from happening. And so I wonder about the wisdom of making this a felony. So I wonder if in your communities, if you have a young person who, shoplifts and then is charged with felonies and is looking at prison, is that really what you want? Because I certainly wouldn't want that for any young person that I know. So I would urge a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I am very grateful for your wisdom in your ruling of this amendment. I just want to reiterate, the reason why I bring this amendment is because I believe that the latest figures is Colorado is third in the country for crime. We have legitimized criminal activity in the state of Colorado to a point where there is no deterrence. None. People feel comfortable walking in singly or in groups to rob retail establishments at a whim. And there are no deterrents. And I feel like if there were actually deterrence and accountability, that this wouldn't be as attractive. If we put teeth in our laws that said, you know what, you do the crime, you're going to do the time, I think a lot of people would think twice, no matter what their age. I'm going to reiterate, in Colorado, this state, per year, retail theft is approaching $1 billion. And there are a lot of people who pay the price of that. The retail establishment, for sure. The insurance companies who have to make that up to those retail establishments, absolutely. But you know who really gets the shaft in this whole deal? We do, because we pay in higher prices. When we don't have effective laws, when we don't enforce those laws, this is what we get. I don't believe that gun and ammunition dealers should be carved out and penalized because of the products they sell. I think that's wrong. But that's what we're doing in this legislation. So I would ask for your yes vote on this amendment. I'd like you to think about where we are in the state of Colorado and the penalties on theft that we currently serve up, and vote yes.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you. And just to reiterate, we ask for a no vote. We do not believe that we should be felonizing this as a crime.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Gonzalez.
What's the number on the amendment?
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions for the amendment sponsor as you are bringing forward this policy for us to, or this amendment, L71, for us to consider. Can you help us understand, regardless of the value of the ammunition, help us understand, for the amendment that you are proposing, What is the average cost for one bullet?
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 71? Senator Frizzell.
I would respond to my good colleague. It depends. It depends on the ammunition. So I think you would have to specify the type of ammunition. But it can be quite expensive or not so expensive.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you. Okay, given that parameter and context and understanding and recognizing that there is going to be a value and a range of a cost of ammunition, give me a sense, ballpark, what is the highest potential cost of one round of ammunition, the most expensive one that you think might be covered under House Bill 1133?
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I don't pretend that I'm authority on it, but I'll give you a ballpark, and then there's probably maybe somebody that can give you the good senator from Denver. The price for one cartridge, 22 caliber, and even there it varies. You have short rounds, you have long rounds, you have long rifle rounds, and even some more exotic ones. But for 22 ammunition, it can be a matter of like 5 cents or less per round. But for other ammunition that I had alluded to is when I think of 7, 8 millimeter and more high-powered ammunition, it runs, gosh, it runs $4 or $5 or more per cartridge. And I think that certain rounds of ammunition that are designed for a big game, when I say big game, I'm talking about big game in Africa, gosh, it's probably $8 or $10 a round at least. But that's just a guideline. I think there might be people that are far smarter than I am and more knowledgeable. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If only all of the crimes that we evaluate in Colorado were evaluated on a cost of dollars and cents, this would be really easy math. We could really develop some penalties for crimes if it was all related to the cost of the product. Bottom line is we need to dissuade bad behavior and incentivize good behavior. I believe that we should, I rise in support of the good senator from Castle Rock's amendment 71. I believe that increasing penalties for the theft of ammunition is a critical measure to enhance public safety, deter crime, and address the unique dangers posed by stolen munitions. Unlike typical stolen goods such as electronics or jewelry, ammunition is not merely property. It's a force multiplier for violence capable of escalating criminal acts and endangering entire communities. Too often, current penalties fail to reflect this severity, categorizing ammo theft as minor property offense rather than a stepping stone to a lethal consequence. By imposing stricter punishments, we can disrupt this dangerous pipeline, safeguard lives, and signal that facilitating harm carries a heavy price. First, stolen ammunition directly fuels violent crime, amplifying its stakes beyond ordinary theft. We talk about the cost of ammunition in dollars and cents. It's more about the potential that it has. You know, I can steal a piece of bubble gum, and while that's a relatively cheap thing, just like one round of ammo is, can create much more damage than a stick of bubble gum can. So therefore, we ought to dissuade that, discourage it. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives reported over 1,200 theft loss incidences from federal firearms licensees in '22, involving over 5,000 firearms and unspecified quantities of ammunition. While the exact ammo totals aren't detailed, the scale suggests thousands of rounds entered criminal hands, a trend consistent with the broader theft patterns. For a concrete example, consider the 2020 ATF investigation in Pearland, Texas, where stolen firearms and ammunition were traced to cartel trafficking networks, underscoring the link to organized crime. Harsher penalties, such as a mandatory minimums of 5 to 10 years, could shift the risk-reward calculus for thieves, particularly those targeting ammo for black market sales or premeditated attacks, deterring such acts before they escalate. Second, lenient penalties hinder law enforcement's ability to intervene early, allowing offenders to spiral into greater threats. In a hypothetical but plausible 23 Colorado case, you could have an offender that steals rounds of ammunition valued at, which, by the way, ammunition is not purchased by the single round, it's purchased in a box or a case, often exceeding $100, $200, $300. Any theft under $2,000 is a misdemeanor, potentially yielding 18 months of probation. If that offender later uses ammo in an armed robbery, as this scenario might suggest, it mirrors the real patterns that are involved in this crime. Compare that to federal drug laws, where possessing 5 grams of cocaine can trigger a 5-year minimum. Ammunition's lethal potential, a box of 50 rounds could theoretically kill dozens, warrants similar gravity. Elevating ammo theft to a felony with a 3 to 7 year baseline scaled by quantity or intent would empower prosecutors to halt escalating criminals preemptively. That means that they would be too afraid to commit the crime because they would be forced to do the time. Ammo theft's ripple effects disproportionately harm law-abiding citizens, disrupting access to a constitutional right. In 2021, California saw widespread ammo thefts from shipping hubs, with reports estimating thousands of rounds stolen amid a national shortage. One Los Angeles rail yard bust recovered over 20,000 rounds across weeks, driving shortages that spiked 9mm prices over $1 per round on average. Lawful users, hunters, sport shooters, and self-defense practitioners suffered, while thieves often faced misdemeanor charges due to low individual theft values, some released on bail swiftly. Felony enhancements tied to distribution intent could curb this chaos, stabilize the supply chains, and protect Second Amendment rights by keeping ammo in a legitimate circulation. So I rise in support of Amendment L71 because I think that increased penalties for the crime would deter the crime in the first place, just like the message sent by all forms of penalty that we have here in Colorado in the United States.
Is there any further discussion, Senator Gonzalez?
Thank you to the senator from Platteville for the lengthy response that I don't believe actually contained within that response the answer that I was seeking, which was, what's the average cost of 1 round of ammunition? I understand the philosophical conversations that we're actually having right now, but I want to rise in opposition to L71 here today because math instructs us. If I am to take the senator from Colorado Springs's big game, $10 a round supposition, okay. What L71 would do is for one individual who steals 1 round, as the good senator from Colorado Springs alluded to in his citation of potentially $10 for one single round. I want to know where you're shopping, but that's a you problem, not a me problem. With that, think of potential consequence of an F6 felony. A year of incarceration, $55,000 for one round. This amendment is written so broadly, but I bet that if there were to be language to hold the consequence, the same level of consequence on lots of other things, there would be great opposition to this amendment because, guys, I don't know if you guys remember, we are in a structural deficit caused by Tabor. We'll be hearing lots of those arguments next week during our long bill. So, with that being said, subsequent offense, a second offense would be an F5. Double that cost. This, somebody was asking me if I missed the Honorable Senator Gardner. We all miss him. But this brings to mind one of his chestnuts. Well-intentioned, ill-conceived. Ask for no vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L71. Well-conceived, well-intended, well-designed. Now let's deliver it. Okay, direct answer to the direct question. I shoot a 32 lever action. It's one of my favorite guns. Center fire, not rim fire, center fire. About $50 a box, 20 shells in a box, $2.50 a round. Now, I'm not a lawyer, hallelujah. But I served for 4 years on the House Judiciary Committee and played a lawyer on House Judiciary Committee for 4 years. And so I learned the term mens rea. What's the mindset? What's going on? That's what this amendment's about. It's not about $2.50 a round. It's about who causes the problems, creates the chaos, does the things that we all want to prevent from happening? Criminals. People that have a mindset that is wrong. They're willing to steal ammo in order to do something nefarious. That's what this amendment's about. It's about if we've got criminal action, let's punish the criminal action. Let's not take access to hunting rounds away from 18-year-olds, which is what the bill does. Let's, in fact, actually, the counter-argument to that would be, no, we've exempted somebody with a hunter ID card, so let me amend that last argument. Let's not take access to self-protection rounds away from an 18-year-old. Let's, in fact, get at the criminals. That's what this Amendment 71 is designed to do. I urge your support. It's not about $2.50 a round, or more, or less. It's about criminal mindset. And this amendment seeks to get at that. I urge your support of 071. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate the Minority Leader bringing up mens rea. It is because of mens rea that I will be a no vote on this amendment, because this amendment does not piece out the mens rea of the action. 12 years ago, let's see, with my last year on active duty, so 12 years ago, I had just moved into a new apartment outside of Fort Riley, Kansas, just down the hall from a friend of mine. And he was moving in at the same time. He had a garage slash storage unit sort of around this U-shaped bend from where he was, and was moving stuff into it back and forth from the moving van in front of the apartment. And he went around, this sort of probably, I don't know, quarter mile, not even walk between the two units with the latest load of stuff he was carrying. And when he got back to the storage unit, a backpack that he had set down on the previous expedition was gone. And that backpack had some of his hunting supplies in it. It had a rangefinder, it had a spare scope, it had a bipod, there was some other stuff that I don't remember. I also know that it had ammunition as well in the backpack. The next day, when I was walking my dog in the alley behind the entire apartment complex, I stumbled on a few boxes of ammunition that had been haphazardly sort of tossed. Ammo was spilled everywhere, collected it up. It was the ammo that had been in that backpack the evening prior. The backpack wasn't there. The rangefinder, the spare scope wasn't there. I'm sure that all of those items were probably eventually sold illegally or at a pawn shop somewhere. They were sold illegally. Whoever the perpetrator was didn't keep the ammunition. And there was clearly criminal intent there. There was intent to steal goods of valuable, which deserves punishment. And with most items, I think it's fair to assess the level of punishment to the value of the goods stolen. And there is some value in a rangefinder, there is some value in a bipod, there is some value in a rifle scope. And I don't know exactly what the laws for thresholds for different various crimes were in Kansas in 2013, but that's what that perpetrator, had he been caught, should have been held accountable for. And I actually agree that when we're dealing with ammunition or firearms themselves, that we're dealing with an item that is disproportionately used to do violence, can be easily misused to do violence, that the severity of that warrants such that when those items are intentionally stolen or intentionally transferred to somebody that, because of criminal record, because of other elements, is not a lawful possessor of that good or item, that should be held to a higher standard. But we don't tease out the mens rea in this amendment. In the event that I experienced with my friends, the intent appears to not have been to steal the ammunition. I think he saw an open unit, he saw a backpack, he saw an opportunity, he grabbed it, he ran. When he realized what he had, he got rid of the thing that was probably going to be the most damaging, and then probably sold the rest of it on the black market, and I wish he was caught and held accountable for that. So we don't tease out that mens rea piece here. We've seen news stories, we've seen cases in the past. Maybe 6, 8, 10 years ago, I remember there was a legislator in the House from Weld County who, if I recall the story correctly, went to the airport and did not realize that she had ammunition in her purse, and that became a big deal and a big news story. I have seen ammunition placed in cup holders of cars. I have seen ammunition placed haphazardly in packs used for the range and other storage materials that are inadvisable. And so I am opposed to Amendment 71? 71. I'm opposed to Amendment 71, not because I disagree with the premise. I think certainly that if somebody is intentionally stealing ammunition or firearms, or even should have known that that is what they had when they committed that illegal act, that elevates the danger and the risk to our communities, and that should be held accountable accordingly. But I see so many cases in which a perpetrator could steal a backpack, steal any number of other storage cases, not knowing what they had, and a part of what they had is the ammunition. That's not the mens rea that we're talking about, but this amendment doesn't leave for any nuance there. And the other nuance that is left out of this is the subsequent offense, because ammunition comes in packs of 50, 100 oftentimes. And there isn't a specification in this amendment of whether that offense, if you were to steal, let's say, a backpack with 50 rounds of 380 is what I shoot most often, if that is 50 offenses, if it's a full box, or if it's one. Or if it's 2 boxes, is that 2 offenses because there were 2 boxes? And certainly I think that if somebody is intentionally stealing multiple times, then they should face a penalty multiple times. But these are the nuances that are left out of this amendment, and I think the nuance to the policy matters, and that's why I ask for a no vote on 71.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 71? The motion is the adoption of Amendment 71. A division has been requested.
A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of Amendment 71 to House Bill 1133. All those in favor, please stand. All those opposed? The chair is not in doubt that motion is lost. To the bill, is there any further discussion of House Bill 1133? Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going to take a little bit of an opportunity and have my good colleague from Montrose discuss the bill at length.
Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I'm down here today. I'm not to talk about nefarious attitudes or theft or any of those kind of things. What I'm here today to talk about is out in the rural parts of the state, our young people are requested and taught how to take the responsibilities for maintaining and protecting the livestock and or the crops that are on the family farm. We're not talking about whether or not they're at work or if they're not. We're talking about people that are old enough to be given the responsibility to take care of what the family owns, what the family inherited, or what the family has invested in. And the families that are involved with that take that very seriously. They don't look at it as a hobby. They don't look at it as something fun to do or something good to do if you get a chance. It's something that you're raised with. Once you come out of the play yard, and a lot of times our dads came to get us while we were playing with toys and sent us out to the field to help with the family's work. And the understanding when you moved from the play yard to help and take care of the family's investments, the family's way of life, and the family's way of making a living, you grow into it. And one of the things that happens is that you're expected to help protect those animals or those crops in whatever way it takes to do that. You're never sent out there without knowing how. At my house, we talked about how to do this. I had a young one that decided, I told him, he said, I want a gun. I want a gun. I told him, well, whenever we find one that's a 22 over a 410 shotgun, then I'll get that for you. Well, one day we went in the pawn shop and we're, looking around to see what kind of bargains could be had. And that young man went to the counter and said, let me see that gun. The clerk brought the gun down, laid it in front of him, said to him, do you know what this is? My boy said, no, I'm not sure. Well, it was a 22 over a 410, broke in the middle, single shots. Well, he was old enough to remember that I had told him that's what we'll get. So he ran around the corner of that store and said, hey, Dad, they've got one. And I didn't remember what I'd said to him and said, they've got what? A 22 over 410. Well, I went back in there and we bought that gun for him. And he was probably about 12 years old at the time. And that's when he started how to use ammunition and how to use the gun for a lot of different reasons. Over in my country, we raise Olathe sweet corn. And that Olathe sweet corn is very tempting to some of the birds that live in that district. Well, when they get into the corn and start to peck their ears, you and your family are not going to want to buy it because it's not number one now. So one of the things that we do is we take shots into those flocks of birds to keep them off of that sweet corn, because if we don't sell sweet corn, we don't have any income. And it doesn't take long for a young person to figure that out. And my boy was one of those. He helped with that. So what I'm here to talk about today is for young adults living and working on farms Firearms and ammunition are essential tools, not weapons. They're a tool. These individuals often take on that adult responsibility early and need access for pest control and protection of livestock. There's a lot of people in rural Colorado who've had those experiences. I've had them. My family's had them. My neighbors and their kids have had them. We're utilizing tools to uphold the livelihood of their families, our families. Rural life shouldn't be punished by urban-centric policy, and this is urban-centric policy. Because we're talking about people that are 18 or even under that are asked to fulfill adult roles. There are a lot of people in the rural districts that don't necessarily go and get a hunter safety card because they're not figuring on and they're not interested in hunting. It may sound funny to some of you, but when you're in the row crop business, you usually don't have much time to go learn how to hunt because harvest is happening at the time hunting season is happening, and that's one of the things that happened with me. Although I was one of those people that I think I got a hand-filled out hunter safety card in the 7th grade. Perry Will gave me the information. I think I'm number 87 or something like that. So, you know, we're displaying it now in my office as an antique. But the point is, they allowed us to get that as part of a PE class and some of those kind of things, which is not available to people today. So what I'm here talking about is people that fit something that we may not have thought about here in this chamber. There are a lot of us, more of us, that are urban-centric, suburbanites, that don't know what we're doing out in rural Colorado. Not because you don't care, but usually just because you don't know. So what I'm trying to do is I'm bringing an amendment here, and hang on just a second. I'm not comfortable yet in the Senate. I'm an old House member, and that's easier to do than it is here.
So, whichever one you want to start with, that works for us.
All right, sir.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L052?
Amendment L052.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an amendment. I'd like to move Amendment L052 to House
To the
Bill,
amendment.
House Bill 1133. I'd like to just read you this real quick. Notwithstanding the prohibition of selling ammunition to a person who is under 21 years of age, described in some subsection 1B of this section, a retail ammunition vendor may sell ammunition to a person who is 18 years of age or older, but under age 21 years of age, who resides on a farm that is registered with the Federal Department of Agriculture. I'm not trying to skinny by and say just give it to any kid that's under 18 or 18 to 21. That's not what I'm here to do. What I'm here to do is to talk to you about how we try to make a living out in the country. These people should be allowed to go in and purchase ammunition because their dad may not be around for them to go and say, hey, Dad, could you go buy me a box of shotgun shells, or could you buy me some weapon or some ammunition for the gun that I carry in my truck? This is something that would be literally a help to those who produce the agricultural commodities in the state of Colorado today and in the future. We're giving them an opportunity to fulfill the responsibilities that their families are expecting them to fulfill. This isn't for fun. This isn't for a hobby. This is for what we do to make a living. I understand some of what's being said in the bill, but there are differences in the state of Colorado from east and west, from rural and urban, And what we end up doing most of the time in this building is we focus on the urban needs rather than the rural needs. We never make an exemption for rural because we're passing a law for urban. And those don't usually fit. What I'm asking for here is something that will allow rural Colorado to participate in the family making a living. You know, we've talked about armed forces, we've talked about people that are mature enough to go and protect this country and our way of life, but we have not talked about being mature enough to help make a family fulfill their way of life. We need to think about that as legislators. There are a lot of things that I don't understand in urban Colorado. I'm trying because I'm in urban Colorado too much. But in rural Colorado, people are not asking, how is it out there? What are you doing out there? What can we do to make it work in rural Colorado? So that's what this amendment is asking for. Take a look at how we go about making a living. I've given you an opportunity that you have to prove you're on a farm. You have to prove that at the time you try to purchase, that you need to show that your farm and or ranch is registered with the Federal Department of Agriculture. This does not mean that anybody could walk in off the street and say, I want to buy a box of bullets, or I want to buy something that I can go shoot targets with. This is about being able to purchase ammunition to go back to the family farm and protect what has been invested in, a way of life that may have been passed down 5 or 6 different generations. We've got legislators and senators in this building that have lived in areas for 5, 6, and 7 generations on the same ground, raising the crops, raising the livestock, doing what families do to pass it on to the next one. Don't take away those opportunities for these people. This is a legitimate, not waste your time amendment. This is something that would be recognized in the state of Colorado that we in the Senate are trying. We're trying to recognize what it's like in rural Colorado. Not simply just saying, give me a break, but a reason and proof to give them an exemption. And that's that registration that you're with the Federal Department of Agriculture. This is no kidding. This is not a joke. This is something that could help. I'd ask for a yes vote on Amendment 52 to House Bill 1133.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I come down to this well many times and talk about the rural-urban divide and how these one-size-fits-all policies in this building usually harm rural Colorado. You know, I was one of those kids that when I was growing up, every once in a while, if I was running to town, when I was 16, 17 years old, I needed to pick up a box of 22s or shells or something like that for my dad, and you know, to go help take care of some prairie dogs, whatever. So there is occasion out in rural Colorado that this happens. This is real life, and I appreciate this amendment a lot. You know, we know who the farms and ranches are that are recognized under the USDA, and I fully support this amendment. I'd ask for support just to work on that bridge and that rural-urban divide, because one-size-fits-all policies do not work in this state. So I urge a yes vote.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I rise in support of L052. I was thinking about this when this one came up, and I thought, you know, as an elected official or a department head, there's a lot of times we'll go to various areas of the counties that we represent. And I thought of a story of one area called Gateway, Colorado. It is a lot of ranches and a lot of farms. That's about all that's there in Gateway, Colorado. There is one resort there, but it's kind of separate from what the people actually do there. And when we were talking with them or letting them talk to us about what their concerns were, they did bring up the number of bears that are in that area. And it gets serious enough that they have to carry a gun because there's usually long driveways if it's a farm or if it's a ranch. But they have to carry a gun just to get to their mailbox because many times they are met by a bear. So it's not that they're shooting a bear, but they were trying to at least scare them away. So I really appreciate the good senator from Montrose bringing L052, and I hope that you'll consider supporting this. Thank you.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, members, I rise in support of Amendment L052, and I rise in support as an urban legislator. I am a urban legislator. If you saw my district, you would immediately recognize it, and I've said this often. In my district, probably like some of your districts, there are ranches and farms that are bigger than my district and your districts as well. I want to commend the good senator from Montrose for bringing this because he brings it with a real sense of dedication and honesty. This is not a got you amendment. I'll admit that maybe some of these amendments that we've heard might be semi-got you amendments, but the good senator from Montrose, his amendment is not a got you amendment, is that he brings it with the utmost humility and understanding that there is a huge difference between rural legislators and urban legislators. As I look here on this side of the aisle, my good colleagues, I think as I look, virtually all of the legislators are urban legislators on this side of the aisle. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but you all represent urban populations. Whereas on our side of the aisle, we have mainly urban, suburban legislators, but we also have a number of rural legislators. And there is a difference, as can be cited. I find it interesting that in rural Colorado, you can have a 15-year-old that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but a 15-year-old can get a provisional license to go out and drive a farm implement, a tractor or whatever, at 15 years old, certainly at 16, because they need the help out there. And yeah, maybe even younger. But certainly at 15 and 16, they can go out and drive a tractor or other type of farm piece of equipment that is very sophisticated, can be very dangerous, and over the course when they're 14, 15, 16, 17, they've learned that safety and responsibility and what it takes to work in a rural farm or ranch, whatever it is, and then when they're 18, 19, maybe they're 18, they've gone into the military, they've come back a couple of years later, far more trained and understanding of the real world. They've been in very dangerous situations, and yet they've proven themselves in their own communities that they are responsible young men and women, and yet they come back and they're, like I say, 18, 19, and 20, and yet they can't go out and buy some simple, under this bill, they cannot go out and buy simple ammunition. And yet they've proved year after year after year that they're responsible and they know what they're doing, and yet urban legislators, the vast majority of us are urban, suburban legislators, we do not have the, I'll say the decency or the understanding enough to trust the good people in rural Colorado that know what they're doing. They've inculcated in their children and grandchildren, nieces and nephews, that we trust you, we know you, and we believe in you, that we can give you the keys to a $100,000 piece of equipment, a tractor or a combine or whatever it may be, and yet we do not trust you to go out and buy a box of ammunition that is needed to keep the family farm and the ranch safe. I find that incredible that those who are urban, suburban legislators have the wherewithal, I'll tone things down, the wherewithal to say, no, you cannot, you're 18 years old, you cannot go out and buy a box of even .22 ammunition. And all this amendment does is give them the exemption that they deserve, and they've proven that they know what they're doing and that they're not going to misuse it. This is not a got you amendment. This is a very well-reasoned, thoughtful, rational amendment. And as a suburban legislator, I rise in strong support of Amendment 52. And I ask my good colleagues on this side of the aisle to think about this. This is not unreasonable. I hope you will join me and other urban, suburban legislators on this side of the aisle, because this is not a partisan amendment. This is a rational, decent, thoughtful amendment. So I hope as many of you will join me in supporting Amendment 052. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 52? Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I know, and I feel a little silly getting up in front of you to talk about what is very much a rural amendment. But I think I've mentioned to you all in the past that I grew up in Douglas County. And when I grew up in Douglas County, it was a very, very different place. It was almost entirely ranches and farms. Doesn't look like that today, but it was. And the kids that I grew up with, that I went to school with, that I rode on the school bus with, they were ranch kids. And they had it hard. They had really hard lives. My minority leader got up a few weeks ago and read Paul Harvey's poem of When God Made a Farmer. And that's real life for these families. And it's real life for kids who grew up on farms and ranches. They get up at the crack of dawn, actually before dawn. They do their chores. And you might be 12 years old, but you have the responsibilities of an adult in a lot of times. It was very normal. These kids didn't go to driver's ed, because at 16 or 15 and a half, they already knew how to drive. They'd been driving for years. And I'm not talking about combines. I'm talking about the family truck to go feed their cattle. So, members, this is a really good amendment. It's a fair amendment, Amendment 52, because it really does identify the special circumstances that occur on the farms and ranches of the state of Colorado. These are unique circumstances. These are unique families that provide for all of us. But in order to provide for all of us, to provide the food on our table and all the other resources that are really important to our daily lives, you know, they just live, their lives are different from my kids growing up. I mean, my daughter's biggest concern was, you know, if she was going to make the Palms squad. She wasn't too worried about feeding her cattle or her 4-H animals or milking the cows. She was lucky. So, members, this is a really good amendment. I really want you to consider voting for this because it makes sense. It does good for the rural families of the state of Colorado. And I thank you for your attention.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So members, I always like to hear the stories that come up here and listen to agriculture and our way of life, because I love the respect that we get from our colleagues, especially the ones that are from the Front Range. I remember too when Castle Rock was, when Founders Parkway was dirt, because that's where my mom grew up, and got to go visit my grandparents. Yeah, this is a good amendment because it does really help those of us in agriculture. I can remember times where I was 18 years old and I went and bought several rounds of rifle ammunition to protect my cattle from coyotes. I remember several times I did that because it was my job to take the night shift, and coyotes like to attack not only at night but also right when the sun's coming up. And the rules are that you can protect your animals, your livestock, but if you can't see, I don't know how you're going to do it. But if the rules are you can also shoot them 30 minutes before sunrise and 30 minutes after sunset. That's how it works. So I was able to protect some of my cattle. I have to tell you, it's the worst sight you'll ever see is if you're sitting there and you have an animal giving birth to a calf and you see the 3 coyotes just sitting there trying to get at that calf when it's halfway out of the canal. It is a terrible, terrible sight to see, but that's how it works. They get them at the most vulnerable time. So that's why I think this amendment is very important to make sure that anybody who's 18 out there can do that. I can tell you that I had a hunter safety license, but my brother did not, because my brother didn't like to hunt. So even with the bill, I would be okay, but my brother wouldn't. How would he do it to be able to buy it? So this is a very good amendment. It's a common sense amendment, and I appreciate the good senator from Montrose bringing it. And I ask for an aye vote on L052.
Senator Carson.
I too would like to speak in favor of L052, an amendment by my colleague Senator from Montrose. I am obviously not from what you would call a rural farming district, Highlands Ranch, Lone Tree, northern part of Douglas County, but it's always of great value to me as I guess what you would call a suburban senator to hear from my colleagues, mostly from the minority party, who come from rural areas, farming areas of our state, because it is very instructive to us, the rest of us around the state, that we should listen to them. I mean, this is an issue, folks who live on farms, grow up on farms, they understand firearms, I think, in a very different way, a lot of times for hunting, for use on the farm, than we do in the suburban areas. So I think this is a good amendment, recognizes, we in the suburban areas really, we benefit, quite frankly, from the folks in the farming areas, the ranching areas, the rural areas of our state. They raise the crops, they raise the livestock, they provide, what we need to survive and thrive in the suburban areas. So I think it's a good amendment, recognizes the importance of exempting the agricultural areas of our state from this bill's restrictions on law-abiding people, law-abiding young people. And with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to the senator. Next senator.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise in support of L052. And the conversation about the bill is a prohibition on people under 21 purchasing ammunition. And then the amendment's about trying to recognize the special circumstances sometimes that exist in rural Colorado. And we had a little discussion earlier about language in the bill where if you have a hunter's license or you have a hunter's safety card, then you're exempted. And we talked about it a little bit in that amendment about the circumstances I can think of where, like on my farm, where I have an 18-year-old son that resides with me on the farm, and under the bill currently, other than some other provisions, if he doesn't have a hunter's license and he doesn't have a hunter safety card, he would be prohibited from purchasing ammunition. So I tried to do a little quick research, a paper from Colorado Parks and Wildlife. This is from 2018. And it's talking about predation and how you deal with nuisances on your farm. This isn't specifically about a farm, but it's what can I do if wildlife is causing damage on my property? Statute 33-6-1079 and Wildlife Commission Regulations, WCR 312C, WCR 323, WCR 1000A6, WCR 17122C, WCR 17123A, and WCR 17141A. Again, this is what I can do if wildlife is causing damage on my property. And the key piece here is things you can do without a license. So if wildlife is causing damage to crops, good senator from Montrose was talking about damage to sweet corn. If wildlife is causing damage to crops, real or personal property, or livestock, a person or any employee or agent of the landowner may hunt, trap, or take the following wildlife on lands owned or leased by the person without securing a license to do so. So that's why it's applicable to this conversation. Black-billed magpies, I probably have never shot a black-billed magpie. Common crows, starlings, English or house sparrows, common pigeons, routinely I do and would ask, again, my son living with me, older than 18, to please take care of the pigeons that are roosting and destroying equipment under the barn. Coyotes. The good senator from Sterling touched on this, personal experience about what happens to newborn calves sometimes, particularly in bad weather when cows calve and they're trying to get up and get out. In instances, a lot of times when they have a set of twins, they'll take one of the healthy ones and move on quickly and get cover somewhere and have left one behind. And in those really bad weather events, I'm out routinely every 2 or 3 hours through the night to check on them and to find a newborn calf whose mom and the other calf had taken off, and the coyotes have first eaten the ears off the calf, eaten the tail off the calf, and then started chewing on what would be the sirloin part of the back, where the back strap is on this calf. And I find him still alive. And I'll never forget those experiences. And my wife and I, we throw the calf in the cab of the pickup, and I just want to put him out of his misery. And my wife convinces me to take him to the vet at midnight, and the vet kind of pieces him back together. Long story short, that calf survived. But the ability to control that predation is really important on the farm, and restricting it as far as the bill goes is problematic for us. So it touched on coyotes, bobcats, red foxes, raccoons, jackrabbits, badgers. Like, I don't know if you all appreciate how much damage a badger can do. I grew up not having too many badgers around, but they're becoming more prolific on my farm right now. Prairie dogs, what a nuisance prairie dogs can be on a farm in particular. Try cutting hay and cut through a prairie dog mound and see what it does to your swather. I'm just trying to highlight, again, the necessity and about how this amendment makes good sense and really, again, gives those rural producers, people living on the farm, making a living off the land, just a little bit of wiggle room about being able to be 18 to 21 years old and under certain circumstances actually be able to run into town and buy some ammunition so I can control either the pigeons, the prairie dogs, the coyotes, the porcupines. They're a nuisance as well at times. I mean, it's a very simple, modest approach to afford some flexibility in those instances where I think it makes an abundance of sense. I rise in full support of L052. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 52? Senator Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my good colleague from Montrose. You know, one thing that my colleague from Alamosa said was the point of the bill is to restrict the sale of these products to people who are under 21 years old. And we have offered a lot of carve-outs and exceptions, and this one would be particularly problematic to enforce, and so I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to all my colleagues who've been down and talked about this amendment. And thanks to the sponsors. At least you're listening. So I still want to ask for a yes vote on Amendment 52. And in order to find out for sure, I'd like to call for division.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 52? The motion is the adoption of Amendment 52. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of Amendment 52. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. The motion for the adoption of Amendment 52 is lost. To the bill, Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, members, we've had a very, very robust discussion, a very good discussion about the differences between rural living and the life and times and what goes on in rural Colorado versus suburban and urban Colorado. And it's been I think very enlightening, as I'm sure many people on this side of the aisle will agree. You've probably learned something and probably have a greater appreciation about what goes on, the life and the times and the hardships and the trials and tribulations of what goes on in rural Colorado versus what, once again, as a suburban legislator myself, what the good people in rural Colorado have to go through. In fact, I would venture to say that there are those of us in suburban and urban Colorado that probably wouldn't last much more than 30 to 60 days out in rural Colorado. But that's another discussion. But there is a difference, a real difference in lifestyle of what goes on between large counties and small counties and in between counties. There's a difference. I come from what is now, much to my chagrin, a lot of people don't know this, but it bears worth repeating, that my county, El Paso County, is the largest county in Colorado now, not by size, but by population. There are more people in El Paso County than in Denver County, which, I'm not terribly thrilled about, but that's a fact. I never would have thought that, because El Paso County, at one time, the good senator from Pueblo would know this, at one time, El Paso County and Colorado Springs was smaller than Pueblo County. And that wasn't too many years ago. That's probably back in the mid to late 60s. So, I give Pueblo County all due recognition that the good senator and the good people from Pueblo, there were more of them than from El Paso County. And I also remember, and a lot of us do have lived here in Colorado, when Douglas County was just it was a rural county. There was hardly anybody in Douglas County, as the good senators from Douglas County would admit to. I remember stopping in Castle Rock, where there was basically one gas station in Castle Rock. Am I right? The good senator from Manitou. There was one gas station, and that wasn't very many years ago. It was back in the 90s. But Douglas County was a rural county. And I can go on and on. Little factoid, there's about 10 or 11 large counties. Most of them are front range counties. And I kind of did this by just my geographical memory of here in Colorado. You have Denver County, you have El Paso County. I'm talking about the large counties, the larger counties. There's a wave to a large county. Was that a wave? Oh, that wasn't to me. Okay, sorry. Anyways, and then, we have Pueblo County, the good people down in southern Colorado. We have Douglas County, which is, then we have Arapahoe County, which, if you're not sure, I think the good senator from Arapahoe County, it's so long and narrow, if you're not paying attention, you can drive right through it if you're going north-south, if I'm not correct. Then we have Mesa County. We have Mesa County on the western slope would be considered a large county. And of course, Weld County, the good senator from Weld County. And Boulder County, our good senators from Boulder County would be considered. Adams County, Larimer County, let's hear a shout out for, Larimer County. Those counties are some of considered the large counties. And as we've talked about it, that the lifestyles and the businesses and the atmosphere and everything that goes on in the large counties is significantly different than what goes on in the smaller rural counties, which there's 50 some odd. I'll be honest with you, I could name many of them, but I'd have to go through and think a little harder. But I'll give a shout out to some of them. Well, some of the more rural counties, the good senator from Montrose County, the good senator from Cheyenne County, is that correct? The good senator from Cheyenne County, where in my county there are more people just in the eastern third of my county, El Paso County, than there are in Cheyenne County. Yep, that's right. The eastern third of my county is part of his district. And he would be the first to tell you that the people in the good senator from Cheyenne County and all of the people, all those southeastern counties are far different even than the people in eastern El Paso County, because eastern El Paso County is becoming suburbanized and urbanized far more than what we realize. And then just a brief shout out to the good people in Logan County, the good senator from Logan County, and of course Elbert County, Kit Carson, Cheyenne, Baca. Is it Baca or Baca? Baca, that's right. That's a tough one. I said Montrose, Delta, Huerfano County. You all have heard me speak about Huerfano County, which in Spanish means orphan. If any of you all have ever been to Huerfano County, you'll understand why it's kind of the lifestyle and what goes on down in Huerfano County is far different than any of the urban counties, even some of the suburban counties. The point being is that with this bill, House Bill 1133, we're trying to put, as it relates to the purchase of ammunition, because that's where I'm going, Mr. Chairman. I haven't forgotten the purpose of this bill, believe it or not, besides being a geography lesson. I am getting to the point, is that there is a difference between the large counties that I've enumerated, most all of them, and the rural counties, some 53 of them. And with that in mind, I would like to propose an amendment.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 55?
Amendment L 55, amendment reading
Senator
gross bill.
Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I know a lot of you don't have the copy of the amendment, but the gist of the amendment.
Senator Liston, would you like to move the amendment?
Yes, and I will move the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L055 to House Bill 1133.
Is there any discussion on Amendment 55?
Senator Liston. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To paraphrase it, I'll just start in the middle because I won't read all of the rest of the boilerplate. Of this section, a retail ammunition vendor may sell ammunition to a person who is 18 years of age or older, but under 21 years of age, who resides in a county with fewer than 100,000 residents. So the point is, members, is that these rural counties, there's 53 of them, are 100,000 population or less. and I've mentioned a bunch of them. They're mainly in eastern Colorado, but they're in southern Colorado, like Costilla counties, Alamosa County, Huerfano County. They're in western Colorado, certainly like Montrose County and Rio Blanco County, and the list goes on and on. So they're all around east, west, north, and south. And that the people of these counties that are over 18, they have proven again and again and again that they are stalwart citizens. They've served their country, many of them, in various capacities, not just in the military, but in law enforcement, on fire departments, volunteer fire departments, in school districts, and they're good, honest, hardworking citizens. Not that the people in urban counties are not, but the people in these smaller counties, the 53 that I've mentioned, most of them, that they've proven that they know what they're doing. They don't misuse firearms. I can't really think of any terrible situations that we've had in rural Colorado. Yes, I know that there are firearm violations, but those are pretty few and far between compared to El Paso County and Denver, and unfortunately what happened recently in Pueblo County, et cetera. So there is a difference, and that's the purpose of this amendment, is that the good citizens of these smaller counties, 53 or so to be exact, should be treated, and they are different. They're outstanding citizens, and they're not going to go out and buy up ammunition and misuse ammunition. They're not going to steal it. They've shown that in their counties that it's safety, 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 responsibility, time and time again, from when you're 5 years old or younger all the time till you're 18 or older. And the cost of compliance, there's not as many people in some of these small counties, especially in Cheyenne County and Huerfano County and some of these counties where there's very few people. And for a business to have to go out and to lock up their ammunition and not be able to display it, they're going to have to either hire somebody or build special cases for it that they find that they really don't need, because 99.9% of the people out in these counties, they're not ripping off their fellow neighbors because they know that store owner. They're not stealing, they're not shoplifting. And why should the store owners of these firearms dealers who obey the law day in and day out, why should they be saddled with the extra costs of compliance and rules and regulations, which will ultimately only hurt their businesses? So, members, it's for these reasons, and probably others that I haven't thought of, I'm sure there are other reasons, that Amendment L055 is a good amendment. It's not a got you amendment. It will be good for the, and to my other point is that, before I forget, is that most of the members, virtually all of the members on this side of the aisle, you are from urban, suburban counties, so that have over 100,000 people. So you can have your cake and eat it too. You can have these rules and regulations in your county, every single one of you, whether you're from Denver or Pueblo or Weld or Boulder County, Adams County, et cetera. You can have these rules and regulations as it pertains to your citizens, but you can exempt the good people in these smaller counties. So that way you get everything that you want in this House bill, and yet the good people in the rural communities, certainly the counties with less than 100,000, they can live their lives the way that they want, and you all can live the lives the way that you want with all your rules and regulations as it relates to the sale of ammunition. So it's a win-win. You get what you want, and the people in the smaller counties, they get what they want, which is basically just to be left alone. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members, for listening. I encourage you to vote for Amendment L055. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 55? Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank the good senator from Colorado Springs for his comments about how rural people are different. We are different for all the right reasons. Amendment 55 really speaks to that, speaks about how we raise our kids with respect for firearms and for the ammunition that goes into them, what that can do if used improperly. I think this is a great amendment, and I'd urge support. Yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L055. I want to thank the good senator from El Paso County for bringing this amendment, as well as the good senator from Cheyenne Wells' comments on this. And I just want to say that Amendment L55 brings to the forefront that self-reliance is a necessity, not a choice. Rural Coloradoans often live miles from their nearest neighbor or town, with longer emergency response times than urban areas. When every second counts, they can't afford to wait for help. Access to ammunition is critical for protecting themselves, their families, and their property from immediate threats like wildlife or intruders. L55 talks about the unique risks that are demanded with unique rights. Rural areas face higher risks of dangerous wildlife encounters. Think bears, mountain lions, or wolves that are in many of these rural counties. And property crimes like theft, where isolation makes them a prime target. A 21 and over ammo restriction ignores those realities, stripping young adults of their ability to defend their homes and livestock when law enforcement is too far away to intervene. L55 addresses constitutional fairness. The Second Amendment doesn't discriminate by geography, but this law effectively does. Forcing them to go without ammo because of slow response times punishes them for where they live, undermining equal protection under the law. L55 addresses emergency preparedness matters. In disasters like wildfires, blizzards, or floods, rural areas are cut off longer from help with delayed aid. Residents need ammo on hand to protect against looters or threats when help isn't coming soon. Restricting access for those 18 to 20 years of age weakens their ability to prepare for worst-case scenarios. I strongly believe that Amendment L55 will help those folks living in rural areas to be able to protect themselves in a way that the U.S. Constitution provides. So I would encourage a yes vote on L55.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 55? Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, members, I'm not going to belabor things. You've heard all the arguments. Once again, I respectfully ask for an aye vote on Amendment L055. You heard the arguments, and with that, I'll say division, except my good colleague from Boulder County, I'm sure, wants to say something.
Senator Mobley.
Thank you so much. Again, we have carved out a lot of individuals in this bill, and I would urge a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 55? The motion is the adoption of Amendment 55. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of Amendment 55. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. The motion for the adoption of Amendment 55 is lost. To the bill, Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, we've been talking here about excluding individuals, namely 18 to 21-year-olds, and in rural Colorado, which is very important to me. I guess not as important as it should be to some. But with that, I'm going to change the topic here just a little bit about the gun stores out in rural Colorado. A lot of them are very small, mom and pops. And with that, I offer an amendment.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 67?
Amendment 67, amending ring gross
Senator
bill, page
Pelton.
3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 067.
Is there any discussion? Senator Pelton.
Yes, thank you. You know, in committee, we heard a lot of testimony against the vending machines that are out there. Granted, there's only 3 of them, I think, in the state, but we heard about that. This amendment, what it does is if you're a small mom and pop or just a small store with 8 linear feet of ammunition display area, that you would be excluded. Plus, you have to have a vendor on site to buy the ammunition from, which means
that these vending machines would no longer be able to be used. So it's pretty simple amendment, and I think it goes a long ways, you know, towards helping support our small mom and pop rural gun store. So I'd urge support for this.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason why this amendment is so important, and I rise in support of the amendment, is that there used to be a place where in Cheyenne Wells where we used to buy our ammunition that just had a little itty bitty place / gas station that you used to stop and buy your ammunition from. Because in rural Colorado, especially a place as small as Cheyenne Wells or even Kit Carson, when the Kit Carson kids were here, they would have it's kind of a dual thing. The guy that owns the gas station will sell fish and bait and then also sell ammunition right there. So as long as you have that small space that's divided, I mean, this is a reasonable amendment to think about because a lot of those places are less than 8 linear feet to do that. So I appreciate this amendment because a lot of places in rural Colorado, they don't have big places to, like, you know, I have a big shop in Sterling, but my community is a medium-sized county. Some small counties like Baca County or Cheyenne County or Kit Carson County, they don't have that kind of stuff. So this is a reasonable amendment, and I ask for an aye vote on L067.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I was just going to rise in support of this amendment as well. I was thinking about many people don't think about Mesa County being all that rural, because when you think of Mesa County, you think of Grand Junction. But Gateway, Colorado is 60 miles away from any larger community, be it Grand Junction, or if they went the other way, Delta or Montrose. And I really appreciate this amendment because if this were to pass, then they're going to have to drive 60 miles. And maybe they're going to get those, and maybe they're not, or they're going to have to go to a friendly Second Amendment state. So thank you for bringing this amendment, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 67? Senator Carson.
Yes, I want to support this amendment by my colleague from Cheyenne Wells. I really, you know, this isn't so much an amendment about ammunition, it's an amendment about small business. And, you know, we just keep putting more and more regulations on small business in this state, and it's having a very negative impact. It's unfair to them. You know, big businesses, they've got all these staff and these attorneys. They can hire people to tell them what all the rules and regulations are, but the small business people, the mom and pop shops, they don't have those kind of resources. If you look at a bill like this, it's pretty complicated. I mean, you look at all these exceptions that have been put in for people in different categories. You got, you're going to have to, you know, inquire about military, law enforcement, people in different fields. You're going to have to be pretty darn careful to stay in compliance with a law like this. And I think it's perfectly reasonable to say if you're running a small mom and pop shop particularly in the rural parts of the state, that you won't have to worry about complying with this rule. These folks are not the threat. They're not the problem that we're trying to attack with this bill, with this legislation. They're just trying to run a small business. They're trying to serve their community, their small town, their rural area. And I think this is an excellent amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you.
Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, this amendment speaks kind of to frontier Colorado, frontier communities where these gun shops of this size would reside. You know, we don't get a lot of attention in this building around frontier communities, but, you know, this amendment speaks truly to the frontier communities. And so with that, I urge a yes vote.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you, colleagues, and thank you for bringing this amendment. I do appreciate the opportunity to have this conversation. So what this amendment does is it does open this type of, you know, linear shelf space up to any store. It doesn't have to be a small store. It could be a big store. It could be in a rural area. It could be in a urban area. It could be anywhere. It also doesn't like limit the shelf size. So, you know, your shelf could be 6 feet tall and 6 feet deep and, you know, don't know. It's a very large loophole that can be driven through, so to speak. Now, I know that a lot of you guys, even if you live in more rural areas, you shop down here in Denver because we are all here for 120 days for the most part. And even going into like a local big box store, a lot of their shelves now have like plexiglass and hinges and a lock. And you need to get help to get some pretty simple items. So I think there are very simple and easy solutions if you don't have additional space to just put some plexiglass hinges and a lock in front of something, and then people can get help with it. There are ways to do this that don't require large investments of money and ways that can do this that don't require a lot of space. So we respectfully ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 60? The motion is the adoption of Amendment 67. Division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of Amendment 67. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. The motion for the adoption of L67 is lost. To the bill. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going to move on to another area for right now. I was looking in the bill, and this area of 1812-116, it actually starts on page 2, but it moves on to page 5. And one of the things I was thinking about as we were getting to paragraph Roman numeral 4, paragraph A and B, I was looking at that, and notwithstanding the prohibition on selling ammunition to a person who is under 21 years of age, described in subsection 1, small b of this section, a retail ammunition vendor may sell ammunition to a person who is 18 years of age or older, but under 21 years of age, and who is identified as a protected person in a protection order that is in effect. And then it moves on, and I'll get to paragraph capital B, as used in this subsection 1, small c, 4, protected person means a person identified in a protection order, as described in section 18.6.803.5, 1.5, small a.5, as a person for whose benefit the protection order was issued. So I was thinking about that, and I was like, what if parents gift or transfer to their daughter a gun once she decides to move away from home for her protection? Women aged 18 to 24 are at an elevated risk of sexual violence. We've talked about this more than once. More specifically, among undergraduate students, 26.4% of females experience rape or sexual assault through physical force, violence, or incapacitation. 26.84% of all enrolled students are aged 18 to 19 years old, meaning that if they spend multiple years exposed to this elevated threat, sexual violence, under the age of 21. So with that, I offer amendment L053.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 53?
Amendment L53, amendment reading gross bill, page 5.
Senator
line-
Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L053 to House Bill 1133.
Is there any discussion? Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is pretty self-explanatory, and I'm going to read the whole thing because it's very short. Notwithstanding the prohibition on selling ammunition to a person who is under 21 years of age, described in subsection 1, small b of this section, a retail ammunition vendor may sell ammunition to a person who is 18 years of age or older, but under 21 years of age, for use in a firearm that the person received pursuant to a lawful transfer, including as a gift. Families have long passed down firearms responsibly, teaching proper use and respect. If a young adult legally receives a firearm, they should also be able to purchase ammunition to use it lawfully. We must uphold the rights of families and preserve lawful traditions. And I would ask for an aye vote on L053.
Is there any discussion on Amendment 53? Senator Amabile.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my good colleague from from Mesa County. We would ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 53? The motion is the adoption of Amendment 53. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. To the bill, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I am rising to speak to House Bill 1133. It is not uncommon for us to talk about the will of the people of Colorado when we have our legislative debates. The petition clause versus the safety clause is something that distinguishes a bill where we think the will of the people of Colorado is something we shouldn't run away from, but we should embrace. I would, should an amendment appear, make that part of the conversation.
There is an amendment at the desk.
Oh, fine. I'm glad to hear that.
Will the clerk please read Amendment 72?
Amendment 72, amend re-engross bill,
Minority
page
Leader.
8.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L072. Folks, you're familiar with this. This is a petition clause. The bill has a safety clause written onto it. This would change that, and I encourage your support. I think the sponsors might be amenable to this as well.
Is there any discussion on Amendment 72? Senator Kipp.
Thank you. You know what, to my good colleague, I always prefer having a petition clause whenever it's possible. And on this bill, it is possible. We would be happy to accept this amendment and ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 72? The motion is the adoption of Amendment 72. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. To the bill, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To the bill. My colleague from Mesa County was talking about a very important element of this bill, and I'll get to that here in a moment. But I want to talk about how we get there, and I appreciate very much, and I want to call out for the people of Colorado, for colleagues far and wide who may be in their offices but still listening to the debate, the progress that the bill sponsors have made. This bill started out as a very simple bill. It simply said, you can't buy ammo if you're between 18 and 21 years old. And then it had a couple other exclusions as originally introduced. It also said you can't sell ammunition from a vending machine. I mean, that was kind of the basis of the bill. It said 18 to 21, no longer available. It used to be if you were 18, you could buy it. Now you got to be 21 to buy ammunition. And by the way, you can't sell from a vending machine. But that ran into trouble, and it created a couple crimes. It created 3 M1 misdemeanors for individuals that ran afoul of that. And in the House then, they had some pretty significant debates, and they had some pretty significant amendments that were offered. They started carving out and saying, you know what, no, maybe we went too far. We went too far with this, everybody 18 to 21, and so we're going to say, we're going to make an exception for somebody who is grandfatherable. In other words, this bill would take away from them a right they have today by virtue of the age that they have attained today if it goes into place. And so we said anybody, the bill was amended to say anybody who was born on or before January 28th of 2007, they get exempted. So that was the first exemption, and I appreciate that. I think that's good. We're moving in the right direction. Then the bill sponsors, House and Senate combined, said, well, if you're actually 18 to 21 and you're at a shooting range and you're involved in shooting sports, well, okay, in that case, we'll make an exemption for those folks as well. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. We're moving in the right direction. And then we got another exemption. What about if you're 18, you just enlisted in the Army, the Air Force, the Marines? They're going to teach you how to handle firearms. You also should be exempted. And so the bill sponsors, House and Senate, provided for that exemption. And then we got to what about hunters between 18 and 21? And they were exempted as well. 3 ways. We got a belt, suspenders, and a second set of suspenders on that one. The bill actually creates 3 means of making sure that 18 to 21-year-olds with hunting experience, hunting qualification, are in fact exempted as well. Thank you to the sponsors, House and Senate, for making that exemption. Then another exemption came along, and these are all after introduction. We're moving in the right direction, excuse me. We're moving in the right direction. making better policy. They said, well, what about somebody who's subject to a protective order? There is a known, legally identified, processed threat. Well, if you've done the paperwork, if you've gone through all of the things you need to do to get a protection order, then we'll provide an exemption, say the sponsors for that as well. Thank you to the sponsors, House and Senate, for providing an exemption for protection orders. Well, I think that we're making great headway. I love the momentum that all of these exemptions that have been accepted, in fact, move us in the right direction. But I think that we should probably take a step further, and we should actually get to the place where we don't actually know everyone's life circumstances. It's possible that an 18-year-old, a 19-year-old is moving away from home, a place of safety and support and succor, into a very challenging world all by themselves. And maybe they have, in fact, concerns for their safety, that 18 to 21-year-old who is moving away from home. They are moving out of the support of kith and kin. Kith and kin. You have to say it like Chevy Chase says, kith and kin in Christmas Vacation. And they need, therefore, the ability to, as a marker for their adulthood at 18 years old, be able to buy ammunition for the personal protection firearm that they have.
There is an amendment at the desk.
Thank you very much.
Will the clerk please read Amendment 68?
Amendment 68, amend reading gross bill, page 5, after line 24.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L068 and would like to talk about it.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much. Simple amendment. It's very much as I've just framed up. The language of the bill says in these exemptions, in the same form, the same language, same bill drafter, Conrad Immel. He deserves all the credit he can get. Notwithstanding the prohibition on selling ammunition to a person who's under 21 years of age, described in subsection 1B of this section, a retail ammunition vendor may sell ammunition to a person who is 18 years of age or older, but under the age of 21 years of age, who does not live with their parents or guardian. So they've moved down. They've moved on. They need, in fact, to have the ability to provide protection for themselves. And so I urge your support of this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 68? Senator Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge a no vote on this amendment. We have actually, as I said before, carved out an awful lot of groups, and this really would gut the bill. But we did talk about, and I want to be very clear, I'm urging a no on this amendment. But I have older kids who still live at home, and we thought about carving out that they can't buy guns or ammo or anything else, and they have to move out. Okay, it was supposed to be a joke, but nobody laughed. Anyway, I urge a no vote on this bill. I mean, on this amendment, not on the bill.
I'll take that sound.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 68?
Division.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment 68. A division has been requested.
I need to get the team back in for the next.
All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of Amendment 68. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. The motion for the adoption of Amendment 68 is lost. There's another amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 70?
Amendment 70, amend re-engross bill
Mr.
page
Minority
5.
Leader.
I'm moving quickly here, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I move Amendment 70. I'm trying to get it done before everybody leaves the room. I want to talk about this. I want people to hear what I have to say.
Is there any discussion? Mr. Minority Leader.
It's proper motion, and here's the discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we talked about exempting all people that are leaving their, I moved it. Did the chair hear me move it? Are we square?
Yes.
Okay. We're talking about, or previously we were talking about all children, now adults at 18, who are leaving home. They're moving on. A marker for their adulthood is they are taking their self-protection firearm with them, and they need to have access to ammunition. That amendment failed. This amendment is born in the fact that in my life, chivalry is not dead. The reality is that I am a bit of an anachronism. I'm at the tail end of the boomer generation, 65 years old, and still I use language, and I mean it to be kind and loving and gentle and supportive, when I call out the fairer sex. Women in my life are quite frankly a mystery, but they're also something to be cherished and protected and provided for and allowed to be the full human beings that they seek to be. And protecting themselves is part of what needs to happen in order for that to be part of reality. The good senator from Mesa County was getting into some statistics that identifies the fact that women of ages 18 to 24 are at elevated risk of sexual violence. So they go away from home. They don't have the support, encouragement, protection that comes with home, and yet they're moving into adulthood. And they would like to be protected. Well, violence at, around, near campuses is pervasive. 13% of all students experience rape or sexual assault through physical force, violence, or incapacitation among all graduate and undergraduate students. That is resourced or sourced from RAINN. Among graduate and professional students, 9.7% of females and 2.5% of males experience rape or sexual assault through physical force, violence, or incapacitation. Among undergraduate students, 26.4% of females and 6.8% of males experience rape or sexual assault through physical force, violence, or incapacitation. So this amendment reaches into that and says, if a young lady wants to, in fact, provide for her protection with a firearm, her choice, choose it or not, you hear the libertarian in me speaking, she ought to have access to the ammunition to make it meaningful. So I urge your support of this. It may not be your cup of tea, but it may be someone else's choice. A young woman is making a really important choice. And my argument is we should support that choice. We should give her the ability to have access to ammunition for the firearm that she has chosen to carry for self-protection. So, we've already given up 2, 4, 5, 6 exemptions. I'm just asking for one more. 7 is the number of completeness. Let's accept Amendment 70 and allow young ladies who are choosing to protect themselves with a firearm as they head off to college or head off to their adult life in another way, and they have the firearm. They just need ammunition now. I urge your support of Amendment 7. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll get out of the way.
Is there any discussion on Amendment 70? Senator Kipp.
Well, thank you. Clearly, if they were able to get a hold of a firearm, they were probably also able to get a hold of ammunition. And I do appreciate the good senator's attempt at chivalry, and I do appreciate that. However, we do already have something in the bill that says about protection orders. If somebody is under protection order, they can do that. But unfortunately, the amendment is unconstitutional because it does violate the Equal Protection Clause of the U.S. Constitution, so I would ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Mr. Minority Leader.
Deemed constitutional. That's what happens to all legislation when we pass it. So the courts can say it is or it isn't. That's not something that we're going to litigate to success in this moment. So that was one argument down. The second argument was, well, you can get a protection order. Well, yeah, you can, but who wants to walk around their life spending all their life in courtrooms getting protection orders? If there is a need, if there is a desire, and if there is a need to stay current with the firearm also, and the box of ammunition or 2 boxes of ammunition that dad or mom sent with you when you went away is used up at the range, you need to get more. You need to be able to buy some more ammunition. I urge your support of 70. I appreciate the bill sponsor's reluctance, but I'm not compelled by their arguments.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Kipp.
Thank you. I would renew my call for a no vote, please. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 70? The motion is the adoption of Amendment 70. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. To the bill, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much. Well, we had a little bit of success making the bill better. Thank you, sponsors. We didn't have the success I had hoped we would have, but now I find myself in the space and time of arguing against the bill. I oppose the bill. I oppose the bill for a number of reasons. You can probably infer most of them. But let me spend a little bit of time on pages, I'm looking at the re-engrossed bill here if you want to follow along. And I'm not going to do the full Gardner courtesy and comments and compliments to the voice of the Colorado General Assembly, now not departed only from this chamber, former Senator Gardner. On page 6, you run into your first new crime. We're making new crimes here, folks. Got to take that very, very seriously. Starts on bottom of page 5. A retail ammunition vendor that violates this, subsection 1, commits unlawful sale of ammunition. Unlawful sale of ammunition is a civil infraction, and the description of that starts higher, as used in this subsection 1C4. Protected persons means a person, well, that's the protective order. Subsection 1 does not apply to the sale. Remember, we've got, this is where we're criminalizing. On page sections 5 and 6, the first is a civil infraction. So if you sell outside the bounds of the law, so selling to somebody who's between 18 and 21 without those exemptions, the first time you do it, it's a civil infraction, just cost you money. The second time, however, it's a crime. Class 1 misdemeanor. Happens 2 more times in the bill. A little bit further down on page 6, retail ammunition vendor who violates the subsection is an M1, and then it happens on page 7, a retail ammunition deliverer who in fact violates the subsection unlawfully gets an M1. Well, what's an M1, a misdemeanor 1? It's the worst misdemeanor you can get. Okay, so big deal. It's not felony. Everybody knows felonies are scary. Misdemeanors are nothing. They're like a parking ticket, right? Yeah. Parking ticket that puts you in jail for 364 days. A parking ticket that gives you probation and fines. A parking ticket that causes you to pay restitution to victims. Well, that seems even-handed, probably appropriate. I'm glad that's in the law, but I don't think this bill should be scooping it up. Community service might be a good way of understanding your challenges with the law. Again, I don't think it belongs in this particular circumstance. Loss of professional license. What about business? We're putting people out of business now. You lose your business license in addition to the penalties associated with that. Okay, what else is an M1? What else is an M1? Assault, third-degree assault. We're lining it up with that. Harassment, where you're threatening another person's life. Theft, between $300 and $1,000. Criminal tampering, child abuse, DUIs. That's what we're lining this up with. I'm not sure that 3 new crimes in the law carrying these levels of weight for allowing somebody that's between the age of 18 and 21 to have the ammunition for a firearm to exercise their constitutional right is appropriate. So I urge a no vote at the end of the day on House Bill 1133. Colleagues, I appreciate your participation in this discussion. To the bill sponsors, thanks for bringing it. Thank you for the dialogue. Really wish we could have picked up maybe one more exemption. And to your constitutionality argument, let's let the courts decide that one, but you know, that's one where I'm going to lean in. Chivalry is a place where I'm going to lean in every chance I get. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge opposition to 1133.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, there's a lot of there are a lot of ins and outs to this bill, a lot of avenues to run down. And my concern is that at some point, we're going to find that in the consideration of the bill, either here or at third reading, if we get there, that there's going to find some invalid pieces to it, or a court may find that there are some areas that are invalid. And towards that, I think we should prepare for that, that possibility.
There is an amendment on the desk.
Through a proposed amendment that I've just handed across the desk.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 65?
Amendment 65 to HB 1133 by Senator Pelton B. Amend re-engrossed bill, page 8, before line 6, insert Section 3, non-severability. If any provision of this act is held invalid and such invalidity invalidates this act in its entirety, and to this end, the provisions of this act are declared to be non-severable. Renumber succeeding sections accordingly.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Amendment L065 to House Bill 1133.
Is there any discussion on Amendment L65? Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what this would do would allow for that possibility that some of the provisions would be invalid, and if so, this would be inserted just before the safety clause, just before the effective date, Section 3, the very end of the bill, and it would insert these words that if any portion of the bill is found to be invalid, then the entire act would be invalid. So I think that is what we ought to be considering, and I do ask for your consideration, and I urge and I vote on Amendment 65.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We urge a no vote on this amendment. There are lots of different provisions, and we want them to stand even if one doesn't stand. So a no vote, thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 65? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 65. The cliche that comes to mind is in for a penny, in for a pound. If you believe in it as exempted, 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 well then just throw down. It either works or it doesn't work. I encourage your support of 065.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 65? The motion is the adoption of Amendment 65. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Senator Baisley, to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, that's disappointing, but You know, along with all the twists and turns comes some constitutional challenges. As we all know, both in the Second Amendment to the United States Constitution and also the Constitution of the state of Colorado, there is concern every time we tiptoe around the right of people to defend themselves and their castle, to defend themselves from an oppressive government. That's what shall not be called into question according to the state constitution. So therefore, I think we need to also consider the amendment that I'm handing to the desk now.
There's an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 63?
Amendment L63 to HB 251133 by Senator Pelton B. Amend re-engrossed bill, page 8, before line 6, insert 6. If the United States Supreme Court, Colorado Supreme Court, or Colorado Court of Appeals determines that any provision of this section is unconstitutional, the provision found to be unconstitutional is unenforceable in this state while the court's order is in effect.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this one is kind of similar to L065.
Senator Baisley, would you like to move the amendment?
Oh, I apologize. Thank you. Did I not move it? Sorry?
Would you like to move the amendment?
I would like to move the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move L063 to House Bill 1133.
Is there any discussion on Amendment 63? Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my apologies for overlooking that. So similar to the last amendment that was not accepted, this would address any possibility that we have overstepped our bounds should this bill get voted through to the governor, that if it is found to be in conflict with the Colorado State Supreme Court or United States Supreme Court by those courts to be in violation of the United States or the state constitutions, then the entire act would be then considered null and void. And so that, I think, is an appropriate approach to this. Let's just let it stand or not on constitutionality, because that's where we're dancing around. And so I urge an aye vote on L63.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you. I do appreciate the amendment, but that is already the law, and you can't enforce something that's unconstitutional. So there you go. I would ask for a no vote, please.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 63? The motion is the adoption of Amendment 63. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Senator Bright, to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the bill, I'm rising to speak to House Bill 1133. We're here debating something I never thought I'd see. Restricting an adult's ability to purchase ammunition for a firearm they already own. We have those among us who are of that age, that adult age, who are peace officers. They're entrusted to help us police our communities, keep the peace in all of our communities. And I feel like those folks who we've entrusted to keep the peace in our communities should be allowed to purchase ammunition. I mean, they've been trained in this. They should be able to have that ammunition for their firearms in their house per their training. And with that, I would like to propose an amendment.
There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 54?
Amendment L54 to HB
Senator Bright.
1133.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L54 to House Bill 1133. I'm fighting for common sense in our laws, especially when they impact those who serve. Today, I'm introducing an amendment to exempt our 18-year-old peace officers from this misguided bill requiring Coloradoans to be 21 to buy ammunition. These young men and women sworn to protect Colorado, that's us, that's you and I, put their lives on the line daily. Weld County, that county that I come from, is currently recruiting detention deputy candidates at 18 years of age, proving that we trust in our youth to serve and protect us from day one. They're trained and trusted with firearms to keep us safe. Yet under this law, an 18-year-old deputy in Greeley can't legally buy ammunition. That's not just absurd, it's a slap in the face to their sacrifice. Public safety demands we get this right. These aren't kids playing cowboy, they're professionals facing real threats. Forcing them to rely on department stockpiles or jump through hoops risks delays when seconds count. Exempting them ensures they're equipped, not entangled in red tape. This isn't just about politics, it's about fairness and trust. If we let 18-year-olds vote, join the military, and serve as peace officers, they've earned the right to buy ammunition like any adult. The age limits in this bill may feel good, but I'm here for solutions that work for Colorado families and first responders. Let's pass this amendment and let's pass this amendment to back our young heroes and not burden them. I urge a yes vote on Amendment 54.
Senator Kett.
We'd like to ask for Senatorial 5, please.
Senatorial 5. Senator Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After some thought and discussion and some hope, and I feel like we saw the sunrise a little bit there, I withdraw Amendment 54.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read the title to Amendment 74?
Amendment L74, amend
Senator
re-engrossed bill.
Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L074.
Is there any discussion on Amendment 74? Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the heels of the discussion about the last amendment, it occurred to me when we were talking about exemptions in the bill, we had been through this with Senate Bill 23-169 about purchasing of firearms if you're between 18 and 21, and a very narrow set of exemptions offered in that space. So Amendment 74 really took the exact verbiage and language out of statute, out of Senate Bill 23-169 as it applies to peace officers, and would now be included in Senate Bill 1133 as an amendment and yet another exemption that, again, the intention is it aligns with existing statute and the conversations we had back in 2023. I did find it, but let me just leave it at that, and the amendment, again, is pretty straightforward. Had just a bit of an opportunity to engage with the sponsors, as it really just occurred to me sitting here that we'd already identified exemptions in other policies. So would hope they'd had a little bit of time to look through this and would be supportive of an amendment that really just reflects what's in statute right now. So I would ask for an aye vote on 1174. I'm sorry, ask for an aye vote on Amendment L074.
Senator Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now we can all see why I withdrew L54, is that I feel like Amendment L74 more accurately drives home what we were going for here. I do believe that there are people within our communities that deserve to have the ability to purchase ammunition, and so I feel like Amendment L74 definitely addresses those opportunities, so I rise in support of Amendment L74. Thank you.
Senator Mobley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleagues for bringing this to our attention, and they make an excellent, good point, and we urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 74? The motion is the adoption of Amendment 74. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Senator Frizzell, to the bill.
To the bill, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much. Members, I had a number of other amendments I was going to run, but this is probably my most important one, and I think it's really important. Domestic violence is an incredibly challenging situation in families all around the state of Colorado. And we've heard mention already that women ages 18 to 24 and 25 to 34 are most commonly abused by an intimate partner. Another statistic that I think is very compelling is almost half of college women who are dating report experiencing violent and abusive relationships. And I don't know about the rest of you, but I had an 18-year-old daughter that I sent out of state to go to college. And boy, I think that was one of the most scary things I've ever experienced, because that letting go is very challenging. And we've had an amendment around that already. So what I really want to talk to you about is the ability for a vendor to sell ammunition to a victim of domestic violence.
There is an amendment on the desk. Great. Will the clerk please read Amendment 69?
Amendment L69, amend re-engross bill, page 5, after line 24, insert 5, notwithstanding the prohibition on selling ammunition to a
Senator
person
Frizzell.
who is...
Thank you. With that, I would like to move L069 to House Bill 1133.
Is there any discussion on L69?
Yes, and thank you,
Senator
Mr.
Frizzell.
Chair. You know, according to, so this amendment, it's very simple. It just says, notwithstanding the prohibition on selling prohibition on selling ammunition to a person who is under 21 years of age, described in subsection 1, small b of this section, a retail ammunition vendor may sell ammunition to a victim of domestic violence as defined in Colorado Revised Statutes 18-6-800.3. And just, you know, to be clear, what this is citing is the definition of domestic violence. And according to 18-6-800.3, domestic violence means an act or threatened act of violence upon a person with whom the actor is or has been involved in an intimate relationship. Domestic violence also includes any other crime against a person or against property, including an animal, or any municipal ordinance violation against a person or against property, including an animal, when used as a method of coercion, control, punishment, intimidation, or revenge directed upon a person with whom the actor is or has been involved in an intimate relationship. And again, I want to point out, this happens most commonly to women ages 18 to 24. That is in part this 18 to 21 prohibited group. Now, that said, victims of domestic violence are not allowed to buy firearms. I know that because when we debated that particular bill, I believe it was last year, I ran an amendment to include victims of domestic violence, and that was not accepted, unfortunately. So this would have to be a situation where that individual were gifted a firearm. They obviously couldn't purchase it. But if they have that firearm for self-protection, please, please, please let them purchase ammunition for that firearm so that they can protect themselves. This is, I think, really important. It is a right to be able to protect yourself in this country. And what we are doing is removing that right from these mostly women, sometimes men. And so with that, I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you very much. So I do appreciate this amendment. I do want to point out that in the House, they did put in an exemption for persons aged 18 to 20 who have been identified as a protected person in a protective order that is in effect. So we really believe that this is already covered by that amendment already, because if you are a victim of domestic violence who is living in fear, you should be able to go get a protection order. So we would respectfully ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Frizzell.
And thank you, and I appreciate that conversation from the bill sponsor, I really do. It actually covers another amendment that I was thinking about running, because the bill only pertains to those individuals who have an active protection order. Those expire, they can expire. If it is a temporary protection order, it has a certain lifespan, and then it goes away. But they can be, even a permanent protection order can be removed by the court. And that doesn't necessarily mean that the individual is out of danger. It just means that perhaps the perpetrator has better persuasive abilities than the victim. So while I appreciate this comment and that provision in the bill, this is a different situation when we were talking about victims of domestic violence, and I would still, again, ask for an aye vote.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, members, I rise in support of Amendment 069. With all due respect, there are numerous examples of women having permanent or temporary protection orders that are violated all the time. There's crazed men out there that they don't care if there's a protection order or not. They could care less. For a person who's in a domestic violence situation, their only protection that they may have, it certainly isn't going to come with 911. 911 isn't going to do them any good when there's a crazed person there ready to do harm to them. This is a reasonable, well thought out amendment, and they should be able to protect themselves, if not by 911, then with Mr. 357. Thank you.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you, and again, I do appreciate the argument, and I do recall my ask for a no vote on this. Having a protection order is a way to show that you are in danger. Otherwise, anybody could just walk into a store and say, hey, I am a victim of domestic violence. I mean, how do you prove it? How do you go there? So really, it's not very workable. We renew our ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L69? The motion is the adoption of Amendment L69. A division has been requested. Good. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of Amendment L69. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. The motion for the adoption of L69 is lost. To the bill, Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, so we started off with this nice discussion, and I didn't go any further than page 2, line 6, where we're talking about ammunition means an ammunition or cartridge case, primer, bullet, or propellant powder designed for use in a firearm. So on the next one, where it says I, or Roman numeral 1, it says a shotgun shell or pellet not designed for use in a single complete projectile load for one shotgun shell hole or casing. So what I'm asking for, I'm going to run one more amendment, and it will be the last amendment on this bill.
There is an amendment on the desk.
I don't think there's any more.
Will the clerk please read Amendment 73?
Amendment 73, amend
Senator
read-gross bill.
Pelton.
I move L073 to 1133.
Is there any discussion on Amendment L73? Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what I'm asking for, to go back to this book that I've been using for the debate of reloading, when we reload our ammunition, to ask that we change the or to an and in that last statement. So basically, it says that the bill would still be complete with not allowing 18 or 20 or 21, anyone under 21, unless there are some exceptions, to purchase ammunition, but it would just be the finished ammunition. It wouldn't be the parts that you could buy separately. So you could buy a case, a cartridge, a primer, bullet, or propellant powder separately. And so that's what I'm asking for on this amendment. I realize that they took the federal definition for ammunition, but I'm just asking for it to be an and not an or. And I ask for an aye vote on 073.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you very much for bringing this forward. I do appreciate it. Just to give you a little bit of background, the bill language is copied directly from the Federal Gun Control Act of 1968, which has the same shotgun ammunition exemptions. Back in 1968, you had to get a license just to sell ammunition and log every sale you made, whether it was complete ammunition or components, but Congress did not want ammo dealers to have to log whenever they sold individual shotgun pellets to customers, as one shotgun shell can hold anywhere from 3 to 40 lead pellets. However, Congress did not find it burdensome for dealers to log sales of bullets for rifles and handguns, gunpowder, primers, or casings. That said, I think it was, Reagan removed those licensing requirements in 1986, but it is much more common for people to hand load their own rifle or handgun ammunition these days. Basically, we have taken that definition, right from the Federal Gun Control Act, and we feel it's important to ensure that Colorado's definition matches the federal language. Also, by switching from an or to an and in that line, the bill would only apply to complete or loaded ammunition and not the components used to create ammunition. Gun dealers should be required to lock up explosives like highly combustible gunpowder and primers. And while this appears to be a very small change, only one word, the bill would have a loophole where vendors would be able to sell individual ammunition components, bullets, gunpowder cases, et cetera, in structured transactions to those who are under 21. For example, those customers could then hand load the ammunition at home. We should not create a loophole where someone under 21 years of age can create their own ammunition. All of the tools it takes to do so are available freely online. They are not regulated, and people make their own ammunition at home all the time. It's called hand loading. So that is why we are opposed to this and would ask for a no vote.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. the same primer that's used with loading shotgun shells is used in some of these cartridges when you're reloading your ammo. So it's no different. And yes, you do buy big plastic bags full of cartridges or cases. You do buy those, but they're empty. There's nothing in them. And you have to clean them. You have to spend, I mean, like I said, I've spent $2,500 just for the equipment to do mine, and that's just for hunting. So I think that that's a big plus to allow somebody that, you know, is 18 to be able to do this. I don't see a problem with that. And it's not, I mean, creating a loophole is a little crazy. It's going to take a while for that kid to save up the money to get a little piece at a time. That's what I did, is I just got a little piece at a time to reload my ammunition. So anyway, I asked for an aye vote on Amendment 73? 73, thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 73? The motion is the adoption of Amendment 73. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. To the bill, Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we've heard enough on this Senate bill, or House Bill 1133. I want to thank the sponsors for listening to our arguments and moving on. And so to the bill, I'll ask for a no vote on House Bill 1133.
Senator Kipp.
We ask for a yes vote on 1133.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 25-1133. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 25-1238?
House Bill 1238 by Representatives Joseph and Camacho and Senators Kipp and Danielson concerning requirements for gun shows.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move HB 1238.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Kipp.
Thank you so much for bearing with us as we go through another bill today. But this bill is about gun shows, and gun shows are held across the state for the sale and transfer of firearms. And notably, there are no provisions in current law for the promoter to ensure the security of the site, nor to encourage vendors to comply with federal, state, or local laws. Vendors at gun shows have failed to comply with existing Colorado statutes and federal firearm prohibitions. Especially egregious is the sale of so many large capacity magazines, despite the fact that these became prohibited in Colorado by law in 2013. You will hear testimony that these large capacity magazines being sold include 100-round drums and many 30 and 60-round magazines. All of these far exceed the statutory magazine limit of 15. Vendors at gun shows have recently been witnessed offering for sale unserialized receivers, which became prohibited on January 1st of 2024, and a ghost gun kit for an AR-15. Silencers, the possession of which is a felony in Colorado, were seen for sale. Under federal law, silencers have certain special restrictions and require a special license to possess. In addition, many gun shows do not have the required signage display at the entrances, which is already required by law. HB 25-1238 will improve compliance at gun shows with existing Colorado gun safety statutes. The bill will require gun show promoters to have $1 million in liability insurance, implement specific security measures at the gun show, such as video recordings, monitoring entrances and exits, tagging guns brought in by customers, and posting specific notices. Notify local law enforcement of their security plan. Check existing customers to ensure the waiting period has been followed. Require those under age 18 to be accompanied by a parent, grandparent, or guardian. Retain records of vendor certificates of compliance and videos for 6 months. And require vendors to have a federal firearms license and a Colorado dealer permit on display, comply with existing federal, state, and local law, state that they have not been convicted of illegal firearm activity, ensure that background checks and waiting period requirements are followed, keep displayed firearms unloaded and secured to the countertop or wall, secure ammunition in an enclosed display case or behind the counter, and include a brochure on secure storage of firearms with each firearm purchase. If requirements are not followed by the law, misdemeanor penalties are established for violations of these. Upon subsequent violations, the promoter is prohibited from acting as a gun show promoter for 5 years. For a vendor, a first violation results in a Class 2 misdemeanor, and if there is a second or subsequent violation, vendors subject to a Class 1 misdemeanor are prohibited from participation in a gun show as a gun show vendor. 1238, because enforcement and compliance of safety and security measures to prevent theft, the illegal sale of ghost guns, high-capacity magazines, and other safety practices are lacking, and in some cases, there has been little to no oversight at gun shows. This is a matter of public safety. We have engaged in stakeholding with promoters, legal gun owners, and law enforcement. Amendments in the House were made to reflect these, including exempting the Curios and Antique Annual Gun Show. HB 25-1238 requires specific safety procedures by promoters, including a safety plan, monitoring of main entrances and exits, posting signs, and obtaining certification from vendors that will comply with federal, state, and local laws. And I would like to allow my co-prime to also speak on this bill.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues, again for your time today. I'll be brief. The good senator from Fort Collins summed it up great what the policy does. I'm in support because my community and communities all across Colorado are demanding that we step up and do our jobs in the legislature. And each small step forward to addressing the public health crisis that is gun violence is an important one. Ever since Columbine, they've also demanded that we do our jobs in helping to make sure that gun shows are not skirting the law or held to a different standard. And this is another step forward there to tie up any loopholes that might still exist, or at least address some of the glaring ones that are out there. I want to thank my colleague for the work she's done on the bill and for inviting me to participate so that I can show my community that we in the Senate are listening. We're doing what we can, when we can, to address this crisis. And I urge an aye vote on the measure, and I'm proud to stand here with the folks all across the state asking us to take action on this issue. Thank you.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you, and I want to thank my good colleague for joining me on this bill. I do appreciate it. You know, we have many communities throughout Colorado who feel threatened by gun violence, and we all believe that if we come together, this will make us better. But with that, there is an amendment at the desk.
There's an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 39?
Amendment L39, amend re-engross bill, page 15, line 13, strike 178.11 and substitute 478.11.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you. I move L039.
Is there any discussion on Amendment L039? Senator Kipp.
So what we actually discovered was there was an error put into statute a couple of years ago when they were going and cleaning things up. One digit was wrong in a reference, and because we have our great senator from Aurora who is very thorough, he caught that, and so we wish to correct that at this time. I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 39? The motion is the adoption of Amendment 39. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. To the bill, Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 57?
Amendment L57, amend reingross bill.
Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L57.
Is there any discussion on Amendment L57? Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, L57 makes a minor change in the language of the bill. One of the principles that I try to maintain as much consistency with as I possibly can is the principle that I firmly believe that at 18, you should be an adult. If you can serve in the military, if you can vote, you should be held accountable to the full weight of the law. You should have the privileges afforded to you and the rights afforded to you by adulthood. That is true when we're talking, I believe, about firearms. That is true when we're talking about marijuana or alcohol. And so that is one of the struggles that I have with the last bill we heard. And in 1238, there's language about not being able to sell ammunition to those who are between the ages of 18 and not yet reaching their 21st birthday. The other principle that another principle that I am trying to hold to that is in conflict with that is we shouldn't have disparate regulations for one sector of the industry that we do for others. If we have regulations pertaining to the safety of firearm dealerships, that to the extent that there is an apples-to-apples comparison, they should apply equally to gun shows. And what 1238 seeks to do, and I'm supportive of this, is to mirror those where they are equally applicable. So when we're talking about security and proper security footage, security protocols, sales protocols, I want to ensure that we don't have loopholes for either gun shows or gun dealers that can be used to favor one over the other in terms of a disparate regulatory framework in law. So what L57 does is it takes that language that says that you cannot sell at a gun show to those between the ages of 18 and 20 having not yet reached their 21st birthday, and says that you cannot offer for sale ammunition that is not in compliance with applicable state or federal law. So if 1133 were to pass and be signed into law, then under 1238, that age increase from 18 to 21 would also take effect in gun shows. If 1133 were not to pass, it would not go into effect. It also ensures that future legislation that may pertain to regulation of the sale or transfer of ammunition for gun dealerships would also apply to the sale or transfer of ammunition for gun shows, trying to keep our regulations in line with one or the other so that one sector of the industry is not inadvertently favored over the other, and I ask for an aye vote on L57.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you. This is a friendly amendment, and we would ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L57? The motion is the adoption of Amendment L57. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. To the bill, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, how many of you have been to a gun show? kind of hoping the sponsors would have raised their hands. How many of you have been to a trade show? The gun show is essentially a trade show for guns. It's social in nature. Typically, you can buy hot dogs and popcorn and soda pop. A kid from Nebraska, we just called it pop when I was a kid. It's relational in nature. It's interesting. It's fun. And people are people. You can't control for everything in humanity. How many of you have seen an individual who is accessing their constitutional right in open carrying a firearm? If you go to a trade show or a gun show, and as this bill describes it, you are at the gun show the moment you cross over the curb cut at the parking lot, you certainly will, based on my experience, encounter a lot of people open carrying. They have constitutional right to do it, and they do it. Gun in their holster, on their side. This bill says, hey, excuse me, sir, ma'am, I need to tag your constitutionally protected firearm before you can enter onto the curb cut and into the parking lot at the building where the trade show is going. Can you imagine what it would be like if we went to a trade show of some sort and at the front door, somebody was standing there saying, excuse me, I need to tag your cell phone, your mobile phone, before you walk into the trade show. What an intrusion into normal, expected behavior. As with all bills, they start out seeking to do something noble, meaningful, beneficial, and I'm grateful for the intent. I do not challenge motives. I think they're pure. And I don't like the policy at all. I think it's got a number of challenges and flaws. It starts by imposing regulations on the promoters and vendors of gun shows. Here we go, one more time. General Assembly of Colorado saying, hey, we're trying to close more and more of Colorado to business. Welcome to Kansas. It requires security plans be submitted by promoters, have to give them to local law enforcement. I appreciate so much the efforts and the work of local law enforcement, but one more thing for them to have to manage, and it's paperwork, people. It's not keeping the streets safe or responding to the sorts of things we would hope law enforcement would be available for. It's one more round of paperwork. Congratulations, courtesy of the state of Colorado. It requires the promoters to pick up some additional costs. You've got a new level of insurance required. It's not just general liability, trip and fall, the standard stuff that any business would be expected to have. It's liability at a higher denomination, a greater expense. Again, we're trying to slow down the economy in Colorado, just about every other bill that comes across this well. It requires that firearms brought into the show, the gun show, be tagged to ensure chain of custody. Well, wait a minute. That's my constitutional right that you're tagging. I've got the chain of custody on that sucker. It's right here with me. But not under this bill. It prohibits persons under 18 years old from entering the gun show. Oh, I remember I went to college at 17, and I love my parents. I love my parents. I'm grateful they're alive today. Dad's 89, Mom's 85. I love them. But at 17, when I pulled into the parking lot at university, I said, the dorm is where I'm going, Mom and Dad. You're going back home to Hastings. Just go ahead. Well, this one said, this says, okay, that 18-year-old, 17 I was talking about, 18-year-old, got to bring Mom or Dad or your guardian. Or you can't go. Sorry, I hate to be a buzzkill, but you're 18, young man, oh, excuse me, child, whatever we're trying to put upon them, you are not allowed without mom or dad. Unless, bless you, unless you are serving, unless you at 18 said, I'm enlisting, I'm going to serve my country, then that's the exception that gets you the ability to go to the gun show. Requires certification of vendors by promoters, more paperwork, more burdensome challenges. And this is the interesting part. I get into the Mother May I section of the bill, this certification piece. You read this thing, and it is pedantic and sanctimonious, and it projects all sorts of, I know what to do and you don't. You must make all these really interesting attestations that are not characterized like a legal attestation. They read to me like Mother May I notes. When that's a matter of style, frankly, but I just sure wouldn't have written them that way. In addition to things I've listed, the bill alters or creates the definition of a gun show vendors, gun show promoter, gun show parking area. I mean, I almost wanted to get flip and start rattling off about 15 more gun show this and gun show that's that should be in statute as defined, but the statute spends a bunch of time creating a whole bunch of additional limitations and definitions and characterizations. The bill additionally creates, more crimes. Today is the day for creating crimes at the Colorado State Senate. We've got new offenses for unlawful, newly defined gun show activities. Violations by promoters are punishable by this last bill we listened to started out, you make the mistake, it's a civil infraction, don't do it again. This one starts right out with a felony, a misdemeanor, right out of the gate. Level 2 misdemeanor. So not the big one, misdemeanor, but the second biggest one. It starts right out there, and if it happens again, now it's back to an M1. And as we discussed on the previous bill, M1's no big deal, it's just a misdemeanor. 364 days in jail is kind of a big one if you ask me. Bill takes effect on January 1st of 2026. I'm grateful to the sponsors. Let me state it right up front. When I'm casting bouquets and flowers at the sponsors' intentions and motivations, let me also say I'm grateful that they've put a petition clause on this. And thank you for that. Current law defines a gun show as the entire premise provided for an event or function, including but not limited to parking areas for the event or function that is sponsored to facilitate in whole or in part the purchase, sale, offer or sale, or collection of firearms at which 25 or more firearms are offered for exhibit or sale, transfer or exchange. 25 firearms. Not less than 3 gun show vendors exhibit, sell, or offer for sale, transfer, or exchange of firearms. I've got a couple of buddies who are FFLs. They can do the paperwork. They can make a transfer legal. If I invited one of my FFL buddies over, I could do a gun show instead of a garage sale at my place under that definition. Along with this, the notices that I mentioned must be posted. No one may transfer a firearm without first obtaining a background check. My primary objection isn't so much to the substance, although we could certainly talk about a number of these. It's just the language is just very challenging in the way it's characterized, and I'll say no more about that. Bill will impose another collection of burdensome regulations on gun shows, completely transforming the way they operate in the state, and that's, I suspect, the intention. Some specific regulations are so impracticable as to completely discourage gun show promoters from thinking about doing business in Colorado. Wyoming's close, Utah, close, Kansas close. I think Wyoming's probably the closest, New Mexico's not that far. Go do your business elsewhere, increasingly seems to be what we're saying with regard to this. And there's a whole separate discussion around business, the distractions and delay and friction we're creating around various enterprises in the state. This is one more place where this is happening. Nationwide, the firearms industry is about a $90 billion industry, and we're in some ways saying, yeah, Colorado's not so open for business anymore. New requirements such as a mandatory liability insurance I mentioned earlier must cover at least $1 million in liability insurance will discourage economic activity and prosperity within the state. And at the same time, it has the side effect of diminishing people's Second Amendment rights by creating these problematic practices. There's a reality that exists should this bill pass that is uncomfortable in the way that it almost acknowledges or creates yet an even bigger extension of this hyper-surveillance, Big Brother is watching kind of society in which we all feel like we live. Privacy is increasingly being diminished. Now not only the privacy of you being followed around online where you seek to do commerce, collect information, share information, but now we've got what is a cultural experience where you show up before you can cross the curb cut. They're requiring that your firearm be tagged before you can go into the show. It almost feels like it's got this chilling effect. Welcome to America, you're guilty, or you're Freudian slip there. You're innocent until proven guilty, but at a gun show, you're guilty because you're carrying a gun, or you're at a gun show, and therefore, we need to tag you before you can proceed onto the grounds, unless you're 18, and then you're not allowed unless mom or dad are with you, which every 18-year-old is so excited to have mom or dad go to the gun show with them. This bill also requires vendors to clarify in writing, and this kind of goes down the line. I said I wouldn't talk about it anymore. The Mother May I list, it basically has this whole litany of, are you really serious? Are you really going to comply with the law? You need to write down that you're going to comply with the law. You've got to promise in writing multiple times you're going to comply with the law, comply with the law, comply with the law, et cetera. So I have significant challenges about this. I think there are a number of problems, and I argued in the last bill that deemed constitutional is in fact the reality. And the bill comes out here, it's deemed constitutional, but there is certain sets of information that when you look at it, when any lawyer looks at it, and quite frankly, many of us, there are a number of you here in this body who are not lawyers, but have been around the lawmaking business long enough that you can look at something and say, oh, wow, I don't think that's constitutional. So the reality is, this is one of those bills where when you read it, you think, yeah, I don't think that's constitutional as you dig into it at all. So I've got some more comments that will dive into that set of questions, but I just wanted to give a broad frame of opposition to this bill, kind of my perspective on why I am broadly opposed to it, and then I'll drill in as we go through the debate a little bit further into some of the specifics of why this won't work as characterized. Madam Chair, thank you very much. I'm glad I turned around. Mr. Chair's over there, Madam Chair's back here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gun shows. This is where we're going to start curbing gun violence. Wow. I stand in opposition to House Bill 1238. The title, Requirements for Gun Shows, sounds noble. After all, who doesn't want safety? Who doesn't want to stop gun violence? But when you peel back the layers, this bill isn't about safety, it's about control. It's about overreach, and it's about punishing the law-abiding instead of the lawbreakers. It fails our small businesses, it fails our rural families, fails our youth, and the principles that we all hold dear: fairness, evidence, and freedom. This bill is a burden on small businesses. It slams gun show promoters and vendors with rules so heavy they might as well shut down. Look at the requirements for the gun show promoters, section 18-12-502, one on page 7, lines 3 through 5, quote, have in full force and effect a liability insurance policy that covers losses or damages of at least $1 million. We're slowing down gun crime with an insurance policy. $1 million for a weekend event in Pueblo or Grand Junction. That's not safety. That's a crippling burden. Then in the same section, there's a security plan requirements, detailed layouts, hired guards, cameras everywhere. Don't forget about keeping 6 months of video footage stored, 6 months after the event, just in case. Who pays for this? Not the state, a little guy running a gun show, the vendor selling a rifle to feed his family. I've talked to promoters across Colorado, folks in Durango, folks in Sterling, and in Weld County. They're not millionaires, they're just entrepreneurs, hobbyists, people who bring communities together. This bill will wipe them out. The bill sponsors care about small business, right? We rally for the mom and pop shops, the local dreamers. But House Bill 1238 says tough luck for you guys. It's regulation run amok, crushing the little guy under red tape and costs they can't bear. And for what? There's no proof, none, that $1 million insurance policy or a camera in the parking lot stops a criminal. This isn't supporting our economy, it's strangling it. We can't let Denver bureaucrats kill the livelihoods of rural Coloradoans just to feel good about doing something. Enough is enough. We need laws that lift people up, not tear them down. This bill undermines equity for rural and low-income communities. In places like Montezuma or Moffett County, the nearest gun store might be hours away. A show is where folks buy a hunting rifle or a shotgun for protection affordably. But this bill throws up roadblocks. Who's hurt most? The single mom in Yuma trying to protect herself and her family who can't afford retail prices. The bill sponsors fight for equity, but this bill leaves rural Coloradoans behind. Those costs get passed down. Higher ticket prices, fewer vendors, maybe no show at all. For families scraping by, that's not safety, that's exclusion. I've heard from constituents who say, Senator, I can't drive to Denver to buy a gun. This show's my only opportunity, and now we're taking that away. It's not fair, it's not right. Urban lawmakers might not see it, but out in rural Colorado, these rules are a barrier to entry for everyday families. We should be paving paths to opportunity, ensuring every community has a fair shot, not creating regulations that favor those privileged with more resources. Where's the evidence that these regulatory burdens will be effective? Show me the data, Colorado data, proving it. I've asked and I've searched. I've not found it. Real data, including a study at the University of Michigan, found that, quote, no evidence that gun shows lead to substantial increases in either gun homicides or suicides. In fact, evidence from California and Texas showed, quote, tighter regulation of gun shows does not appear to reduce the number of firearms-related deaths. So what's the purpose of this bill? All these costs, all this control for what? A hunch? This policy isn't based on studies, it's based on feelings. If gun shows were flooding our streets with illegal guns, I'd be the first in line to act. But this bill, in this bill's own words, as it admits on page 3, lines 7 and 8, quote, "Gun shows are lawful and cater primarily to responsible gun owners." So why are we treating them like suspects? Why not target actual criminals, straw buyers, thieves, instead of piling unnecessary rules on law-abiding citizens? This is political theater, not solutions. Let's invest in what works. Community programs, mental health, not regulatory burdens. I ask you to defend the innocent taxpayers of Colorado with a no vote on House Bill 1238.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, yes, Madam Chair. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, so some of the stuff that I was reading in this bill, and I want to thank the sponsors for bringing it, and they know that I don't agree, and the good senator from Fort Collins has been gracious, and she knows that we've had discussions about this bill, so I appreciate it. But the part that bothers me is the liability insurance, the $1 million liability insurance. And something that bothers me about that is that requiring the liability insurance creates an unnecessary financial barrier that could shut down lawful community-centered gun shows. Lawful community-centered gun shows. We used to have one in Sterling. Every year, we had one for about 3 or 4 years there. Great gun show. Did everything by the book. They made sure they worked with the local, what do you call it, gun store there in Sterling. Did a wonderful job. It's called Boondocks. We love Boondocks. And so they worked with them to make sure that they were completely and 100% lawful. And so the promoters, they already follow the extensive safety protocols. This is a huge burden on small business owners and gun shows alike. So I have an amendment here.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L44?
Amendment L44, amend re-engross bill, page 6, line 25, strike 2.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L044 to House Bill 1238.
Is there any discussion?
Do you want me to go to the amendment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So what this amendment does is it would eliminate the language that requires promoters to carry liability insurance. That's the part that really bugs me in here, and I want to make sure that these law-abiding gun stores or gun shows are being treated fairly, and there's no regulatory burdens like this to pretty much put them out of business. So I ask for an aye vote on L044.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The sponsors request a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? The motion is, seeing none, the motion is the adoption of amendment number L44. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. L44 is lost. Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, we need to get a little more lively over here. Here we go. So if we're not going to get rid of the liability insurance completely, then let's try another amendment. So
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L45?
Amendment L45, amend re-engross
Senator
bill.
Pelton B.
thank you, Madam Chair. I move L045 to 1238.
Would you like to explain your amendment?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. What this amendment would do is it would decrease the financial burden for the insurance from $1 million to $500,000. So we can try to make it a little bit easier on those folks. That's still going to be pretty hard. We're probably not going to see our gun show in Sterling anymore, but it reduces the burden. So I ask for an aye vote on L45.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you. So the $1 million insurance would start at $50 a day for a gun show. So, you know, we still don't think that's a really huge burden to create some safety, so we ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L45. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and L45 is lost. Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let's try another one.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L46?
Amendment L46, amend ring
Senator
growth.
Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L046 to House Bill 1238.
Would you like to explain your amendment?
Yes. So what this amendment would do is it would decrease the financial burden for the insurance from $1 million to $250,000. So I ask for an aye vote on L46.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you. We urge a no vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L46. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L46 is lost. Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're going to try one more. If the liability insurance is required, it must be reasonable and attainable. A $1 million mandate is excessive and unrealistic for most promoters. Reducing the threshold makes the compliance possible without bankrupting the events that we are talking about or discourage local shows that bring communities together. So I'm going to run one more amendment.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L47?
Amendment L47, amend ring growth bill,
Senator
page 7.
Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L047.
Would you like to explain your amendment?
Yes, Madam Chair. What this amendment would do is it would decrease the financial burden for the insurance from $1 million to $100,000. I ask for an aye vote on L47.
Senator Kipp.
Again, the burden is minimal. We would ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L47. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and Amendment L47 is lost. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as was being discussed earlier by the good senator from Monument, it is not only common but anticipated that the attendees to a gun show are going to carry their firearms in the open. So I think we need to address that, and so by that, I have an amendment I'd like to pass across the desk.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L53?
Amendment L53, amend page 6, line 2, after the period at gun show vendor does not include a person who carries into a gun show a firearm that the person owns, that the person does not offer for sale, even if the firearm is visible.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L053 to House Bill 1238.
Would you like to explain your amendments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So, as the clerk was kind enough to read, this does not include a person who carries a gun show, who carries into a gun show a firearm that the person owns and is not offering for sale, even if that firearm is visible. So There needs to be an exemption for folks that are simply attending, we should not apply all of these rules and all the dangers of getting a misdemeanor charge for someone who is simply showing their gun kind of in the course of their attending the show, but not intending to sell that firearm. So for that reason, I ask for an aye vote on L53.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I rise in support of Amendment L53. I've been to some gun shows. I don't go to every gun show, but I've been to some. And quite frankly, if you've been to a gun show, there are all kinds of citizens who are legally carrying open carry and concealed carry. You can tell, I mean, they're not walking around with a for sale sign on their hip or anywhere else. You know, that's just their legal constitutional right that we have. The fact that they need to, you know, under this piece of proposed legislation, that they've got to have an added requirement that the gun may or may not be for sale, that to me violates their constitutional rights. They're just there to observe and see what's going on. And for those of us who have been to gun shows, quite frankly, you feel perfectly safe, or at least I do. You know, you're around people who have passed innumerable firearms courses. They're instructors. They know what they're doing. It's the last thing, or at least I've never heard of it, correct me if I'm wrong, that somebody goes into a gun show and starts doing something wild and crazy. It's the last place that they would do this at. So I think what this amendment is meant to do is to protect the legal, honest firearm holder, and that they should not be under unique requirements that nobody else is under. So I urge an aye vote on Amendment L053. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you so much for bringing this amendment. I really do appreciate your time and attention to this. Really, the guns get tagged and checked so people aren't carrying them into gun shows. So we would ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L53. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, members, as I said just a few minutes ago, I've been to a number of gun shows. You know, it's kind of interesting for those of you who have not been. It's interesting to just see what goes on. You know, what's happening, and you might see a friend or two there. You feel perfectly safe, they generally have them at like a shopping center that they have large amount of space, and people that go into the various gun shows, they act responsibly because they are responsible people. They're decent, law-abiding citizens, and but the idea that video surveillance out in the parking lot to see people who are coming and going, I don't know that is done at most other types of venues, whether it's a boat show or an auto show, wherever. Now, certainly if the dealer or if the vendor wants to have video surveillance, you know, that's their prerogative, that's their choice. But to mandate it, you know, especially out in the parking lots, I think that's an overreach. And with that, I have an idea. Yeah, I have a little amendment.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L49?
Amendment L49, amend
Senator
reingross.
Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L049 to House Bill 1238.
Would you like to explain your amendment?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, basically, what it does, for those of you who are following closely, it does strike lines 22 through 27 at the bottom of page 7, and at the top of page 8, it strikes lines 1 through 4. And basically, what it does is that it allows that the vendors, whether they want to voluntarily have video surveillance, it doesn't mandate it and make it more onerous. Like I say, for those of us who have been to a gun show, you feel perfectly safe, whether you park in the parking lot or wherever. There again, I don't know if there's stats, but I doubt that there's very little crime out in the parking lot because a lot of people do carry, and the citizens that come and go, for the most part that I'm aware of, the people that I've seen there are all honest, law-abiding, decent citizens. So with that, I would ask for a aye vote on Amendment L049. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this amendment, L49, makes a lot of sense because this is requiring that the venue provide surveillance of the parking lot, main entrance, main exit for the entire show. And it seems to be an onerous requirement for a trade show, and which has a whole lot of other implications to it, which I'll address later. But I think this is a smart amendment to clean this up a little bit and have less onerous requirements on the game show. I'm sorry, the game show on the gun show promoters. So I would urge an aye vote on L. What are we on? 49.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So video surveillance is not a huge burden. A lot of these venues already are set up to do it. Requiring people to save video, I mean, it's like, you know, the amount of data storage that takes anymore is minimal. And, you know, these shows are 3 days. They're not like really long shows. And keeping it for 6 months is not a huge burden. So we would ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L49. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L49 is lost. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, as a follow-up to that idea, the requirement here on page 7, beginning on line 19, requirements include ensuring that all entrances and exits, including fire exits, are either guarded by security personnel or equipped with an alarm system, and then to provide video surveillance of the gun show parking area and in the main entrance, main exit during the entire time the gun show promoter has access to the venue, including vendor setup and takedown, and maintaining the recordings of the surveillance for 6 months after the gun show. Towards that, I think we need to consider some of the unintended consequences that may arise with that. So towards that, I want to introduce an amendment. 51.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L51?
Amendment L51, amend re-engross bill, page 8, line 4. After the period, add, unless otherwise required by a court order, the gun show promoter shall not allow anyone to access, and the gun show promoter and any other person shall not use the footage of the video surveillance for any purpose other than to investigate criminal activity as part of an official investigation by a law enforcement agency.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L51 to House Bill 1238.
Would you like to explain your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So here we'll have a record, a recorded record and video of comings and goings of people, and certainly the intent is to use that for investigations should one arise, but this amendment would restrict, confine that, the use of that video only to investigation of a criminal activity as part of an official investigation by a law enforcement agency at that gun show. So that would protect the, all of the rights, privacy concerns and so on of someone who is attending a gun show that should not be vulnerable to any other investigation. So I think it's a very reasonable request, and I'd ask that the body vote yes on Amendment L51.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Kipp.
Yes, thank you so much. I mean, this would, like, for instance, take away the ability of the promoter to defend themselves in a lawsuit. I mean, there's just any number of reasons, like we wouldn't want to impede an investigation if there were illegal activity. So, you know, I do appreciate the thought behind this amendment, but we would ask for a no vote.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment L51. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L51 is lost. Senator Bright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's pretty obvious here that House Bill 1235's got some pretty key objectives in here. It infringes on Second Amendment rights, piles on regulations, background checks, waiting period enforcement, vendor restrictions that treat law-abiding gun owners like criminals. The Second Amendment guarantees our right to bear arms, not to jump through a bunch of hoops. Coloradoans don't need more barriers to exercise their constitutional freedoms. Senate Bill 1238 cripples small businesses with unaffordable costs, demands a $1 million insurance policy, adds security guards, adds surveillance costs. Small promoters just can't afford this. Senate Bill 1238 hurts rural communities' access to firearms. Doesn't matter what county you're in, rurally, gun show folks are how folks get affordable rifles or hunting for their own protection. House Bill 1238 does not show any evidence that it will stop crime. The declaration claims gun shows fuel trafficking, but where's the proof? I've seen no Colorado data suggesting tagging rifles or cameras stop illegal sales, especially at a gun show. This is a solution chasing a problem that doesn't exist, a waste of time and money. House Bill 1238 is an overreach of government control, forces promoters to submit plans to sheriffs, more bureaucracy from a state that should trust its people. This bill's surveillance and vendor certifications are big government meddling in our lives, not serving us. House Bill 1238 penalties punish honest mistakes. Miss a form, face a misdemeanor. A second slip and you're banned for 5 years as a promoter or forever as a vendor. These aren't criminals, they're folks tripping over red tape. We should target real threats, not honest Coloradoans. House Bill 1238 undermines local control. Rural sheriffs don't need Denver telling them how to secure their shows. This bill stomps on our county's ability to manage their own affairs, centralizing power in the Capitol. House Bill 1238 alienates law-abiding citizens. House Bill 1238 requires a certification process. Certification process. What for?
There's an amendment on the desk. Senator Bright, will the clerk please read Amendment L48?
Amendment L48, amend re-engross bill, page 11,
Senator
strike
Bright.
lines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L48 to House Bill 1238.
Please explain your amendment.
Amendment L48 would remove the requirement to have a certification process on a gun show. This certification that's being requested is going above and beyond, forcing law-abiding citizens to jump through hoops that criminals simply would not to certify their own compliance with laws. This amendment removes the provision for vendors to certify any substantive requirement that does not directly relate to the gun show created in the bill. I urge support of Amendment L48 to House Bill 1238.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you so much. We really feel that the certification process is important and should not be removed. Really, what we're trying to do with this bill is make sure that gun shows follow the law. So really would appreciate a no vote.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment L48. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L48 is lost. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, members, once again, we're having a very interesting discussion on gun shows, more so than I would have realized. But I appreciate the sponsors bringing this to our attention for vendors and people that are just trying to do the right thing and run it properly and honestly and fairly and by the law. But imagine, they're not perfect. Nobody's perfect. But certainly under this proposed piece of legislation, that heaven forbid that if you make a mistake or innocently, you make two, one mistake, the heavy hand of the law can fall on you. But if you make two, you're going to be out of business for 5 years. You're going to lose your ability to try and run your business fairly and honestly and legally. You're going to lose it for 5 years. Think of all of the businesses out there, in the professions, whether you're a doctor or a lawyer or a mechanic, anybody. You make a mistake, they don't try and put you out of business for 5 years. They may say, hey, you gotta go back and do a little schooling. That's reasonable. But upon your second mistake, of which you've Lord knows all the rules and regulations that are in this bill. My gosh, every vendor's going to have to hire a team of lawyers to that'd be full employment for the good senator from Highlands Ranch. Just teasing there, good senator. But really, the people running these firearms shows are going to be petrified. My God, what if I make a mistake? I'm going to lose my ability to conduct business. Not, 5 years. It could even be worse. It's not like I was intentionally thwarting the law, especially with all these new rules that it does take an attorney to even interpret them. So with that in mind, I have a unique idea. An offering an amendment.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L52?
Amendment L52, amend re-engross bill, page 9.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I offer amendment and move Amendment L052 to House Bill 1238.
Please explain your amendment.
Very good. Now, members, bear with me. This is a very, very, very complicated amendment. If you'll follow me on page 9, line 18, now hold on, it strikes one word. It strikes 5 and it changes it to 1. 5, changing it to 1, that's years. So if a vendor who is doing his best, his or her best, to follow the law, if they make a mistake, instead of losing their ability to run a gun show for 5 whole years, they get slapped down for 1 year, which is entirely reasonable because anybody can make a mistake. Gosh, you think about it, criminals, actual criminals that go out and make a mistake, whether it's a misdemeanor and sometimes even a felony, they don't get put away for 5 years. They don't even go to jail for 1 year sometimes. They don't go to jail at all. So here, we're ruining the ability of not just the vendor, but all the people they employ and all of the other people that come to the gun show to show their wares and try and do honest, fair, legitimate business. Puts them out of business is really what it does. So with that, members, I respectfully just asking you to change one word, 5 to 1. And I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L052.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks to my colleague for this amendment. But I mean, these are really serious federal requirements. We ought to know if they're being followed, and the bill provides an incentive to do so. So it's a safety concern. We urge a no vote on this amendment. Thanks.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment L52. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been an interesting conversation, and I guess I'm just struck with where this bill is going, and it just seems to me maybe it would be more beneficial if we were dealing with bills that actually, punish the criminal instead of going after law-abiding citizens. But, so I'm looking at all of this bill, and I had an idea. Here you go. Oh, thank you. You're welcome.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L56?
Amendment L56, amend Ring-Gross Bill,
Senator
page 7.
Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L056 to House Bill 1238.
Please explain your amendment.
Thank you. When I was just going through this bill, I was just looking at what was going on here, and I thought, why do we have this gun show vendor certification of compliance? I don't know how many gun show vendors have been out of compliance, and if there have been many, maybe the sponsors can help us with that. But this is my thinking on that. Laws are built to be followed. A certification of these laws accomplished nothing substantive. The only thing this certification accomplishes is creating more unnecessary hurdles for law-abiding citizens, attempting to discourage them from participating in these shows altogether. I don't know if that's by design, but it just seems to me that that's an unnecessary piece in this bill, and I ask for an aye vote to L056.
Senator Kipp.
Hi, thank you so much for bringing this, and I appreciate the thought. The point of this bill, again, is not to have people be discouraged from participating in gun shows. It is for them to follow the law when they are holding gun shows or participating in them. So we would ask for a no vote.
Senator Rich.
Thank you. Can you tell me how many have not followed the law?
Senator Kipp.
So we don't have specific data on that, but we do have people who have been to gun shows and certainly made observations about, as we pointed out earlier, people not following the law in terms of the types of weapons they are selling and the magazines, et cetera. So we just want people to follow the law. I don't have exact data on that.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that would be hearsay, not really any factual information.
Senator Kipp.
As I said, we have had people who have observed things that are not legal in Colorado being sold at gun shows. And the whole objective of this bill is to ask people to follow the law. If people choose not to follow the law, then that's why we have this bill.
Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After listening to some of the arguments that are being made here, one of the things I'd like to remind people is that in my area, the gun shows are run by gun clubs, not by individuals, by nonprofits. They don't have the money to spend on a lot of the things that we're talking about. But one of the things that we do find from that gun club is that they give scholarships to young people. They show them how to handle guns. They show them how to shoot. They show them safety because that's their only source of revenue. At the advent of this bill, once it's passed, my gun club will probably go out of existence because that's the only place they have is a 3-day gun show in Montrose. And it's well attended, and it's never had any problems in regards to the sheriff or the police or anybody else ever having a problem in that gun show. Some of the insinuations are really not good for the people that I represent. We are assuming that people are breaking the law, and I don't think that's the truth. Maybe in these big cities you got a problem with that, but I can tell you in the little towns that I represent, this is not the issue. The other thing is that we're not taking care of the gun shows that are going on out of the trunks of cars in darkened parking lots either. And those are the ones that worry me. Please vote yes on this amendment.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you. I would just like to point out that the gun show promoters are neutral on this bill. We worked with them a lot, and we brought them to a neutral position. So we don't believe that we're driving them out of business. I would ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L56. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Senator Pelton-R.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard this bill in committee. I've heard some things today that I too don't think are factual. I've talked to many FFLs before and since the hearing. They know that their license, their livelihood is at risk if they break the law in these gun shows. None of them would knowingly do that. So I don't know that this whole premise around gun control, ammunition, magazines, whatever. We've got 21 bills in session this year that have to do around this topic. This is death by 1,000 cuts. Why are law-abiding citizens automatically criminals? I just don't get it. With that, I offer up an amendment.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L54?
Amendment L54, amend Green Gross Bill, page 7, line 18.
Senator Pelton-R.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L054.
Please explain your amendment.
Thank you. What this amendment does is it rightfully relinquishes gun show vendors who have not been convicted of a crime from the requirements of this bill. Again, they are not criminals. They have not been convicted of a crime. Law-abiding citizens should not be punished and forced to jump through hurdles to continue their livelihood. The amendment pretty well speaks for itself. Let's treat these people with the dignity of making a living that they're doing, and I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you. We've been over some of this ground before, but we do ask for a no vote. Thank you.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment L54. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't get it. I offer up another amendment.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L55?
Amendment L55, amend re-engross bill, page 7, lines 26, strike
Senator
6 months.
Peltonar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L055.
Please explain your amendment.
Yeah, you know, earlier there were some other senators talking about the surveillance footage. Some of this is very unreasonable in this bill. This amendment talks to, instead of requiring 6 months to retain the video surveillance, taking it down to 3 months. It's burdensome. It's dangerous for some people's identities, you know, to have some of this on file for that long. So I would urge a yes vote on 055.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I support this amendment. I think 3 months is a perfectly reasonable time, and it really gets back to the earlier amendment about what is the purpose of this video surveillance. It really should be focused on presumably criminal activity, and yet we had an amendment earlier restricting the use of these videos to law enforcement investigating video or unlawful activity, and that was voted down. So I don't really understand the purpose of taking all these videos and keeping them for long periods of time. These are law-abiding citizens at these shows, and again, this is just treating law-abiding people like criminals, and I support the amendment.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you. I do appreciate the thought behind this. I will just say that keeping the data, the surveillance video around for 3 months instead of 6 months, I mean, as again, data is cheap, let's keep it, because we do need to make sure that we have evidence if people were later found to not be following the law. That's what this does, that's all the bill does, so we would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment L55. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No!
The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be talking about, if you would like to open the bill and turn to page 5. And down on line 17, gun show vendor, the term gun show vendor means any person who publicly exhibits or sells, offers for sale, transfers, or exchanges any firearm at a gun show, regardless of whether the person arranges with a gun show promoter for a fixed location from which to publicly exhibit or sell, offer for sale, transfer, or exchange any firearm. So I take great exception to the term publicly exhibits, and I'd like to talk to you a little bit about why I feel that way. You know, it's pretty clear that, you know, the intent of this bill is to Shut down gun shows, right? That's, we want to shut down gun shows in Colorado through over-regulation and creating lots of red tape so that it's just super inconvenient for them to exist. And I guess that's the point. What we are not addressing is the soft on crime policies that we've created in this building. We are, and have been discussed previously today. The gun shows and the people who attend gun shows are not the problem. They really aren't. And once again, we are criminalizing law-abiding citizens. That's what we are doing. So when we're talking about people who go to gun shows, you know, there's all sorts of people who have, people in this room have hobbies, right? I like to crochet and do like sewing and lots of crafty things, like to garden. I love going to our local county fair in the summertime so I can go look at all the rather extraordinary vegetables that people have grown and feel a little jealous. There are quilt shows. There are car shows. We have a great car show in my hometown of Castle Rock in the summer. You should check it out. And people come with their cars, and sometimes those cars are for sale, but a lot of times they're not. They're just showing off something that is extraordinary to them and sometimes to other people. And gun shows are no different. There are firearms for sale, sure. There's all sorts of other stuff for sale there. But there are also some people who, this is their hobby, and sometimes it's their hobby and their profession. They may have a special firearm that they would like to display, answer questions about, that people, people might come up and say, this is an amazing, historic firearm that they would like to know more about. That's part of the whole event of a gun show. And criminalizing that activity is outlandish to me. And so I've got this handy amendment.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L43?
Amendment L43, amend re-engross bill, page 5, lines 5 and 6, strike or publicly exhibited. Page 5, line 7 and 8, strike publicly exhibit, or page 5, line 18, strike publicly exhibits, or page 5, line 21, strike publicly exhibit,
Senator
or.
Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L043 to House Bill 1238.
Please explain your amendment.
Thank you. I'd be happy to. So this is a really simple amendment, members, and I'd be happy to explain to you. Again, I would direct you to page 5, lines 17, 18, 19, where that term gun show vendor is outlined. And what this very simple amendment does is simply strikes the term publicly exhibits, because it is removing those folks who are there to show off something that they have got that's kind of cool, whether, in the quilting world, you might bring your special quilt that you made 5 years ago. If you are at a car show, you might bring your 57 T-Bird that you've restored painstakingly. In the case of a gun show, somebody who is publicly exhibiting, not selling, publicly exhibiting a firearm or that is very special to them, that they would like to answer questions about, show off. That is not vending. That is exhibiting, and they are two very, very, very different things. And so with that, I would request an aye vote on this particular point of clarification. Thank you.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I support this amendment by my colleague, the senator from Castle Rock, Amendment L043. So the first time I went to a gun show, we have a number of these in Douglas County at the fairgrounds, typically the Tanner Gun Show. And the first time I went to one a few years back, I was actually very surprised how many people there were selling T-shirts, were selling, as the senator from Castle Rock said, collectors of firearms, displaying them. A lot of the folks who go to these shows go, as it was said previously, for social reasons. They have a lot of friends that attend these shows. They enjoy going to them. And this amendment, I think, is very important to protect the folks who are not there as, quote unquote, the official vendors. I've gotten a number of emails and inquiries from folks who've said, you know, if I just want to sell something other than a firearm, or if I want to show my collection at these shows, do I have to engage in all of these rules and regulations and licensing? And so I think this amendment will clarify that. And again, I think in these kinds of bills, it's important to focus on, keep these bills as narrow as possible and focus on what we're really trying to accomplish here, and not go after law-abiding citizens who are just selling products or displaying products. So I support the amendment.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 43 to House Bill 1238 for a number of reasons. Number one, I feel like this protects our constitutional rights. Law-abiding gun owners carrying a firearm for personal protection are exercising their Second Amendment rights. God-given, by the way, not running a booth. The Supreme Court has affirmed the right to bear arms for self-defense. This amendment ensures that House Bill 25-1238 doesn't accidentally punish citizens for lawful carry by mislabeling them as vendors, respecting their freedom without undermining their safety. I feel like it matches the bill's true target. House Bill 25-1238 aims to regulate sales and trafficking at gun shows, not casual attendance. The bill admits gun shows cater primarily to responsible gun owners. A woman carrying for protection is not selling, she's not the problem. Clarifying this keeps the focus on the actual commerce, not the innocent display. This amendment prevents overreach confusion. Without this fix, the vague language publicly exhibits could snag anyone with a visible gun. Forcing them into vendor rules for not selling is absurd. This amendment stops bureaucratic overreach from turning law-abiders into lawbreakers. This amendment respects Colorado's gun culture. In rural spots like Montrose or Pueblo West, carrying a gun, visible or not, is normal, especially at a gun show where enthusiasts gather. This amendment ensures House Bill 25-1238 doesn't alienate law-abiding Coloradoans by treating their culture as a crime. This amendment avoids chilling participation. If carrying a visible gun risks vendor status, complete with licensing and penalties, folks might skip gun shows altogether. That kills community events, the community events that the bill claims to support. Clarifying that only sellers are vendors keeps shows thriving without turning attendees into targets. For those reasons and many others, I support Amendment L43 to Senate Bill 1238.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you. Back to the amendment. So I just wanted to give you a little context here. So the language exhibit has been in Colorado law for many years. During the seconds in the House, the opponents of the bill wanted to change that term to publicly exhibit. to protect anybody who might show someone their gun during the show. So we wanted to be clear. But without the word exhibit, then someone could have a whole gun display and not be selling anything until after the show, and because of our waiting periods, right, that might happen. So it could create a huge loophole. So we really need to keep this language in the law. And as I said, part of this language was actually added by opponents of the bill in the House. So we would ask for a no vote on the amendment.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment L43. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no? No. The noes have it. Amendment L43 is lost. Minority Leader Lundin.
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition once again to 1238. I've made summary comments earlier, and I will come back to make a little bit more expansive comments and offer up a remedy, because I learned a long time ago in pretty much in life, but certainly in business, if you've got a problem, don't just bring the problem, bring a solution. And so I have a solution to this problem. The problem is the bill's expansive use of this requirement of a security plan and the friction, the difficulties, the challenges that's going to create for independent businesses, for super small businesses. The reality is this is onerous, it's too much, and to understand why that is a challenge beyond the fact that we're just creating friction in the economy, you go back to the felt need. There's a ton of felt need for this particular piece of legislation, but we haven't really seen demonstrated actual need other than anonymous alleged challenges or concerns that things that are untoward may be happening. Well, even if you stipulate to that, the reality is the security plan as required is too much.
I do have an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L59?
Amendment L59, amend re-engross bill, page 3, lines
Minority
20
Leader
and
Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L59, and I'll describe it because if the reader had read it, if you're not following along in the bill, it would be incomprehensible. It's one of those kinds of amendments where you get line after line after line after line, and it just says, on this page and that line, and this page and that line, and this page and that line, do this and this and this, but it doesn't really give you anything meaningful. It's because we're taking a bunch of language out. So if you follow along with me in the re-engrossed bill and you scroll down to no further than the legislative declaration, you get to page 3 where we're talking about what this legislation does. It requires gun show promoters to do a number of things, including secure liability coverage and verify that firearms are sold or transferred in compliance, et cetera, et cetera. Well, I dropped out conveniently another part of the language that's actually in the leg deck. It says, develop and implement security plans. I dropped that out intentionally because the amendment would take that out of the bill. Then you scroll down to page 6, and you look at line 10, and you get to the meat of this. Hi, I've never run a gun show before, but I've got a business plan for you. Here's what you should do to have a successful security plan. And I'm putting in force, in statute, your new business plan. You're required to do this and that and the other thing. And the sponsors, I think, probably will appreciate me not spending a bunch of time working through exactly what's in the bill, but it's a security plan that I don't like. I don't think it's necessary, and quite frankly, I don't know. I've never run a gun show before. I think the folks who actually run gun shows probably have a better idea of what should be. The next thing the bill does, or the amendment to the bill, which is Amendment 59 does, if you'll scroll with me down to page 7, you get to line 10, and it gives some time limits. You got to do this 14 days before. You got to give it to the law enforcement. Law enforcement has to lose it. Then you have to find it. Then they lose it again. I'm kidding. Law enforcement would never lose paperwork that is given to them. They would keep it. It would all be copacetic. It would all be lined up. The reality is it's more paperwork for law enforcement that needs to go away, and that's what this portion of the amendment would do. Strikes lines 10 through 13. And then as an acknowledgement and a hat tip to the incredible crack staff of drafters that work for us tirelessly, especially on days like this where we're constantly interacting, saying, we're trying to get this bill right. I think this would look better. Well, that didn't work. How about if we try it this way? They are with us constantly, and they make sure. And it is rare that something escapes them, but the little details, like on page 8, line 4, strike 2A5 and substitute 2A4, because we took a section out. And the crack drafters realize that needs to happen to keep the law clean and organized. Then the next one, the final line of the amendments, page 9, 13, strike 2A and substitute 1A, because 2A is now gone. And so we're cleaning up the law as we go. Hat tip to our professional, incredible drafters. I already used his name once in the well today. I won't say it again because I don't want to get gavelled down. Not that, oh my gosh, it's another chair. They keep changing. The chairs change faster than my perspective on this bill. My bill's actually resolute, or my perspective on the bill's resolute. It's a no. Colleagues, that is a quick path, or quick walk down the pathway of Amendment 59. I encourage you to join me in supporting Amendment 59. Let's not make business in Colorado harder to do, especially when it's small business, hobbyists, people that in fact don't have the time, the energy, the effort to put all of these burdensome regulatory requirements that are now placed in statute to work in their effort to make a living and ply their trade, enjoy their craft, or enjoy their hobby. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, please vote yes on 59.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L59? Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 59, and I just have some information in front of me. And the thing I like about Amendment 59 is that it deals with some of the issues with this particular bill. But one of the things that I really heard my minority leader say is, we are seeking a solution to something that's not really a problem. Gun shows are not the problem. And the information that I've got here in front of me is basically a survey of state and federal prisoners who had possessed a firearm during the offense for which they were serving time. And this is from several years ago, but I think that it's highly germane to this particular conversation. So with your indulgence, I would like to explore these numbers because you all remember I'm kind of a data person, so I think that this is very telling. And so they have this categorized. They have all prisoners, both state and federal, but I just want to really concentrate on state compared to federal because here's the thing. If you look at, they have the percentages aggregated. From a state perspective, about 9.7% of firearms were purchased or traded at a retail source. The vast, vast majority of that came from a gun shop or store, 7.2%, so it's not a huge number. But gun shows, 0.8%. Less than 1% of guns used came from a gun show. Now let's talk about where they really come from and let's fix this. Let's fix this problem because this is the crux, right? We want to take guns off the street that are being used to commit crimes, right? That's the problem we're trying to solve. That's what I understood anyway. 43.2% were off the street or purchased on an underground market. Another 6.6 were stolen. 6.7% were found at the location of the crime or from the victim. Another almost 5% were brought by someone else. These numbers are fairly consistent nationally compared to state, with the exception, interestingly, of gun shows. Remember I said 0.8% came from gun shows on a state level. That number's a little higher federally, 1.4%, still quite low, in comparison to the vast majority, vast, almost half, coming from off the street or purchased on an underground market. This is the problem, folks. That's the problem, not gun shows. And if we are serious about solving a problem, then let's address that. This bill does not address the problem. So I stand in support of this amendment for these reasons. And I ask for your aye vote on this amendment, Amendment 59.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L059? Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues. Although the minority leader was kind to approach us a few moments before the vote and explain his amendment, his predictions were accurate. We do oppose it because we feel the security component of the bill is important. So we urge no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? The motion is the adoption of Amendment 59. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one final amendment that I wanted to put before us. So without any further ado.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 50?
Amendment L50, amend re-engross bill, page 7, lines 25 and 26, strike, take down and maintain recordings of the surveillance for 6 months after the gun show
Senator
and substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move L050 to House Bill 1238.
Is there any discussion on Amendment 50? Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we have had conversations around this topic when we're talking about the video surveillance and the length of time specified. So going back to the bill, if you would like to follow along with me, we're on page 7 and down on line 22. So page 7, line 22, I know you're all following along eagerly with me on this. But this particular part of the bill talks about providing video surveillance of the gun show parking area and the main entrance and main exit during the entire time a gun show promoter has access to the venue, including during vendor setup and takedown, and maintain recordings of the surveillance for 6 months after the gun show. Not clear on why that is. So all this particular amendment does, L050, is eliminate the provision that gun show vendors must keep the surveillance for 6 months after the gun show. And the reason is, it's like requiring 6 months of video storage is costly, burdensome, and there's just no proven benefit. There's nothing to prove that this is necessary. Small vendors should not be treated like criminals. They really shouldn't. And that is, you know, this does not provide any reasonable public safety benefits, and the backlog provides an additional security risk. So I would really ask for your support of L050. Thank you.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate the amendment and the thought behind it. I will say that the reason to keep the surveillance for an extended period of time is because, you know, actually for the protection of the gun show owner as well as the people who've attended, and for any crimes that may be committed, you would want that to be available after the fact. And again, I do want to remind everybody that the gun shows are neutral on this bill, so we don't feel like this is an excessive burden. So we ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Is there any further discussion of Amendment 050? The motion is the adoption of Amendment L050. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Senator Liston to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad to talk about this bill. And once again, to the sponsors for bringing it. It's good to have a good, healthy discussion about what's going on in the firearms industry, and to the good people who are trying and doing a good job at running their types of business, whether you agree with it or not. But for those of us who have been to gun shows They run them honestly and fairly and legally. They do everything by the book. They probably do some of the things that are required in this already. But in most other businesses, you know, we have the Federal Trade Commission and all the other regulatory authorities out there that saying, you know, that when a new type of medicine comes out, it's got to be labeled correctly. When in the automotive industry, you have to have full disclosure about what you're doing, you know, all the parameters about an automobile. In all kinds of industries, there are requirements as to truth in labeling what's really going on. However, I would say in this particular piece of legislation, as the bill reads right now, the title of the bill reads about gun shows. But I would submit that the labeling and the title of this bill is wrong. So with that, I have an amendment. Here you go.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 58?
Amendment L58, amendment.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move Amendment L058 to House Bill 1238.
Is there any discussion on Amendment L058?
Yes.
Senator Liston.
Members, if you look at the title of the bill, it just says concerning requirements about gun shows. I think that the real requirement and the purpose of this should be concerning requirements to put gun shows out of business, because that's really what the sponsors may not say this, but I think with everything that's in this bill, that's really the ultimate aim, is to put gun shows and the vendors out of business. Quite frankly, no other types of trade shows, whether it's automotive or boat shows, you name it, any type of trade show that is out there, they're not subject to these types of requirements, not anywhere close. Yet, for the people and the vendors and the who go to this, they are subject to innumerable requirements that the bottom line is they'll say, look, you know, I'm not going to assume the requirements, you know, for instance, $1 million worth of liability insurance. I don't think, I'm sure that other types of trade shows don't do this. That we have the vendors to certify the requirements, you know, all these requirements that they have to do, that just exhibiting a firearm without the intent to sell should trigger regulatory requirements, mandating I talked about this in another amendment, video surveillance in parking. I don't think that a boat show or an automotive show requires that. Requiring 6 months worth of storage is expensive and burdensome. 5-year ban, heaven forbid that the person who runs it, that they make a mistake, they could lose their ability and their livelihood for up to 5 years. That lawful owners have to, you know, that they're under numerous requirements. And the list goes on, which is in this bill. Quite frankly, what it will lead to is, if it doesn't put the gun shows out of business, which in my opinion, this is really a truth in labeling, because that's the ultimate aim and what will happen, certainly here in Colorado, is that what it will lead to is there'll be back alley deals, you know, the transactions that are done at gun shows. I've bought a firearm at a gun show, and I had to fill out all the paperwork. I had to wait. Everything was done by the book. It was done honestly, fairly. I had to wait. You name it, I had to do it. but we will see a plethora of activities, in back alleys, other places, to circumvent what the gun shows do legally and honestly and correctly. So if the intended purpose is to drive the gun shows out of business, we're going to see more and more illegal activities. So with that, members, I would ask that we pass this piece, or this amendment that really labels what it is to put the gun shows out of business. And with that, I respectfully ask for an aye vote on L058. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I can speak for the sponsors, and our motives here are to make sure that these places are operating within the law. As was mentioned by one of my colleagues earlier, a lot of these promoters already do most of what's in this bill, and that's probably why they're not opposed to it. They're happy to follow the law and operate in a safe manner. So I don't have to say it, but we need to vote no on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 58? The motion is the adoption of Amendment 58. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1238? Seeing none. The motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1238. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted.
Judah.
Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 25-1090? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1090 until tomorrow, March 25th, 2025.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1090 to tomorrow. What's the date? March 25th. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1090 will lay over until tomorrow, March 25th. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 25-191?
Senate Bill 191 by Senators Robertson, Judah, and Representatives Lukens and Gilchrist concerning cardiac emergency preparedness and in connection therewith removing certain requirements related to written plans or for automated external defibrillator use and imposing certain requirements in high school athletics.
Senator Judah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move SB 191 and the committee report.
To the Education Committee report.
Thank you,
Senator Judah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee went well, but we had to put on a fairly large amendment that unfortunately stripped quite a bit of the bill. We understood that we are in a difficult budget year, and so we adapted the bill to reflect just that, to make sure that AEDs were really centered around sports facilities and not every single school. And with that, I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Judah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, SB 191 really came from the community. What the bill does essentially is make sure that AEDs or defibrillators are not locked away, that they are accessible, and that they are not hidden from the public or behind a locked door, or that the battery is dead. Like I said, we really shifted the bill to make sure that it is available in sports fields and places where our sports are being conducted at our high schools. The good senator from Frisco and I were, to be honest, quite disappointed that we had to gut the bill so much, understanding that we are in a difficult fiscal year, but the testimony that we heard in committee really reflected the need of defibrillators really in every single school. So working with schools, working with a lot of the stakeholders, we pared it down to make sure that, again, it was in sports facilities for schools. And we really wanted to encourage folks that there were countless organizations nationwide and locally that provide defibrillators at a heavily discounted rate and sometimes for free. I'm sure we'll have some discussion, but with that, I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 191?
Maybe not.
Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 191. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1179?
House Bill 1179 by Representatives Zakai and Foray and Senators Doherty and Judah concerning automobile insurance coverage for the replacement of a child restraint system.
Senator Judah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move HB 1179.
To the bill, Senator Doherty.
This bill requires automobile insurance providers in Colorado to cover the cost of replacing a car seat if it was in a vehicle at the time of an accident, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion?
Oh, you're killing it.
Senator Baisley.
Just want to stretch it out. Just enjoying the day. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there certainly are times when it's appropriate for the state to involve itself in requirements for insurance companies, auto insurance companies in this case. But this is prescriptive to an inappropriate detail, in my opinion, where requiring that the car seats be replaced when there is an accident. I guess I appreciate the sentiment, but we could go on and on about all of the things that could be in a car and get destroyed or damaged during an accident, and then to require the insurance companies to cover that obviously would increase the premiums to cover those, but it's just an overreach in my opinion. So I respectfully would ask that we vote no on House Bill 1179.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1179. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Where is that? You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The committee will rise and report.
Good job. Now, you're going to go down.
Yeah.
You got the rest?
Yep, yep. Cool.
Great work. Thank you. Senate will come to order. Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
March 24, 2025. Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 191, as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1133, as amended. House Bill 1238, as amended. House Bill 1179, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1090, laid over until March 25, 2025, and retaining its place on the calendar.
Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? Oh, there are amendments. Majority Rodriguez.
Senatorial 5, please.
Senatorial 5 has been requested and granted.
That's okay.
Senate will come back to order. Mr. Schaffler, please excuse Senator Bridges, Senator Amabile, and Senator Michelson Janae. Members, we are on cows to the Committee of the Whole report, amendments to the Committee of the Whole report. There is an amendment of the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read S001 to House Bill 1133.
Amendment S001, Senator Catlin moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Pelton B. Floor Amendment L52 to House Bill 1133 did pass.
Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to move amendment number 1 to House Bill 1133.
Any discussion?
And ask for a yes vote.
Any discussion on S001? Senator Kemp.
Thank you, members. We've been through this. I would ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question for the body is the adoption of Amendment S001 to House Bill 1133. Are there any no votes? Senators Kipp, Danielson, Mr. Majority Leader, Doherty, Cutter, Colker, Snyder, Sullivan, Ball, Marchman, Wallace, Gonzalez, Judah, Winter, Henriksen, Mullica, Weissman. Please add the president with a vote of 13 ayes, 18 noes, 0 absent, and 4 excused. S001 to L1133 is lost. Any additional amendments? There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read S002 to House Bill 1133.
We're still on 1133.
Amendment S002, Senator Pelton R. moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Pelton R. Floor Amendment L67 to House Bill 1133 did pass.
Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Count Amendment 2 to House Bill 1133.
To the amendment, Senator Pelton R.
Thank you. You know, there's always the urban-rural divide. This bill, this amendment would help bridge that to help our small gun stores that have a very limited space for their ammunition display. So I'd urge a yes vote on 002.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you, members. There are many low-cost, reasonable ways for people to comply with 1133, so I would ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of S002 to House Bill 1133. Are there any no votes? Senators Kipp, Henriksen, Mr. Majority Leader, Colker, Danielson, Cutter, Marchman, Sullivan, Ball, Gonzalez, Wallace, Judah, Weissman, Winter, Exum, Doherty, Mullica. Please add the president. With a vote of 13 ayes, 18 noes, 0 absent, 4 excused, S002 to House Bill 1133 is lost. Any additional amendments? There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read S001 to House Bill 1238.
Amendment S001, Senator Pelton B. moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Pelton B. floor amendment, L49, to House Bill 1238
Senator
did pass.
Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move S001 to House Bill 1238.
To the amendment.
Thank you. What this amendment would eliminate is the provisions that video surveillance must be provided by the gun show parking area and through the main entrance. So I'm asking for an aye vote on the amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion. Senator Kipp.
Thank you, members. Again, this is territory we've treaded on before, and we ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of S001 to House Bill 1238. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Majority Leader. Doherty. Mullica. Exum. Colker. Snyder. Sullivan. Marchman. Cutter. Ball. Gonzalez. Wallace. Judah. Weissman. Winter. Henriksen. Danielson. Kipp. I did get the majority leader. Please add the president. With a vote of 12 ayes, 19 noes, 0 absent, 4 excused, S001 to House Bill 1238 is lost. There is an amendment. Mr. Schaffler, please read S002 to House Bill 1238.
Amendment S002, Senator Rich moved to amend the report of the
Senator
committee.
Rich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move S002.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was an amendment to House Bill 1238, and it had to do with removing the gun show vendor certification of compliance. We did learn that there currently is no data on how many are breaking the law, if any, and that it was just hearsay from individuals. This seems like an unnecessary hurdle for law-abiding citizens, attempting to discourage them from participating in trade shows, and I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. We urge a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of S002 to House Bill 1238. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Majority Leader. Kipp. Danielson. Colker. Snyder. Sullivan. Marchman. Cutter. Ball. Gonzalez. Wallace. Judah. Weissman. Winter. Exum. Mullica. Doherty. Please add, and Senator Henriksen. Please add the president. With a vote of 12 ayes, 19 noes, 0 absent, 4 excused, S002 to House Bill 1238 is lost. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of S003 to House Bill 1238.
Amendment S003, Senator Frizzell moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Pelton B. floor amendment, L43, to House Bill 1238 did pass.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Amendment S003 to House Bill 1238.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this particular amendment has to do with the term publicly exhibit and the point that simply exhibiting a firearm without the intention of selling should not trigger regulatory requirements. We've had conversations around a different bill today with respect to mens rea, and I think that this is a perfect application of that conversation. This vague definition of publicly exhibited unfairly burdens attendees and misclassifies lawful behavior. We need to ensure that only those actually selling are treated as vendors and those attending aren't unnecessarily burdened by the provisions created in this bill. I humbly and enthusiastically ask for your aye vote.
Senator, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I am publicly exhibiting my reading glasses. Oh, yes, we got to clean this up.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you, colleagues. I really appreciate your bearing with us on this. The exhibiting and publicly exhibiting means that there's a potential loophole for sales, and we just don't want to go down that road, so we respectfully ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of S003 to House Bill 1238. Are there any no votes? Senators Danielson, Kipp, Winter, Weissman, Judah, Colker, Marchman, Gonzalez, Wallace, Henriksen, Ball, Sullivan, Cutter, Snyder, Mr. Majority Leader, Exum, Mullica, Doherty, please add the President. With a vote of 12 ayes, 19 noes, 0 absent, and 4 excused, S003 to House Bill 1238 is lost. Mr. Schaffler, please read S004 to House Bill 1238.
Amendment S004, Senator Lundin, removed.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I move Cal Amendment number 4 to 1238.
To the amendment.
Colleagues, I appreciate a well-written business plan. I appreciate a well-written security plan. I would argue, even if it's well-written, and the security plan in this particular instance is suspect in terms of whether it achieves what it seeks to do or not, but even if it is well-written, it doesn't belong in statute. This amendment would take it out. I urge your support of 004.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a no vote on this, and I also wanted to say that I'm a little disappointed that there were no jokes about the gun show today. I mean, seems like a missed opportunity. But in all seriousness, the security plan is a critical piece of the law, and we want it to stay in, so please vote no.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of S004 to House Bill 1238. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Majority Leader, Kipp, Danielson, Snyder, Exum, Doherty, Mullica, Sullivan, Cutter, Ball, Gonzalez, Wallace, Marchman, Colker, Judah, Weissman, Winter, Henriksen. Please add the President. With a vote of 12 ayes, 19 noes, 0 absent, 4 excused, S004 to 1238 is lost. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Not one. Don't see two. 4. Senators, Mr. Minority Leader Frizzell. Please mark the Minority Leader as an aye vote. No vote for Cal, Senator Catlin. Baisley. Liston. Pelton R. Carson. Don't see anyone behind the minority leader. Senator Pelton B. With a vote of 24 ayes, 7 noes, 0 absent, 4 excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. Yeah, I got you. Here we go. Senate Bill 191 is amended, passed the second reading, order engrossed and placed on the counter for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1133 is amended, House Bill 1238 is amended, House Bill 1179 passed the second reading, order revised and placed on the counter for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1090 laid over until 3/25/2025 and retaining its place on the calendar. Consideration of governor's appointments consent calendar. Mr. Schaffler, please read all the appointments listed on the consent calendar.
Member of the Colorado Aeronautical Board for a term expiring December 19, 2027. Daniel Malia of Burlington, Colorado, to serve as a representative of local government that operates airports on the Eastern Slope, reappointed. Members of the Energy and Carbon Management Commission, effective July 2, 2024, for terms expiring July 1, 2028. Jeffrey Robbins of Durango, Colorado, to serve as a chair and a member with professional experience demonstrating an ability to contribute to the Commission's body of expertise that will aid the Commission in making sound, balanced decisions, reappointed. John Messner of Lakewood, Colorado, to serve as a member with substantial experience in planning or land use, reappointed. Trish Oath of Boulder, Colorado, to serve as a member with substantial experience in public health, appointed. Members of the Board of Trustees for Adams State University for terms expiring December 31st, 2028. Arthur Ortegon of Castle Rock, Colorado, reappointed. Carla Shriver of Monte Vista, Colorado, appointed. Placido Gomez of Alamosa, Colorado, appointed.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the appointments on consideration of governor's appointments consent calendar, which are Daniel Malia of Burlington for the Colorado Aeronautical Board, Jeffrey Robbins of Durango, John Messner of Lakewood, Tricia Oath of Boulder for the Energy and Carbon Management Commission, Arthur Ortegon of Castle Rock, Carla Shriver of Monte Vista, and Placido Gomez of Alamosa for the Board of Trustees for Adams State University.
Any discussion? Seeing none. The motion is a confirmation of all the appointments on the consent calendar. Are there any no votes on the consent calendar? With a vote of 31 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 4 excused, those appointments are confirmed. Message from the House.
The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes Senate Bill 3, amended as printed in House Journal March 21st, 2025.
Message from the Reviser.
We herewith transmit without comment as amended Senate Bill 3.
Introduction of bills.
House Bill 1175 by Representatives Leader and Joseph and Senator Rodriguez concerning the establishment of an opt-in program for smart meters installed by a qualifying retail utility.
Transportation and Energy.
House Bill 1204 by Representatives Duran and Joseph and Senator Danielson concerning the codification of the Federal Indian Child Welfare Act of 1978 as the Colorado Indian Child Welfare Act.
Health and Human Services.
House Bill 1210 by Representatives Garcia Sander and Lukens and Senators Pelton B. and Marchman concerning data reporting requirements for K-12 schools.
Education.
House Bill 1219 by Representatives Phillips and Barone and Senator Mulliken concerning requirements for metropolitan districts that aid the public's understanding of metropolitan districts.
Local Government and Housing.
House Bill 1250 by Representatives Hamrick and Duran and Senator Cutter concerning providing materials about gun violence prevention to parents with students in K-12.
Health and Human Services.
House Bill 1279 by Representative Stewart and Senator Judah concerning collecting state-level data for the Colorado Works program and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Health and Human Services.
House Bill 1283 by Representatives Duran and Winter and Senators Marchman and Liston concerning measures that implement the Wild Horse Working Group's legislative recommendations.
Agriculture and Natural Resources. Signing of bills.
The President has signed Senate Joint Resolution 13.
Message from the Governor.
Monday, March 24, 2025, Colorado Senate. Honorable members of the Colorado Senate, pursuant to the authority vested in the office of the Governor of the State of Colorado, I have the honor to inform you that I have approved and filed with the Secretary of State the following act. Senate Bill 24, Judicial Officers, approved on Monday, March 24, 2025 at 2 p.m.
Announcement. Senator Kipp.
Thank you, colleagues. Please pay close attention because oddly and unusually, if you serve on Senate Finance, we are going to be convening at 8 a.m. tomorrow what? To hear HB 25, 1005 in SCR 357. And by the way, that's going to be a very short committee, so we will still be convening at our normal time. I just want to make that clear. Don't expect us to let you be late.
Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would you like to make this announcement?
I would absolutely love if you talked about feeding our bellies and our souls. Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's that time of the week again, tomorrow morning, 7:15, down in the basement in room 109. Pastor Dan Fowle will be down there giving us our Bible study, so come feed your soul, and then we'll feed your belly while you're there.
Come on. Any other announcements? One additional announcement, Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, colleagues, for the work today. Mr. President, I move that the Senate adjourn until 9 a.m. Tuesday, March 25th, 2025.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will stand in adjournment until 9 a.m. on Tuesday, March 25th, 2025.